Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba.
8 minutes past the hour. Welcome in to the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. We start a brand new week together, and we got us a busy one, and we thank you for being with us. The number 866, we be big. Good time gang settling in. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us in 1 hour from right now. Speaking of the good time gang, over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right it is Michael Helms. What's up, boys? What's happening?
Boys, gentlemen.
What happening?
How are y'all?
Good. We have got a lot to recap.
Do we ever?
Not only in the old world, but just in our personal lives, because I know each one of us had a lot going on. But I just got to say thank you to both of you for sharing a glimpse into your weekends by pictures being texted to the group, to us. I will start with Greg, sitting over to my left. A big talk last week was the fact that Lisa had a booth set up.
Oh, yeah.
At one of these city fests, kind of, you know, hey, the city shuts.
Alabama.
Oh, the city shuts down. It's tent city. Everybody
live music.
Oh, everybody brings what they specialize in, and you walk around and you look at all the goodies and
Real life sweet magnolias.
Yeah. I mean, it's community came out.
Yeah.
It's really good.
It's really days like that's what makes America great.
They put on a great event.
Walk around. Yeah.
A friend of mine's the mayor, Big Scott Reeves. I hadn't seen him in probably a couple of years. We worked together forever at the power company.
Right.
He's running the show, him and his wife Stacy. I mean, they had this thing. I think it's he said 8th, 9th year.
That's good.
Like that. And they had it. I mean, everything was clicking.
Well, when we left Friday, you knew what you had to do. First of all, you had a remote, and then you knew you had to go home and I guess get things to there.
Yeah, you got to get everything set up by Ned.
Okay. So we know that's going on, but you go dark on us, and I knew you were busy. And then all of a sudden, Saturday.
Well, I didn't give you much, but
there was just a picture.
That's all we needed.
That's all we needed.
Didn't have to be.
It told us everything.
It really did.
You sent the two of us and just the three.
Our little good time gang group.
Yeah. A text of you standing with a man dressed as Batman.
Yeah, I've never seen Batman with a goatee.
Okay, in the middle of City Fest. Will you explain?
I'm gonna have to. I can't take credit. That was Lisa's idea. She said, "If you don't go get your picture made with Batman, send it to Helms."
Thank you, Lisa. And
I said, "All right, I'll go do it."
Yeah.
And Batman was a nice guy, but hey, it was a little hot in that suit. I bet.
Good gracious.
Goat bearded Batman. And I thought y'all might like that picture.
Yes, thank you.
It did a couple things for me. One, it was just pure joy. Second, I had quite the evening coming, and it helped me so much.
Well, you sent me something, and I kept hitting it, and it wouldn't show. It was later. Your comment about Batman was excellent.
Okay, good.
I like that.
Okay.
I
was hoping you'd like that.
But it was something about, I can't remember, but it had like a link or something. But every time I hit it wouldn't show up.
He's something else. He really is.
I'll find it.
I had one comment about Batman, but I deleted it. I went back and deleted
I went ahead and sent it.
That was great.
But hey, wow! So you sent that.
Completely forgot you were there.
At 1:25 or so, right around 1:30 p.m. Central Time. And you said basically, hey, y'all don't care about me.
Yeah.
Y'all forgot, and we'll send that sometimes, and y'all totally forgot.
Yeah.
There's the picture. It came through.
But there you go.
I officially wish I was at City Fest this year with quite a crowd of
and we'll get to that. Please don't. We're not coming off you right now.
Yeah, calm down.
So how did it go? Because I know you said you got to get there early, and I think you said it lasted till like 9 p.m.
Yeah, we cleared out a little earlier.
That's what I thought.
Well, about 6 something.
Oh, wow!
It was great. We had. Let me tell you what I got way off track on my eating. What I call carnival / food truck food.
Oh, nothing better.
And they got, everywhere. And I just went nuts.
I
had to try everything.
You were surviving too.
Yes,
think about it.
But and Lisa looked at me one time. She goes, "Are you just going to eat all day?" I said, "Well, I can't help it. There's just stuff. Where else do you see a deep fried Pop-Tart?"
Right.
You don't see that a lot.
Deep fried Pop-Tart.
Yeah. And they had all kinds of stuff. The old food truck / carnival food.
How'd their booth do?
It did good. They were. I don't know. All I do is haul stuff in and out. I'm not in on all the
But you
they
hauled
did
much
good.
less
Had a lot of
out than you
people.
did in.
Yes, true.
Okay.
A lot of people came by. It was really
If
good.
someone bought something, were you the muscle to get it to their car?
No, that
Okay.
stuff they have wasn't very big.
Okay.
We didn't bring any furniture this.
No furniture.
No
That's
furniture,
good. That's
so
good.
It was just.
Did you feel like you were at a remote all day? Did it
Yeah,
have
a
that
lot like
feeling?
that.
Yeah.
And I met some nice people that listen to the show, and I ran into some old friends I hadn't seen in years.
Okay.
So it was really
Look
fun.
at you.
A little hot, but I mean not horrible hot.
It wasn't bad.
Yeah.
It
Were
wasn't
you
that
set up in the shade at all? Or,
Yeah, we had
I
a
know,
tent.
I know you had the tent, but was it? There's a difference
Well,
if
it
you have
was-
the tent in the shade or
Yeah,
tent in the
at
sun.
a certain part of the day.
Okay.
Yeah. Early, no. just the tent. But we had a great time. It was fun. It really was. It was
We had a-
long.
Yeah.
How long? Now, what time did you get back home and settle?
Oh, it was dark. It was probably close to 8 o'clock.
Ooh.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so there was your Saturday.
How about that?
Yeah. So, I mean,
You sending us something saying we don't care about you, and I'm
Yeah.
cleaning that up.
Yeah.
It's funny.
oh,
Very funny.
they
Did you
had-
forget he was there? I forgot he was there.
I
and
knew-
it helped me.
I knew. I remembered because I went down to the Lenore Farms. We had kind of like a work day, and that's why I'm stopped up a little bit. We were in so much dust and all the
It
fields.
got a little dusty at City
where,
Festival.
where we live, and I'm just talking about in general the whole central Alabama. It hadn't rained in weeks.
You're
now-
right. It has been a
It-
few weeks.
yeah,
Gotta dry
and now we've had pockets where certain communities have gotten rain, but I'm talking about in general, just the whole deal.
No, you're right.
Matter of fact, I think UAB's last home game was when it really rained in downtown Birmingham. But even at my house, it barely rained. You know, that's what I'm talking about. And so we get to hopping around in those fields that have just been bush hogged and plowed and all this and there's just dust everywhere. So that's why I'm a little stopped up. But anyway, so I was down there, and on the way down, I thought about you. I was like, I wonder what Greg's doing right now. I wonder if he's getting up. I wonder if he's getting ready to like leave with Lisa and head to the festival. So I did think about it, but then I get busy.
Yeah.
And I'm leaving about the time he sends that, headed back home, and then bloop, y'all don't care, and it helped me get home.
Yeah. I
Laughed hard. And then
well, that's
what Amanda
good.
sent me helped me even more, and I will explain.
I had some good frozen lemonade.
Mm.
Man, that was good.
Well, you know, let's go back to the Rick and Bubba
So
Expo.
random.
Do you remember?
I wish I had one right now.
Do you remember the Rick and Bubba Expo? How we would be at the Rick and Bubba booth, and to get through those long days, we'd walk around, we'd get the sweet tea.
Yes.
We'd
Dixie, what was it? Dixie something sweet tea.
Oh,
Dixie
hey, it
sweet
was
tea.
so good. It was so
You
good.
get the cup and get the refills.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then we'd hop around to the different booths.
Yeah.
And
They had a few of
is that
them.
kind of what you did?
Yes.
Okay.
I had to go around and check out the scene. The mayor had to take me on a little tour, my buddy. We rode around his 73 Bronco, which is awesome.
Hey,
I wished I had.
You loved that. That means you weren't at the booth. You got to play.
That was before everything really got cranked.
Okay.
Outside of food and drink, did you buy anything?
No.
Did Lisa?
I don't think
Did y'all
so.
lose
I'm not
money?
Sure. Yeah,
That's
what
what
you
I'm
make,
getting
and
at.
then you go
That's
back.
what I would do if
Well, I
Terry's
spent a
with
lot
me.
on. I
We'd
spent
lose
a lot
money.
on food. I did spend a lot on. That was the only thing that cost. Everything was free as far as the
Okay.
events, like they had kids play area, the concerts, they had bands, all that was free. But the food, obviously,
Yeah.
the vendors.
Right.
Any good music?
Yeah, they were some good bands. Some band, I mean, their set list was basically Mr. Lucky set. When we played
Really?
covers,
Yeah.
they played all the little.
Did you get
Van
up and
Halen.
slap the bass any with them?
I started to, but no, they were pretty. I missed the headliners. They were coming out later, but I missed them. But
Did you sign any autographs?
no,
You take a Sharpie
that'd
with
be
you?
incorrect.
Huh?
No.
That could have been y'all's booth.
Yeah,
Come see
it'd have
Greg
been-
from Rick and Bubba.
Yeah, I'm sure that would have really drew a crowd.
Yeah. All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back. So you made it through it.
I did. I survived.
And then there's Helmsy. You won't believe what he had.
I survived too.
Rick and Bubba.
Okay, I'm not here to nag you about all your diets because I don't always eat healthier either. But I will share this. The Mayo Clinic says if you want to prevent heart disease, lower blood pressure, and cholesterol, eat 5 servings of fruits and vegetables every day. Folks, I don't do that, and you probably don't either. So I use Field of Greens, and I really like it. If you don't always eat right and exercise, join me and take Field of Greens. Get 15% off your first order at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code BUBBA. Fieldofgreens.com, the promo code Bubba. This fall, take premium audio with you wherever you go. Raycon's everyday earbuds look, feel, and sound better than ever with 3 sound profiles, optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit, and 32 hours of total battery life, and they start at half the price of other premium audio brands. Right now, Raycon is having their annual back-to-school sale. For a limited time only, get 20% off site-wide, plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba, or go to rickandbubba.com. Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba. A new season calls for new taste. There's no easier way to flavor your fall than with HelloFresh. Their fall lineup of delicious dinners is crafted by chefs using fresh produce and the best in-season ingredients. And with a rotating menu of 40 weekly options to choose from, even the pickiest eaters will be asking for seconds. Sign up for America's #1 meal kit today and take 50% off plus 15% off the next 2 months with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Are you driving an out-of-warranty car? Why would you do that? It's only a matter of time before your vehicle is in the shop costing thousands. Auto repair costs are up nearly 20% from last year. That's 4 times the rate of inflation. And when you enroll in a protection plan through carshield.com/Bubba, you'll be locking in your price as it will never go up. We appreciate their administrators handling all the paperwork, and we get to choose the mechanic we want. They even offer 24/7 roadside assistance, complimentary towing, and rental car options. Save 20% at carshield.com/Bubba.
If you've ever wondered if CBD and other plant-based solutions can help you, well, 90% of customers report better sleep, and 81% say CBD helps with stress and anxiety. If you've been thinking about trying it for a health concern that's not getting better, consider CBD from cbdistillery.com. Visit cbdistillery.com and enter the code Bubba for a 20% discount. No prescription required. That's cbdistillery.com, promo code Bubba, or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsor.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy bitsy speck of food out and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
This fall, as you settle back into a busier routine, your home may be sitting empty and defenseless. Simply Safe's revolutionary home monitoring innovation, 24/7 Live Guard protection, helps stop crime in real time. If an intruder breaks in, monitoring agents can see, speak, and deter them. Get 20% off your new system when you sign up for Fast Protect monitoring at simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or you can visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
The folks at MyPillow have launched MyPillow 2.0. This new innovative MyPillow has a brand new temperature regulating technology to keep you comfortable throughout the night. Now, core body temperature plays a big role in how you sleep, and this new fabric technology helps regulate your body temp by creating a lower surface temperature for a more restful sleep. Available in 4 loft levels with a 10-year warranty and a 60-day money-back guarantee. Head to MyPillow.com/Bubba to buy one, get one free on the new MyPillow 2.0.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick
It's 22 minutes past the hour. It is the kickoff hour, and we thank you for being with us. If you missed the first segment, shame on you, but we we recapped Greg's weekend at the festival where they had a tent set up. City Fest. Hoax Bluff, Alabama. And it was just a great day, he said.
Which is not very far from my house at all.
No. But
every time I go there, I realize how close I am.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just right over the hill.
Yeah. Just there. I mean, it's right there. There it is. Mm-hmm. And then there's Helmsy. This past weekend, I know Maddie had a little birthday.
She did.
And so that meant lots of girls and lots of giggling and lots of craziness. And you sent us a picture of you sitting on your couch.
We're about to head out
with girls everywhere, and all Maddie's little girlfriends, and then there's Super Dad making it all happen.
Wow.
And y'all went out to a local restaurant for a birthday dinner. And this is where they put all the tables together, and there's about 20 girls there. It seems like
we had 10 girls rode with us, and one or two met us there. Mm-hmm. I was told, listen, I know you hate stuff like this. This was the speech I got. I know you hate stuff like this. I just need you to go. Maddie wants us all to be at dinner together. She wants all her friends to get her together.
That's what Maddie wants.
And just get through it. Okay? No, it's in the middle of the ball games you're wanting to watch. Get all that. Okay? Hey, I know, she said, I know Alabama and Ole Miss are finishing up, which was it wasn't really anything to watch there anyway. I know Jacksonville State and Eastern Michigan. I've been seeing you watching that.
Who won that game?
Jacksonville.
All right.
Jack State.
Jag
and she goes, and I know this Laver Cup that you all into with tennis, like the Ryder Cup of tennis. Yeah. But just give me a couple hours. So we go, and we thought we were doing a good job by going early. You can't get a reservation if you have more than like 6 at this place. So we couldn't do that. So we went relatively early, and we went to a place that's at a mall. Like an outdoor mall kind of thing. It was
exactly
the Summit.
I know
for
exactly
the local peoples that know, because I need to make some apologies.
Look like Chewy.
I need to make. That's exactly where we were.
Yeah.
And so we had about 45 minute to an hour wait.
That's fun.
Ouch.
Which, when you walk up at 4:55, 5 o'clock, and that's not a big deal. But it is when there's 12 girls running around.
Trying to keep all them
11-year-old girls. Can I go here? Can I go here? They're running. Nothing worse.
Longest
for
45
me.
minutes you like.
Ever.
It was. There's nothing worse for me. And this is where I need to lighten up a little bit. I admit it, okay? But I want people to be socially aware of the other people around them, okay?
Well, good luck with that.
Yeah.
And most 11-year-old girls don't do that.
Yeah.
Okay?
No.
And so it's one thing if I can contain mine, but then I've got 10 or 11 others.
Yeah.
And you don't want to be the party pooper that just gets on everybody the whole time. So you just sit over there and go, just let them do it. Just let them do it.
Yeah.
And you know
Look
what?
away.
Just look away. Just act like they're not even yours. Just sit here. Just sit here and look at them like, I can't believe a parent would allow all that to go on.
Yeah.
You know,
Be in survival
I'm
mode.
having to talk to myself through it. But at the same time, I know everybody knows them with me because I've got a big birthday cake box next to me with all kinds of presents.
Oh, boy.
So if you can do the simple math and use some common sense, you know that, hey, you're the guy that's allowing all this to happen. And I'm sure everybody, I was thinking more of it than I should have been. Like, it was probably like, oh, everybody was probably going, oh, it's sweet and blah, blah, blah. And I'm sitting here thinking, y'all ruined everybody's night. That's what I'm thinking.
Give them a piece of cake.
So then about 45 minutes to an hour in, we got our table.
You were so glad.
And I was so glad because I was hungry. I was starving at this point. I couldn't wait to get in there and get some of that salsa. So that was my thought. I thought, man, if I can just get those chips and salsa, everything will be good after this. I can just sit there and just eat, and just, hang out. And it doesn't matter how loud they are or whatever, because it's pretty loud in there. And I do have some apologies that I want to, first of all, that waitress, she did such a fantastic job. Yeah. Goodness gracious. She even got a little extra tip from me on that. I mean, goodness.
And that's rare.
And it is rare.
Yeah.
I'm usually the standard, 10-15% guy, but I got busy with the tip, that pen. But I need to apologize to everybody in the restaurant because something happened at the end, and I was a nervous wreck. I mean, nervous wreck. Because, normally you go in a restaurant, you want to ask them to acknowledge the fact that it's your birthday. Not us. What we did was we brought in cupcakes and candles.
Oh, yeah.
I told Amanda's got a lighter. And I said, you can't light. You can't light
Oh, sure you can.
12, 11 candles.
Bring it on. Happy birthday to
She had
Maddie.
cupcakes for each of the girls.
sure she
and I said,
did.
you can't light. We're not lighting up all the. Just put one candle and in Maddie's cupcake and light it.
Now they wish they hadn't brought you.
And I thought, huh?
Yeah. Oh, nothing.
And I thought, okay, well, this is here we go. We're gonna sing Happy Birthday,
Oh,
and I
yes,
don't
we
like that
are.
at all. It makes me nervous. And this is what's going on
in the restaurant.
in the restaurant, Greg.
And listen to this part. Just keeps going. I don't know what.
This is going on in the restaurant.
They've gone into We Will Rock You.
Put you in the toilet. Hope you enjoy it.
Yeah. and they
Wait,
and
when
so
did
Amanda captured that video and then swung around to the left. She panned to the left, and then there's that one right there.
I bet you wanted to
all
crawl
red.
from
All,
the-
hey,
listen.
all red faced.
So when it first started, you sing the normal Happy Birthday.
I had no
Yeah.
idea there were that many verses to
I
the
didn't
end.
either. They went into We Will Rock You.
They did.
I know it. Threw somebody
Push you
in
in
the
a
toilet.
toilet, make you like it or something.
Yeah.
Hope you enjoy it.
Hope you enjoy it.
There you go.
When they started singing Happy Birthday, I just looked around at everybody. I mean, I'm cut. Hey, you can't get another person in this restaurant. Okay, first of all, think about that. People still waiting to get in, and I'm just going, sorry. Be over in a minute.
Thought it would, but they keep adding.
And I thought,
Right.
and I thought, the minute they're done with Happy Birthday, we can just. I can big sigh of relief.
Yeah.
It's over, and then they extended the song, and it was like it wouldn't end, and
wouldn't
they were
end.
getting louder
And they all knew it.
louder and louder.
They knew every word they knew.
How'd they all know it?
I don't know.
It's kind of like I didn't know there was a bunch of verses to Amazing Grace, but then you find out later there is.
Yeah.
Same thing here. I
Wish
had
we
no
would have been
idea.
singing that, Greg.
I had no idea.
Yeah. Well, look, it was a
Stick you in
sweet
the
little
toilet.
birthday.
Hope you enjoy it.
Yeah. we will rock you.
I like it.
Rick and Bubba.
All right, shredded lettuce on those fast food burgers and the fruit filling in a donut are awesome, but they don't count against the 5 servings of fruits and vegetables per day. Now, here to nag you about this because I don't always eat healthier either, but I will share that the Mayo Clinic says if you want to prevent heart disease, lower blood pressure, and cholesterol, then eat 5 servings of fruits and vegetables every day. Folks, I don't, and you probably don't either. So I use Field of Greens, and I love it. Unlike others, each fruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was medically selected by doctors to support vital organs like heart, lungs, kidneys, and the immune system. You're going to feel better, you're going to have more energy, and you're going to notice your skin, hair, and nails will look healthier too. If you don't always eat right and exercise like you should, join me and take Field of Greens. Let's get you started with 15% off your first order. fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code Bubba. Fieldofgreens.com, the code Bubba, for 15% off the first order, or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. You want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available. That's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Add your job and the purple hashtag hiring frame to your LinkedIn profile to spread the word that you are hiring. Simple tools like screening questions make it easy to focus on candidates with just the right skills and experience so you can quickly prioritize who you'd like to interview and hire. It's why small businesses rate LinkedIn Jobs #1 in delivering quality hires versus leading competitors. LinkedIn Jobs helps you find the candidates worth interviewing. Did you know every week nearly 50 million job seekers visit LinkedIn per week? Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba, or find a link at rickandbubba.com. Terms and conditions apply. Have you tried the Innovative's Helix Sleep Mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 5-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order. Hey folks, our friends at TheraBreath have some good news. If you have bad breath, try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. Over 25 years ago, he created an oral solution for his very own daughter and her struggle with bad breath. Now today, that expertise is available to your family with oral health solutions and a range of clinically proven products. The stuff works, and TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. TheraBreath has a gentle yet effective mild mint flavor that is, and listen to this, alcohol-free, free of gluten, and is certified kosher. Plus, no added dyes or colors. If you need one more reason to believe TheraBreath is effective and worth a try, they offer a money-back guarantee. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Just look for that bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can also find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath. Confidence in every capful.
It's official. Fall is here. With the kids at school and spare time filled with seasonal activities, your home may be sitting empty and defenseless. That's why we recommend Simply Safe Home Security and their revolutionary home monitoring innovation. 24/7 live guard protection. It's designed to help stop a crime in real time. Now, if an intruder breaks into your home, Simply Safe professional monitoring agents can actually see, speak to, and deter them through Simply Safe's new Smart Alarm wireless indoor camera. 24/7 live guard protection is made possible by the new Smart Alarm wireless indoor camera, available with a Fast Protect monitoring plan. You can install it yourself in about 30 minutes or have a Simply Safe expert set it up for you. And for a limited time, get 20% off your new system when you sign up for Fast Protect monitoring. Visit simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without.
All right, 25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you for being with us here on this Monday. If you're listening live, starting a week together. Kickoff hour is off and running. We've updated you a lot here this this hour. Brought you into our world from this past weekend. Bubba is here. Rick Adler will join us shortly, and the main show will start right after top of the hour. This past weekend, it was great. We got to see all the family, everybody. JC came into town. Tyler Mabry came over. Reese was there. It was fun. It was organized chaos, which I like to call. Just, hey, no drama, please. And I knew waking up Saturday that I had to head down to the Lenore farm as we were having a little bit of a work day, putting up, just trying to figure out, the feeder situation and, trying to set them up and doing a little bit of clearing out on trails, which is always fun. And nothing can ever go without something happening. You just got to wait for when it happens. Had a couple of flat tires that we thought, a couple on the side by side after we had loaded it down with everything.
Two different vehicles or one?
It's the same one. It's the same. Yep. It's the same one. And matter of fact, the last flat tire we had, we were so off into the hardwoods that if you are on a four-wheeler riding, it takes you 15 minutes to get there. And we look down on one of the trails, and we have a flat tire. And so we have to limp back at 3 miles an hour, it seems like, all the way back to the farm. At one point, we were like, do I just take off running and jog and get the truck and try to get the trailer and bring it back somewhere close to where we are? It was one of those kind of days. Got a lot done, great fellowship, and got to hang out with everybody there. But that's kind of the day I had, and left out around about the time that Greg sent that text message. It's about the time I was leaving, so around 1 o'clock Central. And the plan is that some friends of ours were hosting the Alabama Ole Miss game. They had some barbecue, and they grilled out, and it was just one of those little feast kind of things.
Don't you love good?
Oh yeah, come over.
Tailgate
The ball
party.
game is on, and let's just have a good time. So I got home in time to take a shower and then head back out the door, and then go over there. And we had a really good time. It was a lot of fun. There was a lot of nervousness at the beginning of the Alabama game, and then they came out in the second half and pretty much ran things. But I missed really all of the 11 a.m. Central Time games. I was getting updates, and I saw the Auburn Texas A&M game was kind of getting out of hand a little bit. And then I got an update on Colorado and Oregon at 2:30. That they were coming on about the same time Alabama was, but we were watching Alabama, so I was just getting updates. And we were like, well, there's no sense of tuning over to that one. It's a blowout. I mean, it's a Bo Nix highlight reel. And I saw, Helmsy, what you had sent, and that was the Oregon coach saying, kind of throwing that Colorado's just worrying about clicks on social media and stuff in his pregame speech.
They're fighting for clicks, and we're fighting for wins.
Yeah.
Great line, by the way, Coach Lanning.
Did
Getting his
catch
team fired up.
Deion through highlights, did catch his post-game press conference, and he pretty much said it was a good old-fashioned butt whooping.
He did, yeah.
And they asked what he told his team. He said, we ain't got time to feel sorry for ourselves and be moping around. We got to get ready. I think they host USC this weekend. They were trying to get him to kind of dog the Oregon coach for saying that, and he said, I'm not going to do that. He had his team ready.
back it up.
And we didn't.
If you can back it up, and boy, they backed it up.
He did throw in there that this will be the worst we are, so have that. He threw that out.
Now.
Yeah, but I saw where they have exited the AP Top 25 poll after the loss to Oregon. Ohio State moves up to number 4. Ohio State got lucky there at the end.
Yeah, they really did.
I mean, they score a walk-off touchdown. I mean, the clock hit 0 as they were crossing the goal line, and if Notre Dame holds them out, the Notre Dame wins. But Georgia 1, Michigan 2, Texas 3, Ohio State now 4, Florida State fell to 5.
Well, that was a scare for them.
But won against Clemson in overtime. And this is what I wanted to mainly bring up, and that is my secondhand embarrassment over the Clemson kicker.
I saw it on the highlights.
Bless his heart. Man, they did this story on this kicker about
It's his first game to dress. I don't know what happened to the other kicker.
I don't either. All I could hear and see was his family wearing his jerseys and so excited about his chip shot field goal to win the game.
Dude, don't forget he'd made a 30-something yarder earlier, and they went nuts. He showed his sisters and his mom, his dad, and they all got jerseys and hats.
They do, and they're so excited because it's a red zone chip shot field goal.
Oh yeah, for the win.
Yeah. Matter of fact, Clemson is really. There's some nervousness, but they're already kind of celebrating.
Yeah, I felt good about it if I was them.
And he misses. He misses the field goal, and they are showing his family when he misses it.
And I'll go ahead and say it, they weren't jumping up and down this time.
Well, sure.
They were kind of shocked.
It was.
How about from the high moment to a low moment?
Golly, you talking
what
about?
happened? Was it on his foot? Was it bad snap? Was it bad hold? Like what?
It was just on him.
Choke job.
Yeah, he just missed it. He just missed it. And when how sometimes you're clapping and you're you're clapping, you're like.
Oh yeah.
Like, oh no. Like the mom and the sister, I guess that's who that was, and his jerseys, and the dad's in the middle.
I wish you'd seen him when he made that one earlier. Yeah. They were going nuts.
Oh yeah. Their clapping kind of started to slow a little bit when they realized, hey, is that not good?
And what a Cinderella story if he'd have pulled it off. Hadn't even dressed, first time ever dressed. Some kind of backstory like that.
And so they go into overtime, and Florida State beats them.
Yeah.
But the look on the look on their face, especially
the
dad's face, he sat down so quick.
He's like,
he couldn't believe it.
Can't
night.
have nothing. You
Golly.
kicked one earlier. We all feel good.
Are
now
you
you got
kidding
a chip
me?
shot. Moment got a little too big for him.
I guess so. But that was major second hand there.
Even
sad.
Dabo looked different. They showed him when he made the first one. He was
Yeah,
grinning, good,
yeah.
happy for
Right,
the kid.
yeah.
Then it showed him when he missed that one, and he has a different look on his face.
yeah, he couldn't believe it. Couldn't believe it. I think
Hey,
he
you
punched
do
the
realize,
ground.
I mean, this was a huge. I mean, this
Well,
has turned them. They're pretty much out of the playoff
Yeah,
contention.
this
now.
is where
I mean,
That just changed the complexity of not only the national scene, but with the ACC.
Yes.
I mean, it's
this is where
I mean, and I know we played 4 quarters. There were other things that could have been done
Sure.
to win the ball game.
this is why
get
I
that.
don't like kickers in football right here. I
you
mean,
know what
I'm
I'm
gonna be
saying?
honest with you. I
You
have
can look
said
back
this
at
for
things they
years.
should have did, but still, you could have won the game.
We
Yeah,
got
yeah.
we got the whole thing being impacted by one guy's leg.
it's the classic. Son, you didn't lose the game, but you sure could have won.
You
it.
could have won it. Yeah,
You could have won.
because again, you play 4 quarters. There's other things. I'm sure
There
that
is,
happened.
there
that
is,
they-
there
that
is.
Clemson. I think they went for it on 4th one
Yeah,
time, and different things.
yeah.
You got
it's,
80 guys out there who
Bet he
blood,
didn't
sweat,
sleep a
and
wink.
tears. Blood and sweat and tears for just
Yeah.
and then all of a sudden we got one guy that we send out there.
Who hadn't even been out there all year.
And
Hadn't even
he's
had a uniform.
impacting-
Hadn't even had a uniform on.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so
Hadn't even
much.
dressed.
But then on the other side, you got kickers that won it this weekend. I mean, for
Well,
But see,
the
I don't.
Missouri
But,
guy
but
last
see,
week
here's the
kicked
thing.
60-something
I
yards.
don't.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't like that either.
well,
I've never liked that. If you want to kick a ball, just play soccer.
yeah. Well,
It wouldn't
and
kill me if they took it out.
and
know.
and then I stayed up
And
a
then
little
you're
late.
right. You just said about that. That's no way for them to. They're done.
Oh yeah, they're done. And then I had just a little bit of excitement because I knew Mississippi State was going to be at South Carolina and have about a 6:30 kick
That's
Central
a good
Time.
ball game.
And I don't know what's going on. Very frustrated right now. If you're a Mississippi State fan,
As
anyway,
a casual fan, that was fun to watch.
yeah, it was
you
a
know,
good game.
right.
They lost 37-30. And I stayed up a little later than I needed to, knowing that I was having to run sound and serve at church, and that's a 6:30 a.m. wake up on Sundays. Which if I was just waking up on my own, I wouldn't wake up that early. If I did, I'd roll over and go back to sleep. And so I get finished and serve whatever, come home, and JC's about to wrap up and head back to school, and so we're trying to gather all his stuff after getting back, and so we settle. He leaves, and then Kansas City Chiefs come on, and I turned it on the NFL Red Zone, and this is where they go to all the games they're in the red zone, about to score an exciting moment, and they hop around. And the Kansas City Chiefs were playing. Denver had gotten blown out by
good
Miami.
night.
I was seeing some of the end of that one.
Have you
Good
ever seen an
gracious.
NFL team win that big?
Golly, they lost 70-20. But then I see the full screen Taylor Swift jumping up and down in, I guess, one of the suites.
Yeah.
And
Well, yeah.
she was there to see Travis Kelce, and Mahomes at the end of the game, in a funny one, he goes, "Man, I had to throw it to him. I knew she was here watching."
That is fun.
He had a big game. Cowboys got shocked by
Watched a little bit of that.
St. Louis or Arizona Cardinals, I should say.
Yeah.
Dallas,
and,
come on, are you serious?
I know. I think they've the last 8 games or something. Arizona's beat them like
They got
all
their
but
number.
one. They've got their number. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah,
with
you
them.
had 2-0 and 0-2, and 0-2 got it done.
Yeah, shocked them.
And never Dallas never led the entire game.
No, and
And
what
look,
was
they didn't just
never
win
led.
their first 2 games; they won their first 2 games big.
yeah. And is it Dobbs from Tennessee? He's the quarterback right now, and he had a heck of a game. And I think the shocker with the Cowboys is that their defense couldn't get off the field, and normally it's their defense that shuts everybody down. But they couldn't get off the field the whole game. So that was kind of a little quick update on college football and the NFL. I see where the NFL has named Usher as the Super Bowl halftime show.
Oh, good night.
And we'll talk more about that as well. So you're kind of up to date on some of the bigger stories in college and the NFL. We'll be right back.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
This is good news, maybe exactly when you need it, too. Right now, switching to MediShare can save you even more than usual on top of what you'll save each month by becoming a member of MediShare.
And so many people are looking for a healthcare solution right now, especially given how inflation is affecting us. MediShare is the affordable, reliable alternative to health insurance. The typical family saves about $500 a month. You might save even more. And MediShare is a Christian community that's been sharing each other's healthcare costs for 30 years now, and they're making it easier than ever. Apply by October 31st, and you could save an additional $150 on your first month. I'll give you the number here in a second. Just tell them the promo code SHARE to get your additional savings. And maybe now is the time to make the switch like more than 400,000 people already have, and start saving. Here's the number. It's 855-51-BIBLE. You can call now. 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
Wendy's new breakfast 2 for $3 Biggie Bundles let you create your own delicious combo. Choose from a sausage biscuit, egg and cheese biscuit, small seasoned potatoes, and a medium hot coffee. But it's obvious which combo's the best. Sausage biscuit and small seasoned potatoes. Well, maybe it's the fresh cracked egg and cheese biscuit with a medium hot coffee. Or 2 savory sausage biscuits. Whichever you pick, you can't go wrong. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's new 2 for $3 Biggie Bundles.
Limited time only. U.S. price and participation may vary. Not valid in a combo. Single item at regular price.
Yep, I'm looking at the pages right now.
Thomas's translation company just lost its only 2 Spanish speakers. Without the right replacements, he'll be in problemas.
Yeah, we'll have those ready. Tonight's gonna be a late one.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. With Indeed Instant Match, we immediately show you quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed meet your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Babbel. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at babbel.com/TNC.
What's holding you back from learning the language you've always wanted to know?
Too hard. Takes too long.
Not with Babbel. Babbel's lessons take just 15 minutes a day, and they're fun.
Fun isn't hard.
Right. Babbel's interactive lessons, podcasts, games, and more make it fun and engaging, so you don't realize you're learning a language, but you are. Choose from topics like travel, business, relationships, and more. You'll learn what matters most to you. In 3 weeks, you're able to start having conversations.
Just 3 weeks? Even better.
Since Babbel's lessons are designed by language experts and voiced by real native speakers, you'll get the accents just right and be able to carry on conversations with confidence.
Learning a language with Babbel doesn't take long. And with Babbel, it isn't hard. It's perfect.
And now try Babbel for free by texting radio to 64,000. Text radio to 64,000. That's RADIO to 64,000.
A busy fall schedule doesn't mean you have to compromise when it comes to meal times. Great taste, quality ingredients, convenient doorstep delivery. So yes, you can have it all with HelloFresh. HelloFresh knows you got a lot on your plate, so they deliver pre-portioned ingredients and foolproof recipes to your door. From fit and wholesome options to family faves, they handle the meal planning and grocery shopping, so all you have to do is receive your box, cook, and dig in. And HelloFresh is not just for dinner. You can stock your fridge with quick breakfast, 10-minute lunches, and fresh snacks delivered along with your weekly order. And probably the best part, HelloFresh is actually cheaper than grocery shopping and 25% less expensive than takeout. Right now, you can save even more when you join America's #1 meal kit today and get 50% off plus 15% off the next 2 months with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. This fall, take premium audio with you wherever you go. Raycon's everyday earbuds. They look, they feel, and sound better than ever with 3 sound profiles to match whatever I'm listening to. They feature noise isolation, awareness mode, so I can choose to be immersed in sound or I can tune out my surroundings when I need to. With optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit, these earbuds are comfortable enough for all-day wear, and they do not budge. 8 hours of playtime, 32 hours of total battery life. And I love this. Raycon's everyday earbuds, here we go, start at half the price of the other premium audio brands. Over 78,000 5-star reviews and a 30-day happiness guarantee. There's no reason not to check them out. And now that back to school is in session, Raycon is having their annual back to school sale. For a limited time, get 20% off site-wide plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Buyraycon.com/Bubba for 20% off or rickandbubba.com.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
8 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. This portion of the show is brought to you by our friends at mypillow.com/Bubba. Look, they've got so many savings right now, it's really hard to go through them all. I'm talking about King and Queen MyPillow 2.0s are 50% off. My slippers are $39.98, a $100 savings. We got bed sheets, the Giza bed sheets starting at $29.98. Kitchen towels 25% off. My sandals are just $19.50. Dog beds and blankets are $19.99. Men's and women's sleepwear are 80% off. You get the idea? There's a lot happening and a lot of savings at mypillow.com/Bubba. Head there today, or you can go to find it at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors as well. mypillow.com/Bubba. If you're shopping around for some different things, you owe it to yourself. Go there first. mypillow.com/Bubba. One game I forgot to bring up was the Arkansas LSU game. What a great game that was!
Yeah.
Wow, that Arkansas quarterback is a stud. You can't bring him down.
Big guy.
He's big.
You better bring more than one person.
That's right. They bounce off
Woo,
of it.
good gracious.
He can sling it.
He
too.
can. He can. They that was a really good game. LSU ended up winning it in the end, but that was a good game for sure.
I got a question for y'all. This is so good. A QFTA question from the audience.
Okay.
Can't be from a family member. Okay. So you have to skip through that. Grab your phone, Greg. If you had to get the last text message outside of a family member that has been sent to you as a tattoo, what tattoo would be going on your arm? So, for instance, I'm scrolling through. Rick actually sent me outside because Amanda texted me, but Rick is the next one. And the last text he said was, "Saw that coming." And so that would have to go on my arm. So what is the last text message outside of a family member that would have to be a tattoo?
I just got one from a friend of mine.
Okay, well, that's it. What does it say?
Aggravated, being a Mississippi State, Alabama, and Auburn fan this year.
That's what your tattoo would have to say. Greg, what would your tattoo have to say?
This is funny.
I really hope it's from Gerald.
No, it's actually from Dana.
Okay.
Okay.
That works on WZZK. She wants to know what Lisa and them sell. So I got to get, what does Lisa sell on my arm?
I guess I'm just going to say, mine's going to say aggravated.
Yeah.
That's funny.
That was a good question.
It was. Look at us. Oh, man. Yeah, that's hey, wow. Very frustrated being a Mississippi State fan. Look, and I know
I could tell when we brought up the game. It was outside of the being on air. I could tell you were a little frustrated.
Yeah. Frustrated before this weekend, but look, and I know everybody's been through a lot with Coach Leach passing away at last December.
Yeah.
It just and I don't know. I don't know who we are. It's just one of those things where so we're gonna try to be a running team. Well, we don't do that real well. So we're just not gonna pass anymore. Well, okay, now we're average at that too. So what the heck are we? Let's figure that out. We did throw it a lot more, but ended up losing that game. And now we host Alabama. Okay, so that's good.
Get easy.
Yeah, so that's real good.
Their defense isn't any good at all.
No, not at all. Not at all. Some other stories here, and this is a I don't even know if I want to bring it up because I don't want to end this hour on
a bad note.
Yeah, it's just weird. It's just bizarre. I don't even know how it happened. Did y'all see this alligator story?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, I don't really.
Oh, that's awful, man.
Yeah. So that's where you wanted to go, huh?
Well, no, but it's a story that so they come up on this alligator.
But the details were kind of vague. I mean, did they know who it was, or
I don't know.
I'm sure they will.
Was it someone who had maybe already drowned? The alligator decided to get it, or did the alligator actually do the killing? I don't know.
It was a 13-foot alligator was killed by Florida officials after it had been reportedly seen carrying human remains on Friday. And there's drone or aerial footage of the situation, and it's extremely sad.
Are we getting a lot of gator stories?
I saw a video.
Shark stories.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And that's kind of what I was wanting to bring
kinda
up.
treacherous this
We talked about moose last week, bears, and all this kind of stuff, and maybe we're just blessed, and it could change tomorrow. Biggest thing we have to fear right now probably is a coyote jumping out of the woods and, whatever, but that probably wouldn't happen. But in some of these communities, now, you would think a gator's not going to – I don't know what the situation is with that, but –
I saw a video this weekend.
Can you not go for a walk?
No, listen to this. I saw a video this weekend. I don't know when it was. It may have been – it's probably dated, probably not recent, but there was a couple in their swimming pool at home, okay, just enjoying the evening. It's a little – I think it's probably like getting close to dark. They're just out there hanging out in their pool, doing what couples do, and all of a sudden an alligator comes in the pool and attacks them.
Golly,
and they have to jump out of their pool.
Are you
and
serious?
Yes, and the lady got bit, and they both jumped out, and you just see the gator just swimming around in the pool. And
You
that's
normally feel safe in your own pool from an alligator.
Yeah.
At night.
But to your point,
That's the ultimate you can't have.
And technology we have moved so fast and forward in our technology with cameras that there is a camera everywhere. So I do think probably these things have been going on for years, and we're just capturing more of it.
I guess so.
But it does seem like the numbers are way up.
Yeah.
Golly. That's awful. It really is.
But I'd like a little few more details. Was someone reported missing? Do we know who this person is? Is it really that? I mean,
agreed.
I think the woman that claimed she saw it had video of it.
Oh no, yeah, there's video. Disturbing too.
Yeah, I've seen it. It's not. It's rough.
I haven't seen the video.
Oh,
I didn't even want him to talk about it.
That'll stay with you for the rest of the day. So we're not going to show you that.
Now, I did see the video of that crocodile that got that guy the other week.
Yeah,
remember that?
Yeah.
I see more and more too of these. Whoever, kids, guys, women, they're fishing. They've caught a bass. They're taking it off, and they're down there by the bank, and gator coming up and trying to get the fish. And I'm like, golly. And they're not even paying attention half the time. It's like they want the fish, obviously, but goodness gracious.
Yeah.
You just see it all the time now.
You do. All right, so Adler's here. Rick, Bubba, Arlie here. So the gang's here. The whole show. Full staff today, 866-WE-BE-BIG. A lot of great feedback, too, on RBU this past weekend with Adam Davis, the author of Unconquered, 10 Principles to Avoid Adversity and Live Above Defeat. A great conversation with Adam. So if you have not watched or listened to the RBU, that's available now. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
With his husband, by the way.
Bubba has now. I just want to be clear on this because I don't know.
Yeah,
and Bubba,
Mayor Pete.
All right, Bubba.
Is that who she's talking about?
Can I tell
Booty
you?
Jig.
Hey, Bubba, I'm gonna tell you on Carter today. You took 2 steps forward. I'm afraid you have to take 2 steps back. But this is the problem with President Carter. President Carter is another one of those people that the Bible warns us about that is going out trying to take God and turn him into something he wants God to be. As opposed to just scripturally saying this doesn't mean this mayor and his husband that we all should treat them poorly, attack them, whatever. But what President Carter is doing, it's one thing to say you are welcome to come here and to seek, what you think the truth may be. But it's another thing to legitimize it and say we believe God has evolved on his standard of marriage. Now we have no scripture to point to on that. That's just our feelings.
Oh,
about
I can give you scripture about tickling of the ears in the latter days.
Oh, baby,
I think this would qualify.
And certainly you want to be respectful if they want to come to the class to learn, to seek. But when they now say we're a couple and we want to be the people you call on to read the Bible today, or we want to serve in the church, we want to be made members of the church, we want our marriage to be legitimized by the church and by the God who set the church up, and we want him to go against his standard because somewhere in our feelings he changed it. You cannot do that, and we are called to do completely the opposite in love, but we're not immovable on compromising God's truth. You don't really love anybody when you let them stay where they are and just keep telling them it's all going to be good. Is that really loving anybody?
No.
I'm glad people didn't do that for me. The people who did that for me nearly sent me to hell. It was the people who finally said, hey, you're wrong, and we love you, but way you're living and the way Scripture says people who are under the authority of Christ live, you're in conflict with that, Rick Burgess.
Jimmy will be just like the rest of us. He's going to stand there giving account for his life, and it'll be the measuring stick of the word. And just like me, he's going to have to, too.
Amen. And he's got this wrong just like he's got Israel's place in the world wrong.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Thank you for being with us as we start a brand new hour on a brand new day on a brand new week. Unpacking another one. We thank you for being with us today. This one starts with the national anthem. 7.5 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866. We Be Big is our number. We thank you for being with us today. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsy all gave you a kickoff hour, and it's out there. If you missed it, go back and catch it on the archives today. Eddie Van Adler back from the weekend. He's ready with the YouTube experience for you there at rickandbubba.com. Click the YouTube channel. Subscribe if you haven't already. You'll get an alert when the show starts live or we put anything live up on the YouTube channel. You get the live show, and then you get the entire video archive every day as well. If you'd like a best of hour of the video archive, you can catch that on Blaze TV. For all of our Blaze TV subscribers, we're honored to be part of that lineup. So there it is. The gang's all here. We're missing one, the silver tongue one, the man with the golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome in to another edition and a new week of the Rick and Bubba Show. Your two fat buddies on the radio trying to make it happen. Come on now.
Let's go with it.
Let's hear it.
Money and fame. Ain't no doubt about it. Ain't no doubt about it, baby.
Ain't no doubt.
Money and fame. So here we are, ready to embark on another week, on another day. For all of our Jewish brothers and sisters out there, Yom Kippur, the Day of Atonement, one of the holiest days in the Jewish tradition, and so. You know, it was funny because Sherry and I were talking about that this morning as we were reading the Bible, and she said, well, if you wish a true, devout Jewish person Yom Kippur today, they probably don't hear you because they don't do anything today. They probably don't have the radio on. So maybe for all you secular Jews, happy Yom Kippur. The Day of Atonement, the Day of Repentance. So anyway, so that's a big day, and a lot tied to that on biblical history when the ultimate atonement, what we believe in the new covenant, finally arrived. So there you are. That's a big day today.
It is.
Yeah,
it is.
And that was also, if I remember, was it Sandy Koufax that would not pitch in the World Series because it fell on Yom Kippur?
How about that?
Did not know it was
that.
a very, very famous story. I think
I vaguely remember
I think I have the picture right, and it was a big deal because he said that's a non-negotiable. So and then of course you had the guy that wouldn't run on Sunday from Chariots of Fire, but that was from the New Covenant side. So
there was a movie about it. It was easier to remember.
Yeah. Was it Sandy Koufax? I'm gonna have to look. I may have that right. I don't know where. I mean, I pulled that out of nowhere today.
I mean, you pull that way out of the back pocket today.
Yeah, but it reminded me of that. But I'm not sure I have the right player. But anyway,
yes.
Okay.
1965 decision to sit out the first game of the 1965 World Series because it fell on this particular date.
There you go. So anyway, so we got that. We'll look back at what was a very active weekend. Of course, it's always a little sports heavy during football season on Mondays and Fridays. I thought that we warned that college football fans were safe, but the NFL fans were not. I started getting Colts fans saying, "Rick, how did we get Beth
What did you do to us?"
And I said, I said no one was safe. I threw out the NFL still had a problem. And we didn't tell you the game, and you're right, but we just thought it was a way to
we didn't want to break it.
We just thought it was a way to avoid it.
Rick, there was a lot of oddities this weekend.
Yeah, there
a lot
were.
of strange things happened.
Yeah.
We'll break some of that down. Have you ever heard? You've heard a crowd noise affecting a team, right? And you want the home field advantage.
Yes.
Have you ever heard of the home crowd messing up the home team with 35 seconds left, trying to win the game with no timeouts?
I can see how that would happen, but I can't recall that I've ever heard of it.
Well,
no.
it happened yesterday.
Did it really? Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I could see how that's where this all came from.
Yeah, that's where you learn to do that.
Right, yeah,
Instead of trying to figure it out and running in the huddle, calling your own play and throwing a pick in the end zone.
Yeah, those listening were doing our hands like quarterbacks coming,
like
trying to
a
bite
bird
the home
flapping,
crowd, or trying to get the band to stop playing and all that. Of course, the guy at Minor, he won't stop. But
it's going to take more than that.
So you never know. The quarterback may have to tase him. But
you won't believe who it happened to.
Okay.
The Minnesota Vikings.
That is hilarious.
Hey, just spike the ball. Why are you even trying to run a play?
You okay?
Just spike the ball and then have time to get in the huddle and get a play together.
I didn't see the game. I just was reading about the highlight.
I saw the play.
Only the Minnesota Vikings and Kirk Cousins could pull off something like that.
And also I got to watch a good bit of football on Saturday, not Sunday. I didn't see any on Sunday, but I got to watch some on Saturday and got to see a good bit of parts of various games. And I thought
whoopings out there, wasn't it?
What's the Arkansas coach's name? Pittman?
Yeah, Sam Pittman.
I didn't understand what Sam was doing. I mean, buddy, it's over if you don't let them score and try to get your offense the ball back. If you keep trying to stop them, they're just simply going to run the clock out and kick a short extra point field goal to win the game. You don't have any timeouts left. Why wouldn't you just let them score?
Yeah.
And then because your offense was one of those things where nobody could stop each other's offense, LSU and Arkansas. And every time they would score, you kept tying it up. So let them score and get your offense the ball with some time. There is no other scenario unless you think he's going to miss an extra point field goal, I guess.
Yeah.
But then
ask Clemson.
But
Rick,
but I mean, I'm like, I didn't understand that strategy because you basically look like he just said, "Well, game's over."
Strategically, you're right, and I've seen that done. It kind of looks odd when everybody stands up and lets them run in the end zone, and the odds are astronomical. You're going to be able to come back, score, and kick an onside kick and win anyway. But
they didn't need an onside kick.
They didn't.
If they let them score,
most of the time you do that, and it goes. It's they're up by 2 scores.
If you let them score, then all you got to do is tie the game.
Yeah, you have enough time on the clock to go.
But if you don't, the game's over.
It's just hard because you see so many times somebody will fumble something or something go completely haywire like the Clemson game. It's just hard to stand up and let a team walk in.
No, I got
it's just really difficult.
I've seen some teams do it and it be successful. But I guess what I'm saying, if I was sitting there as a coach, and I know they all have their odds. All right, are the odds he's going to miss? Now they were inside the 5. Don't miss that. Are the odds he's going to miss a field goal from inside the 5 to beat us with no time on the clock? Or do we have better odds to let them score, and our offense has scored on the last 3 drives in a row, that we would get the ball back and tie it up and go into overtime? It would feel like letting them score gives you the best chance to win right there.
Well, like I say, it's you see it done
when you're only one touchdown down.
But it's hard, sometimes.
Well, it was tied at that point, so you would have been only one touchdown down.
Yeah, that's even tougher to me.
Yeah. I didn't understand. Well, I mean, it just felt like it was that if you pick that, it's pretty much hopeless. You got a chance if you let them score and get the ball back, and see if you can tie it up. But he makes a lot more money than I do.
Yeah.
And I know he hates losing, so I like that about him. And I think he's done a good job. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
If you
The world's greatest garage band, Mr. Lucky, from their one and only CD, Fat Chance. And that's Rebel with a Cause. Bubba, you and I heard it. I mean, we were then in your office when Dan Moultrie uttered this phrase. Today, my question is the best of the best of the best.
And it's unbelievable. That's pretty high mark.
It is.
Considering what Dan has brought to the table over the years. So I'm very excited. Rick, he had a handful of papers. Did you see that?
I
mean,
did.
he had
Like a little
it looked
booklet.
like the Mueller report or something.
Like a little booklet.
So he, I can't wait to see what all is in play today. Look, I'm a little worried about you messing up my intro this morning.
Yeah.
Do we need to jot that down? I don't think we've ever wrote it down.
Well,
have we?
I'll tell you what it is, and you know this. When it comes to memorization, it has to be done the same way every time. So when I hit that, and so it was on
It
bank
threw you
5,
off, huh?
it threw me off, and I started, then stopped, and then went to start again.
Double clutch.
As long as I start one time, I'm fine. Yeah, it's
Speedy. Let's make a note of it.
Yeah,
anyway.
just
And
put
I'm
it
with
in
him
our
on that.
computer.
I see what he's saying.
Listen, I got a couple of things too that I thought, I might need to make a note of that.
Yeah.
Just,
Can I tell you a couple of things? One of the things is I'm not trying to use an excuse because we're certainly falling away, but is I also am a little bit lightheaded from the fumes of paint.
Yeah,
they're painting the broadcast plaza and teleport, and it's literally making my head hurt right now.
Well,
I mean, it's
I've enjoyed that smell. To me, it helps. You can't smell the restaurants.
right. Yeah.
So
well,
it's,
to me, I was I guess a little bit of something goes a long way. What I feel right now is that my head's stuffed in a paint bucket, and that I don't find that pleasurable. But I don't know what it is. Certain smells bother. They don't bother me like the way they smell, but they make my head hurt or they make my nose feel funny.
Paint will sneak up on you too. You'll think you're fine, and all of a sudden, boom! Hey, you got a headache.
Well,
What's that about?
they're painting. The plaza is under a makeover, which when it's all over, I'm sure we're going to feel better about it. Because it'll be better and nicer, and but the process of getting there while doing a live radio show can be trying. And and you mentioned the restaurants. I mean, imagine when you got your fork and some food, and that aroma is mixed with the smell of ceiling paint.
Oh,
yeah, sure.
Right now, we're enjoying the road version of hey, the road's getting widened and we're going to get more lanes,
Sure.
but right now it's down to one, and it is a pain.
I tell you what, though, I'm kind of with Bubba. I think I'll take the paint smell over the drilling.
Oh,
yeah,
Rick,
yeah.
absolutely.
And I talked
Absolutely.
to them, and they love the show, and
Sure,
are trying
sure.
desperately. And it's funny because I said the way the broadcast city center here is set up, y'all could be doing something on the other side, and it's like you're doing it in the next room.
Oh yeah,
And he even came down here one day after the show and listened. He's like, "Wow, you're right." So they're trying to work around.
Well,
when
yeah.
we
Well,
are
look,
on.
this is the good and the bad of the idea of putting a radio show in a commercial operation.
Mm-hmm.
The good is you can see it, you can get here, you're in the middle of action. The bad is when they have to work somewhere, you're a part of it, and that's. I mean, there's nothing we do about it. I mean, we certainly are glad it's getting repaired, but it's a fun journey on the way.
Well, it's laid out a little different than most places, and it's a lot of poured concrete, and it does bring the question of how many holes do we need in this concrete, because
Right.
we seem to put a lot of them in it all the time.
Yeah, it's it's too complicated to explain. But,
Yeah.
but when they discovered something that happened involving the rhubarb, it really messed
The
whole-
rebar?
Rhubarb, how you
Yeah.
say it? I'm thinking about
You thinking of Rhubarb Jones?
Rhubarb Jones,
Bless his heart.
who's gone on into
Yep.
radio glory.
And they're actually having to fix a problem that existed. So
Wow. Yeah. Somebody kind of cut some of that away, trying to do something, and that'll make things a little unstable.
Yeah, don't need that.
No.
Don't need that.
drill away. I told them.
Yep.
It's all.
$22 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba, we're back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. So we make our way back. It's an annual event here on the Rick and Bubba Show is that we sing Earth, Wind, and Fire September as we celebrate Greg's wife, Lisa Burgess' birthday tonight.
That's right, Rick. We had a great birthday weekend at City Fest in Host Bluff.
Oh, Greg.
Honestly, we had a ball. Everybody had a great attitude, and we had a fun time. So
got to meet Batman.
Yes,
you did a good job.
But so we spent the whole weekend together. We, maybe not a birthday celebration that she was looking to.
Oh, Greg, when you moving products at the what is it, Arts and Crafts Fair?
That's right, at City Fest, Rick. And but we did. We had a great time. It was fun. But today is her birthday. I wish her happy birthday to my lovely wife. I'm 57, and I'll just say she's a little younger than I am.
There you go.
So you know how women are about you giving their age.
Yeah. Happy birthday, Lisa. Everybody say,
hey, Lisa.
Come on, move. Everybody, let's go. Remember.
Plans for today.
Big plans. What y'all gonna do?
Well, we're gonna move furniture out of our bedroom out into the hallway because we're getting new carpet put in tomorrow. So we're gonna get that done. I hope she don't get hurt. I hope she can handle the weight on the other end as she helps me to get the chest drawer out there.
My goodness.
So we're gonna do that today, and that ought to be fun.
Just holler at Riley.
Oh yeah, he will. Riley's gonna have to come and bail me out.
Then y'all can go in there and be tired and play chopsticks and go to bed.
There it is. Yeah, we finally got the piano out of there.
There's a piano going there?
It is. Boy, that's a whole nother story.
Oh, is it really?
Girl,
what were y'all doing with it where it was?
Rick, it's just.
And where is it now?
It's where it's going to be. It's in the final. Rick, there I am with Batman at City Fest. I never seen Batman with a goatee.
Greg, you seem to have a pretty good attitude about City Fest.
I had a ball. I really did, Rick. There was a band there. They had a bunch of bands through the day, and I could hear them. I couldn't see them that good from where I was. They had the Mr. Lucky set list. All the covers we played.
Oh, really?
Van Halen.
All right.
All Right Now by Free. I mean, Lisa, she goes, that is Mr. Lucky set list.
Now, Speedy, and I know you know this, so, and it may have been the same weekend, but I heard some kind of promotion about it. Can Greg and Lisa go on the road to Helena? Don't y'all do the Rubber Duck thing?
Oh, yeah.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
The Bucks Creek.
Buck Creek Festival?
Was that this past weekend? I may have missed it.
Have I missed it?
I heard somebody talking about it because I'd like to see Greg and Lisa go on the road and be there.
I got to guess one of them little trailers.
Speedy used to own it over there. Do you not do that in the community anymore? Remember Speedy used to go get them ducks?
Yeah.
He
Man,
was
I'd host it.
Yeah.
Him and Just John.
Yeah.
Let's see here.
Now
today.
UAB's took him away.
Well, no. Hold on. Let's see here.
I heard
it's
something.
October 6th and 7th.
Oh, Greg, y'all can make that.
Oh, I'm going to tell you.
Greg,
get her and Pat fired up on it again.
Just in time to plan for it.
Yes, sir,
That's
Greg. You can do that, then you can come to Brody's wedding on Sunday.
That's it. What a weekend.
It had less than 2 weeks.
Wow. Hey,
got to talk about that a lot.
Here it comes.
Hey, look, Rick. Vendors, live music, duck race,
vendors, there
activities.
It is.
Greg, you have to be there.
There it is, Greg.
I don't know how that got by her.
Greg, grand prize, $500.
Hey,
on, Greg.
Might as well be there.
Yeah. So.
It's so anyway, we had a fun time. And like I said, happy birthday.
I bet you did.
We'll spend your birthday moving furniture. Yeah. But hey, think about that new carpet though tomorrow.
Oh, see there, that's part of it.
Birthday to me.
That's part.
We've done a lot of remodeling.
Yes.
We're right in the middle of that. That's fun.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
It's getting there though. It's getting close.
Speaking of that, I got to see Cameron, who is my future daughter-in-law. This is marriage number 2 in 30 days coming up, in less than 2 weeks now.
You might as well get them all out of the way.
Yeah. Well, I told her, I said, I love
somebody help Daddy out here.
I said I love my son, but you've really got a job ahead. And she goes, no, I'm aware of it. I said, and this may surprise y'all. I keep a pretty neat house. And so Sherry's been in the hospital, and we got her home yesterday. So thank goodness for that, and I'll give you all a brief update on that. But so I don't want her coming home to a messy house.
No,
and so I had everything, and I actually, when I'm by myself, I really do keep a neat house. I can do laundry. I can.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I don't.
Well, I just don't mess up a lot of stuff.
I
Try not to.
I don't deep clean. Now that's where I'm not very good. But as far as keeping things straightened, keeping things swept, keeping things vacuumed, keeping things in their place, washing clothes, putting things where they go, I have no problem with that. And what I do, I'm not a let everything turn to a giant mess, then, oh no, we got this big project. Do something, clean it up. Do something, clean it up.
Yeah.
Do something, clean it up. I don't just let it build.
Mm-hmm. And then clean it up.
Right. Yeah, and so
I've got some rooms I don't even go into, so I don't mess them up.
Right,
and I know they're going to be right when they come back.
And I appreciate my son's it came from a good place that he wanted to come stay. He wanted to come back home and stay with me during this time. It was an awful kind thing to do.
Yeah.
But that boy's a slob. I mean, an absolute slob. I told Cameron, I said, God love you. I said, she goes, oh, understand. I've been to his apartment many times. There's been times that I just told him go find something to do, and I would just have to straighten it up. And I said, you're gonna have to. You got to correct that. You don't want this guy right here. The one I don't get is this thing, and he's been doing it his entire.
You don't want Camtastic sending him back for remedial training.
No,
that's what Betty threatened to do with me.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm like, this thing he does, I call behind the bathroom door. You'll go and think, all right, we got all the clothes. And you'll look, and behind the bathroom door, there's a pile of dirty clothes.
Oh, yeah. Can't even push it open.
Braden does.
Does he do that?
Yeah.
He throws all his clothes behind the bathroom door, like the door's open, and that little
Braden does the
behind
exact
it.
same
Why,
thing.
what is that?
Why
That's
would
not
this
a door
This is
open.
not good news for me to hear that this is still going on.
Oh yeah. Well, wife would break him with that.
Sure.
And it was I would have already broken him up. And so when Sherry got home, I said, well, your house is spotless and in order. Just don't go look at the boys' room where he's been staying. And don't look at that bathroom down there. I did the best I could. I couldn't overcome it. He had so much volume coming, I couldn't keep up with
much to deal with.
And and then I said, you're gonna wash your own clothes because you're a grown man now.
Yeah.
And he said, okay. He just never did it. You know what I mean? And so I think he did one load of his clothes, but it didn't. He got out ahead of himself.
Yeah.
Now, when I decided to purge myself of T-shirts, he developed a whole new wardrobe.
Yeah,
he's been walking around for a week with a different T-shirt that used to be mine.
Yeah. I got so many, I think I could start an outlet store.
Yeah. Bubba's T-shirts.
We used to have that, Josh.
How about this?
Not Bubba's, but outlet.
About a couple of years ago, I donated 12 garbage bags of T-shirts. I just donated another 4 garbage bags of T-shirts. Gave Brody a garbage bag of T-shirts, and still have a whole thing full of T-shirts. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Another industry, that's for sure.
We have kind of a question that they told us in the break that somebody was standing by, and this is Jacob, I think. Jacob, you had a question for all members of Team Rick and Bubba?
My daughter has a question for you.
Your daughter does, okay.
How old is y'all and y'all's kids?
How old are we and
And
all
our
the
kids.
kids? Okay,
Oh.
all right. So, how old am I, Bubba? I'm 54.
54 right now.
And my kids are 29, 28, 20, and about to be 18.
And Bubba is currently 55, which, by the way, that thinking about that gives me the heaves a little
double
bit.
nickel.
And I have 21 and 19.
All right, Speedy.
I'm sorry. What was the question?
How old are you and how old are your kids?
I'm 50, and I got 22, 17, and 15.
Okay, let's go, Greg.
I'm 52. I have he ain't 20. He'll be 28 next week, and 24.
Okay. All right, Helms.
I'm 41, 13, 12, and 6.
Adler.
I am 32, I think. And Kevin and Franklin are 7 and 8.
So there you go. We hadn't had that question before.
I know.
There's the update.
How about that?
All right,
She goes, you're older than I thought you were.
Right, this is what she's thinking. Sorry, Bob. I know a lot of you out there are big boycott people. I would waste my time on this one. I'm just telling you, this is going to be for heterosexual people, the Chick-fil-A situation. Look, no matter how many times the LGBTQ gets mad at Chick-fil-A, they cannot make LGBTQ people stop eating that chicken sandwich. They just can't. It just doesn't work. I mean, they're just saying, look, I want to stand by my guns and all that, but man, I'm sorry. I just love that delicious chicken sandwich. It's had no effect on Chick-fil-A whatsoever because even members of that group say, look, I got to draw a line at denying myself Chick-fil-A. I believe we now have the same problem on the heterosexual side of the fence. If the LGBTQ in your face, we will not just agree to disagree. You must confirm and condone If you think you're getting sick and tired of that, you didn't like the White House being lit up in rainbow colors, I mean, you're really getting fired up now. You're saying, Rick, bring it on. Hey, man, I ain't been back to Target, and you're going to give me the next one, Rick. What's the next thing I need to boycott? I'm afraid it's Bud Light. And I just don't think –
Hush.
I just don't think there's going to be a whole lot of backlash.
The Chick-fil-A comparison is brilliant.
No, this is for heterosexuals. This is the Chick-fil-A.
Right.
Telling a guy, say, hey, what do you think about the LGBTQ? I'll tell you one thing, man. Enough's enough. You got to draw a line somewhere. Hey, did you know that Bud Light's got a rainbow beer? What?
Dang.
No, hey, you need to boycott Bud Light.
What'd you say?
What'd you say? Say that again? I ain't that mad about it.
Rick, why couldn't it have been Milwaukee's best?
Yeah.
You know, my goodness.
Rick, I'm envisioning, though, a guy at the back of a bar where they're bringing up the truck to unload it. He's about 450 pounds, about 5'8". He's got a beard. It's pretty scraggly. Got a lot of leather on, tattooed from ear to finger on one side. And they're going to start unloading these bottles, and I just feel like he's going to say, "Get me some other bottles."
Now, here's what he's going to do. Here's what they're going to do. Rick, let me tell you this: they're not stupid.
They're just going to boycott this bottle.
That's what I'm saying, Rick. Yeah, Rick. Budweiser's not dumb. No. They're not doing away with the blue bottles.
No, they're not.
They're going to have a limited amount of rainbow bottles.
You're
And
right.
Bubba, you're exactly right because I'm speaking to my crowd.
Yeah.
They will boycott those bottles.
Right.
They will not boycott the
He'll
home
say,
team blue.
Load up those bottles, get that crap out of here, and bring me the old blues back.
Yeah,
Bubba, with the blues,
but they will not leave the brand. I can tell you that.
Well, let me tell you what Bud Light's doing right here, and this is another great analogy. First of all, this is the Chick-fil-A.
Rick, it's like when the mayor of New York said boycott Chick-fil-A, and they lined up around the block.
Right. This is the Chick-fil-A thing for the LGBTQ.
That's it.
But let me say this. I'll go a step further, and this is another one, Bubba, and you know this. This is also to Anheuser-Busch. They don't want to be bothered. They want to say, look, we're with you. We're good. Here comes our first ever rainbow aluminum bottle. But listen. This is cutting off the lights on NBC on Sunday night to show that NBC was green.
Yeah.
Budweiser says they know what's going to happen. Now, they're going to get stuck with a lot of rainbow aluminum bottles, and they know that. And they've already taken that on their bottom line, and they've said, okay, let's go ahead and call this a loss. We might get a few LGBTQs to come in here and leave the beer they're drinking.
They've got some bars that specialize in that. They'll ship them to them.
They'll ship them to them, and then they'll say that they made a great stand to partner with LGBTQ, and on the other side, their core audience that drinks Bud Light will still be drinking the blue bottle and the 35 minutes past the hour. Things you need to know. A brand new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, dropped over the weekend. We interview Adam Davis, his new book, Unconquered, 10 Principles to Overcome Adversity and Live Above Defeat. All that was a really powerful conversation. If you didn't catch that this weekend, that podcast is available wherever you get podcasts. You know, I was telling Helms, it was so weird. I usually check the Rick and Bubba archive every day just to kind of check things, see what's going on, be sure it's out there, and I go back and listen to things, critique, how I could, need to speak a little clearer. I could do a little better on that. Trying to, try to bang on your craft a little bit. And for some reason, and it still hasn't been resolved, by the way. We this phrase, when I first started saying it, I was just told to say it, but I didn't really know what it meant. And that was wherever you get podcasts. I didn't even know what that meant. And I just knew I had a podcast app on my phone, so I could get podcasts there. But I really didn't know what that meant. And so and then people would say things like, well, y'all are on Spotify too. And I was like, oh, I guess I need to mention that. And then I was told by Helms that is part of wherever you get podcasts.
Yeah. You covered it.
Yeah. So anyway, for some reason on Friday, I guess it was Friday. Yeah, Friday, I could not get, it's episode not available. This episode not available. And then I checked with Helms. He said, no, it's running fine. There's no problem with the episode. And I figured that because I hadn't got any complaints or anything like that. And I thought, well, sometimes that happens. It'll work itself out. Never could make it happen. Went over to Spotify, and it played like a charm.
Yeah.
So something with Apple Podcast and our podcast or my phone or something, it would play. It wouldn't play on that platform, but it'd play on Spotify.
It must have been like the headset the Vikings had to
Mine's
get it
done
to
that,
work, right?
Yeah.
But I just turned the phone off and then turn it back on.
I did that too. And it didn't
work.
work.
Sometimes, that sometimes works. Sometimes there's an update that it needs. But you said it was playing other podcasts and not ours, right?
Yeah,
so
that's what was weird.
that would make sense
Yeah.
to me, but I don't.
I tried a couple other podcasts and they played fine.
Yeah.
Isn't that weird?
And I went to the specific one you were talking about.
Yeah.
And I was able to play it fine.
Well, and here's bad news when something like that happens. That was always the most convenient thing for me. Now I find myself kind of liking the way Spotify operates.
I have noticed a lot of people moving to the Spotify world.
So I went over there, and I actually liked our archive and our RBU. I kind of liked the way it operated over there better.
I'm hearing more
I
and
even
more
like
of
the
that.
way the Bible study looks over there.
Yeah.
I like the logo they use. So anyway, Apple may have lost me to Spotify. So anyway, we want to remind you too, Relief Factor. I've already had my first pack today. 100% natural, research-based formula created to help combat root causes of inflammation. That's the body's natural inflammatory response. And it's all natural, 4 botanicals, so it is something you can take every day. And the letters continue to come in. I can see an impact in my life when I'm take it, and when I don't, like if I travel and I ever forget to take it with me, I'm like, I can tell. It really does help. With aging, with exertion, maybe you're trying to do a little better and you overdid it a little bit. Maybe you just had a hard day at the office. But anyway, the aches and pains of life, if the root is inflammation, this may be an all-natural solution for you. And the majority of people that order the 3-week starter pack for $19.95 will go back and order more, meaning I see results. So why don't you go now to ReliefFactor.com, get that quick start pack, find out if you are in the majority, and also find that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so we have I know we have a lot to review from the weekend. I know you guys mentioned it in the kickoff hour. I know we talk a lot of football on Monday. I know, Bubba, you're distraught about the Vikings.
It's just, look, Rick, I wasn't that distraught. I didn't watch the game because I knew there would be some kind of funny, weird thing that happened,
Yeah. Well, I was
that dreaded home field advantage.
Yeah. So I wasn't in play on Sunday, but on Saturday I actually was preparing to bring Sherry home and was getting the house ready. So I was kind of by myself for almost the majority of the day. So I just cut the TVs on and I just kicked around. So I saw a little bit of a lot of games. I didn't see a lot of mini games.
Right.
And I saw a little bit things here and there. But it didn't take me long to realize that that Colorado, the Cinderella story, and you could feel it coming. You
knew it was going to strike midnight.
Well, at first you think, all right, TCU, they got revealed against Georgia. They were kind of a Cinderella story that earned their way, by the way, to the national championship game, but they weren't the second best team in the nation, and we found that out in a horrifying way for them. And then that's not even the team that Colorado played. It's a different TCU.
Right.
Still very impressive that Colorado beat them. Then Colorado State, they were supposed to blow them out. They really didn't, and then lost a key player. And then who was the second game?
Nebraska.
Nebraska.
Yeah,
That was Nebraska's not great, but that was a good win. But you could just kind of sense that Oregon, who at times can be overrated, but when they put a good team together. Bo Nix is 31 years old now. So, it's you've got a veteran quarterback who can be very good if he's in a good offense, and he's having a great season, had a great season last year. And, this team was I watched the beginning of it, you're like, okay, now Colorado is playing against elite players. This is a true top 5 team, Power 5 team, and, buddy, it was ugly. It looked like 2 different leagues.
Rick, here's the thing. When they make the movie called Primetime, you just stop the movie after the 3rd game. That's all. You just don't show this game.
Well, and again...
you got to fall. You got to fall, and then you come back.
You come back. And I like that he's saying this, get us now, which is good. And I like that he took, if you're going to be a primetime presentation... If somebody gets you, he did the right thing by saying, hey, he earns the right to say things like they're going after wins, not clicks. He earned it. And they lined up and they whipped us in every phase of the game. We got spanked and we took an old-fashioned woodshed beating. They were never in it. It was over so fast. when I saw the first drive and how easy that was, and I know sometimes defenses can adjust, but boy, it was so easy. They went down that field like really like they were out there running the offense with no defense against them.
Yeah.
You know how you go out there, you do that thing right before you go in for the pregame.
Yeah.
And it's like they were running. It was like they were running plays with no defense or their own defense jumping up there and they're running.
They're on air.
Yeah, and I thought, oh boy, that was real easy.
Yeah.
And
you talking about knife through butter,
right?
Yeah.
And then Oregon made it worse by also shutting down Colorado's offense.
Yeah.
And that was it was just an ugly game, but it gave Colorado fans, okay, we're a lot better than we were. We got the right coach. We're headed in the right direction, but we got some work to do to beat a team of this caliber.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then they're going to play USC this week.
Yeah.
Who's got a pretty good ball club this year.
But they don't play great defense.
No, they don't. They need to play a team that's not good defensively, but you kind of saw, and you see this really with all teams, by the way, with all teams. I'll tell you, it's Ole Miss's problem is sometimes these high-flying offensive guys, and they're great and they can be exciting, but they think that they can have a high-flying offense without interior linemen, and you need not a good offensive line, you need a great offensive line, and when you see Bo Dix standing back there with nobody even getting a hand on him, you throw it around pretty good. You know it?
Yeah,
and it's
you got time, but wonderful things happen.
Yeah.
Bo did a great job.
Yeah, and so
receivers can get open.
Receivers can get open, and it's but when the interior line is average, or it changes everything, and that's I think that will always keep Lane Kiffin from taking the next step. It was at some point he's going to have to say, we need to have big physical guys in the interior line. If you go back to when Ole Miss was knocking off Alabama and when they were knocking off, they had incredibly good interior people on the defense and the offensive side of the ball. And the high-flying offense is part of it, but without those guys, you're always going to say, well, we keep reaching this same governor. And running.
Yeah, and the Auburn fans wish that Coach Freese could find some of those guys and bring them to Auburn.
Right? Yeah. Oh, sure.
Hey, that offense looked good.
Same problem. But that's a fix-up situation there, and that's Kiffin should be winning by now, winning this Alabama game, and he can't do it.
Well, this was the year to do it.
Mm-hmm. But Saban's got Kiffin. I told y'all that on Friday. He's in Kiffin's head. Kiffin can't. He just chokes. When he just sees that him standing on the other side, and like y'all said, if you're going to beat Alabama until they get this figured out with the quarterbacks and all that, the opportunity is there, and Ole Miss did not take it. And Alabama in the second half they did what they do well. They established a running game, and it was over then.
Yeah,
but
and they played good defense.
And so anyway, it's I don't think that Alabama is where Alabama wants to be. But they took a step forward.
Yeah.
They still got a lot to work out, but they're headed in the right direction. And like I said, they got the people that'll do it. So, but that was a game that I saw too that was interesting. Florida State, Clemson gave them all they wanted, and
don't have me started about that.
Talking about Cinderella story.
Yeah,
I about melted.
They had that.
Yeah, you talking about when they did a story on the kicker and showing his family when he missed it.
Yeah, I saw that.
Heartbreaking.
Yeah, it was the biggest.
I just felt so sorry for him, man.
Bubba, it was the announcer mojo again.
I mean, it was a great story.
Hey, watching him in pregame, he kicked one. It looked like it was. He barely missed a 67-yard field goal.
And don't forget, this is his first game.
First game.
He hadn't dressed till that.
And made one earlier.
Oh no, this is the guy that came back on the team, wasn't it?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. I'm sorry. That was a different story. The other guy who missed in a game I saw where they were bragging about how far he was kicking in pregame.
This guy's first game.
This was the guy.
He wasn't even dressed till now.
Yeah. And you
Family had matching jerseys on.
I hate to say it, though, you kind of saw why when he was at the Clemson he never got to be the kicker.
Man.
There was a reason he never started.
Rick and Bubba.
Who drink the original will still be drinking the original.
And let me carry the step back for you. Let me carry the step back.
This is Chick-fil-A for heterosexuals.
In the big corporate headquarters, wherever it is,
there's an office of diversity. Diversity.
Yes.
Okay, spit it out. And the diversity officer has sit there and said, we ain't done anything in a while. We need to do something. And they came up with this.
Yeah.
And that's all it is. They're trying to check a box and get that so nobody's, protesting or griping or whatever. And they're feeding the beast here, so to speak.
But and again, it goes back to this. I mean, why do you go one way or the other? What does it matter? Why do you feel like you know what I'm saying?
Right.
You're not anti if you don't.
Right.
You're not, but
how can beer doesn't even have a sexual preference?
It's that colorful
can
can.
anything be more neutral than beer?
Exactly.
I mean, it's like, I don't care who drinks me.
And that colorful can makes it look like a fruity drink or something.
It
I
does.
mean, for lack of another term. But I'm
Right.
just
Well,
saying,
also,
like,
what are you saying, Greg?
Well, I don't mean exactly how that sounded. I meant it like, berries, pineapples.
Well, Greg, let's be honest. There is some irony that of all their brands, for them to do an LGBTQ can, they went with Bud Light.
That's true.
Right. Bud Light.
Yeah.
And I will say, I think last poll, I have to check the polls. I think Bud Light is the #1 beer in America. I think so.
Yeah.
Well, the only poll that matters is the Greg Burgess poll. Where are you ranking them at?
They're high.
But what I'm saying is, if Budweiser was truly going to say, by golly, today we make a stand,
we're doing away with all blue bottles.
Yeah, right. Our beer will be available only in these bottles for the month of June on Gay Appreciation Month. And if you're going to drink Budweiser, you got to drink this.
Yeah.
Now let's see how that goes. But that ain't what's going to happen. What's going to happen is they've just cut the lights off in the studio on NBC, and they're going to throw some little aluminum bottles over here that are rainbow and talk about how diverse they are, and then to get them in a room and shut the door and go, let's please hope we can survive this.
Rick, during NFL season, they have NFL themed ones.
Right.
They have your team in your area. So I mean, but they don't. But they're not all that way.
You know what though, and they may sell a few to Jeff Gordon fans.
I know. I was thinking about the old Rainbow Warrior.
It looks like his car used to look
back in the day,
when people were throwing cans at him.
Yeah, right. Yeah, but do Jeff Gordon fans even drink Bud Light?
No, probably not.
Yeah.
What do they drink?
Here we go.
I'd probably one of them craft beers. Yeah, or hard lemonade. Mike's hard lemonade.
But you know what I'm talking about. I just picture because beer drinkers. I just picture them. It's just like the Chick-fil-A thing.
Yeah, Rick, they look on their face. What?
They're sitting there going, "What's going on? Hey, we got to get out there. You know what? Enough's enough. I'm tired of this. Why? If everyone would just everybody do their own thing, why we have to get out there and celebrate it? So I'm in. What we doing? Oh, it's a Budweiser. What? Budweiser.
No, Rick, but like you said,
they got the other bottles, right?
Yeah, they'll go, it ain't these bottles.
Yeah, right.
They're not worried about the cup, it's the bottle.
Hey,
Rick, no, I ain't got one of those
pour
bottles.
that in a cup.
Right. Yeah.
Pour in a cup, throw that bottle away.
Greg's right. They'll hold the blue Bud Light bottle and go, now this bottle I ain't sporting.
That ain't the one.
That ain't the one. I don't have one of them rainbow bottles.
Exactly. That's the route they'll go. This is blue.
Now. I wish they hadn't done it. Hey, Bubba, I wish they hadn't done it. But I mean, and let's be clear, I'm drinking this bottle.
This is for the rest of us.
This is for the rest of us. I have a heterosexual Bud Light right here.
The blue one.
Yep, there's a line around Chick-fil-A, and Budweiser is not in trouble.
Ain't gonna miss a beat.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
All this different stuff, and of course, we were laughing at Babylon B's Game of Thrones headline, which was hilarious. I don't know if you saw this when it said, outrage as Game of Thrones accidentally leaves a clothed woman in a shot. And look, they've even circled her in the background that there's a woman with clothes on back there. But anyway, on another funny, undoubtedly Game of Thrones fans spotted something in the finale, and the creators of Game of Thrones are saying it was a mistake and we didn't catch it. They're all sitting there like, with these supposed to be ancient goblets and all that.
And one guy's even drinking out of a horn.
Yeah, and then one guy's just holding a regular coffee cup like we have today.
I think they left a coffee
on the
cup
table.
in a couple of scenes.
Sitting on the table.
Yeah, it was on the table.
So there's coffee cups in the scene as everybody's holding up all these ancient goblets. And like
you
said,
look and it's got. I'm talking about the cap that goes on it.
It looks just like this, Rick.
Yeah,
this is what's sitting
there.
That's funny. A to-go coffee cup is left in the scene.
Now, what size is it? Do we know?
It looks like a medium.
Is it a grande?
So anyway, but the Babylon Bee headline very funny as well.
That is funny, by the way.
Outrage.
They have people in movies who watch for that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
they call them the continuity person.
Yeah.
When.
It's 9 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. All right, so here's a heads up. And, Bubba, sometimes you go, all right, I didn't know. But then, that's okay. But if you make a mistake after you know, what do they say? The first time, shame on you. The second time, shame on me.
Yes, they had a saying in Texas.
Yeah. And you do remember also, and then, of course, we love the famous coach version of that. No. Now it's my bad for still having you out there. It was your bad the first time. And now after you made the second one and I left you out there, now it's on me. So last year, we had the first ever Man Church Conference, Oxford, Alabama. And many of you out there, were doing part of the Man Church curriculum, if not all of it. And you came from all over. And that conference sold out in about 30 days. Okay? So remember that. Now you know. So also, I'll tell you a couple of things. We probably have double the churches that are doing the discipleship strategy a year later than we had at that time. So that now there's even more people that are doing it all over the country. Praise God for that and getting great reports. So we're telling you right now that this Wednesday, tickets are going to go on sale for the Man Church Conference for next year, and we're not going to have just one. We're going to have two. February 16th and 17th in Birmingham, Sanford University at the Wright Center. Robbie Gallaty will be in our guest slot. And then from Team Man Church, I'll be speaking. Rich Wingo will be speaking. Andy Blanks will be speaking. Chuck Hooten doing worship again, okay? So that's Birmingham, and that's going to be in February at the Wright Center on the 16th and 17th of February. March 8th and 9th, Starkville, Mississippi, at the Bettersworth Auditorium on the campus of Mississippi State University. That will be Man Church Conference 2 next year. And our guest slot will be James Spann, Scott Dawson, Andy Blanks, and yours truly will be speaking from Team Man Church, Chuck Hooten leading worship there. Okay? And we'll be having our new materials and all that and introducing all that, and we'll network all the folks that are coming from all over. So both of those go on sale on the same day, and that's going to be Wednesday. So have your act together. Does everybody remember last year? The Tuesday before the conference, hey, man, I need hotel rooms and tickets. Mm-hmm. I'm like, well, buddy, those have been gone for about 70 days now. So don't put this off. Get your act together. If there's always limits to how many you can buy online to sit together. If you exceed the limit, simply call the box office, and they'll let you buy as many as you want, okay? But the online option does have limits, but you can always call the box office if you want to exceed that limit. If you're trying to get a whole bunch coming. So that's going to be Wednesday, so make a note of that. Bubba, we have an update from the drama of Kelce, and will he be the next hit song for Taylor Swift?
Oh, Rick.
So
you know that's coming, right?
Yeah, so did he take the next step? Did he invite Taylor Swift to the game, and she came?
She came to the game. She was seen up in the box with his mom and some other folks up there. People in the stands were holding up signs. Are you here, Taylor? I mean, it's
there it is.
And she was clapping and beating on the glass when he scored a touchdown.
Okay, so
and they were seen leaving together.
Correct.
And there's another story today that she actually paid for an entire restaurant, cleared out so they could have dinner.
You know, when you're one of the premier tight ends in the National Football League, if not the premier, no doubt one of the premier, and you can still be a kept man. Now that,
please look.
I mean, Rick, there also was some stories. He was catching some flack about the outfit he's wearing.
Well, he should.
They wanted to know had he just painted the house.
I was thinking the same thing. He looks like the guy that showed up and says, "I'm here to finish the paint job." That's funny.
He's like, "Yeah, I'm with Taylor."
Yeah,
you see that? That's exactly what that looked.
And his brother is loving it. And then y'all said because she came to the game that Mahomes said he felt pressure to throw him the ball.
Yeah. Mahomes was having fun with it.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, here he is. Here.
I didn't know that. There it is.
Sorry, that's my bed music still rolling.
That's
okay.
going
to take me
that's all right.
one more second
Sure.
to kill that and then go here. Sorry, Joe.
So, but that's you want your teammate looking out for you when you got you.
For this offense to click.
How many points did you score? 41? What did it just take? A couple of days? What do you got?
Yeah, no, it was fun. It's always a work in progress, but it was fun to kind of have this offensive explosion and get things going in the right direction. We got to keep building. We got to keep building a lot of young receivers. I was glad to get the run game going and get some of those guys going as well.
I was going to say, what did you enjoy the most about this offense clicking today? What did you like?
Yeah, I think getting the run game going was the biggest thing for me. I mean, it gets lost when you see the high flying of the NFL today, but when you get that run game going, the whole offense goes, and I was proud of the O-line and the running backs doing that.
3 touchdowns for you today. Listen, you're a guy that can deal with some pressure. Forget the pressure from Kansas City Chiefs fans. Do you realize how much pressure there was on you today from the Swifties to get Travis Kelce a touchdown with Taylor in the house today?
Yeah, I heard she was in the house.
Did you feel it? Did you feel the pressure, Patrick?
I felt a little bit of pressure. And so I knew I had to get it to Trav. And, of course, it's on a route that Travis, he does his own thing and just makes up a route, and I throw it to him. So I think he wanted to get in the end zone just as much as all the Swifties wanted him to.
Appreciate you.
That's good. Look.
He threw it to my auto.
He got to. So he basically just called it, look, Kelce just makes up routes, and I'll try to find it.
Yeah. Oh, this has got the making of a great zoo. You know, just all kind of good stories coming out of this.
So let me ask you this: Do you think him now? This is so public and so out there. The weird outfit, walking out with her in the box with mom and dad. Does that now diffuse the big brother? He has no card to play now.
A little bit, But see, he jumped the gate on this. So he announced it before it was actually.
So he's done what he wanted to do.
Right.
He feels like that. Yeah, they're all out there now because I forced it.
Right.
Yeah. So he feels like he knocked down the blocks, didn't he?
he gave him a handle for about a week. That's what he wanted.
Yeah. Well,
did y'all see? And I just barely saw the headlines. Is he catching some flack because of his vaccine commercials that are running? Have you seen that? Where
he can knock out 2 at one time.
Yeah, he's got the Band-Aids.
Aren't some people? Look, if you want one, fine. I'm not. Some people act like if you're pro or against, that somehow is wrong.
Yeah,
you know.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think
some
Kelce
people
cares.
were giving him some blowback about it.
You know, I don't think he cares.
No, I don't.
So what does this commercial say?
You get your flu shot and your COVID shot together.
And he's got 2 Band-Aids on and smiling,
two,
showing that he's got both of them at the same time.
Yeah, so he got a check to do these commercials.
Right. Yes, absolutely.
So
and if you look at it, it's high production. I mean, it's like a big budget one.
Yeah.
I saw somebody tweeted, "What's going to break Travis's heart first, Taylor Swift or the vaccine?"
That's a good one. Wow. That's a good one.
Oh, that's terrible. That's terrible. That's terrible. That's terrible.
Not terrible.
Yeah.
And what makes this even stranger, she is a very public Philadelphia Eagles fan.
Oh.
So she actually pulls for the brothers team.
Oh.
Isn't that funny?
That is funny. I didn't know that.
Oh, the song will be great. I can't wait for it to come out.
Such a good one. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey,
how you doing?
Hey,
how you doing?
Hey,
how you doing?
End the scene and start another one to make sure everything is back in place.
Right.
And apparently they missed one, but that's funny.
Yeah, this one, a lot of time you have product placement. They get paid on purpose, but I don't think Starbucks back during the time frame that this is supposed to be taking place really fit.
Now, HBO was saying it was a mistake. That the continuity person that Bubba's talking about just missed it. And there it is.
But that's funny, though, to see it.
And they
sitting on the table.
They left it in the scene. Mm-hmm. So
I mean, you really have to look close.
Look, he's
to
drinking
see
out of a horn. Look.
That's what makes it funnier is the other guy has got a horn that he's drinking out of.
Hey, try that cup back there with a cooler on it.
And sitting on the counter is a Starbucks to-go cup.
What do you call that piece of paper that's around it to...
I
know that's
a good idea.
Sleeve?
The sleeve?
Coffee sleeve?
Greg, it's so good. A good idea. It really is.
The guy made a lot of money on it,
He sure did.
Wouldn't you love to come up with that?
Oh, yeah.
See, the simplest
The
things.
same thing that they created that thing to stick in here to keep it warm.
Yeah.
So that's another one.
Yeah,
now, what are you talking
that's
about?
a stretch, but I like
they make one you put like a little plastic thing. Greg chews on them, but you put it in here and it keeps it. Yeah, it just keeps the heat in.
Cap.
Oh.
It's a cap.
But I don't like that because they're too hot anyway. You need them to air out. When you have just that
I like
on
it hot,
golly, it'll burn your mouth in that little hole there.
Also, one of these moments that none of us like in the entertainment, we don't like. We want people. Most of the actors we all have to encounter are just like raging libs, and we wish they would just stay the characters that they play. You know, kind of like we're finding out with Lori Loughlin. Is that her name?
Yes.
Lori Loughlin. That everybody thinks that everybody's after Aunt Becky. And
Free Aunt Becky.
So, and by the way, it looks like this is not official, but it looks like that their strategy may be we did what we did, but we didn't know it was against the law. So we'll see how that one plays out. Well, it doesn't matter because trust me.
I think they're trying what I call the OJ defense. They want the jury just to love Aunt Becky enough they won't convict her.
Yeah. You remember is this where I'm claiming I know it was unethical, but I didn't think it was illegal?
Well,
there's a difference.
Let me tell you, and I can't remember what city he said because it was when Ron White said that, and he said, "Look, ignorance of the law does not equate innocence." He goes, and I'm quoting a Chicago judge. I can't remember what city it was. Right. But anyway, we want Jason Alexander to be Costanza.
Yes,
Can I tell you this? I'm gonna go this far.
He is to me, no matter what he
I'm gonna go this far. Seinfeld, which I thought was a hilarious show. George Costanza probably, as far as watching a sitcom, probably made me laugh as hard.
Really?
See, I thought he was funnier than Kramer. Kramer to me was funny, but it was zany funny.
Yeah.
Costanza in his view of
real world.
his view of life and the things that he did
and getting in the situation.
We've all thought the things he thought. Now, we didn't do it,
It's
but
like
we might have
finds
thought
himself
it.
in those situations.
Oh my goodness.
Gosh, like that time that he had found a way to nap at work. And come to find out that Steinbrenner thought he was like this hoss that was at work all the time.
Yeah.
And he left his car in the parking spot. So they kept thinking he was there. But anyway, Jason Alexander, the actor that played the great character Costanza, undoubtedly Ted Cruz a couple times has tried to be sharp and use like pop culture references, and he seems to get in a bind every time he does it.
Ted.
But he was talking about the whole deal about the Bennett campaign that's going on right now, and the Mueller report, and how people won't let it go, and the whole thing how they're after Barr, and so he said that all of this is a Seinfeld campaign, means it's all about nothing, and now Jason Alexander is mad that Ted Cruz, who he doesn't like, has said something negative about somebody that he supports. And now Jason Alexander has said, I've met Bennett. He's a great man and a real choice for President of the United States, which, Jason, come on, man. And as for Cruz, the jerk store called, and they're running out of you. I say the faster the better. So there we go.
Okay, thank you.
So Costanza, I know he's not Costanza, but.
And let's just call it. Has he done anything since? I know he's on Broadway.
He's
like that.
He's had
crap like that.
Yeah,
that only certain people know.
Right. But
if you say this actor won a Tony, I don't even look up.
Just ain't your thing. Huh?
I don't.
Yeah. I mean, let's face it. That woman that was on Murder, She Wrote, like won a ton of, and all we cared about was Murder, She Wrote.
That's right.
Yeah.
What's her name?
Angela Lansbury.
There you go.
Yeah. Gosh, Bubba, how did you come up with that?
Now,
Amazing.
Wait a minute.
Amazing.
Let me back up.
Amazing.
Now he don't like he wouldn't know my kids' names. But here's the thing.
That was so real. It was so real you forgot what you were going to say.
Yeah.
No, he did play Mauricio in Shallow Hal. Now that was funny.
Well, now
Is that where he had the tail?
Yes.
Yeah.
He was funny in that. That's it. I ain't seen him since.
I think he's had a couple of runs like on.
Didn't he have a series nobody cared about?
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
Okay.
So
I'm
so
back
anyway.
to my original.
Right. But again, the actor Rick is who's talking here. George Costanza is not real.
But
he's
did you
kinda
see?
real
Did you see
because
what
he's
he
went into character?
Because I'm talking about.
But did you see what he was? He was mad because Cruz used a line from the movie.
From a movie.
Yeah.
And did you see what he texts back to?
Right.
He texts back another line.
Yeah.
Right.
So he's playing
From the sitcom.
Yeah.
So there you go.
And this sounds like a quote your dad had used a lot, Rick. Do you remember this? The jerk store called and they're running out of you. I say the faster the better.
Yeah. If I'd ordered a truckload of jerks and all I got was you, we'll go. 6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number, and we thank you for being with us from the No Name Studio as we live on the bleeding edge of technology, and we come to you from Sweet Home, Alabama, to the world. The gang here today, Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler. We thank all of you for being with us tonight. I do not know the status of whether there's even a table or chair left tonight at the Save a Life fundraiser, Tuscaloosa, Alabama. I'm honored to be the speaker tonight. Last I heard, there were a few seats that were available. I think maybe one table. I don't know if that's still available or not. I haven't got an update, but I plan on, Lord willing, being there tonight. Looking forward to seeing all of you raising money for an incredible organization, Save a Lives all over the country, and honored to be helping this chapter raise their funds to continue. It's one of the things, and I'll mention this talking tonight, one thing this show has talked about. Look, let's say that people still they still say they ought to have a choice in what happens with a baby that they're carrying or whatever you think it is, okay? The part I don't understand is what people like Save a Life, they do. They go, look, if you still want to make this choice, we will help you make an educated choice. So you know exactly what you're doing. You know all your options that are before you. And then, if you still want to make that choice, just make an educated choice.
Right. Mm-hmm. Know the facts.
Why would people who are pro-choice not want a woman to make an educated choice on a decision this big? I've never understood that. And that always makes me feel like, okay, wait a minute. Now this has turned into something more than let's all work together on something that's very difficult and help women through this. It's become more of like we're two teams or something, and whatever the other team wants, I have to be against. Right. Hey, let me tell you something. If you're going to make this decision, man, get all the information you can get. And that's why places like Save a Life are so important, so they can help you. And so looking forward to being there tonight, Lord willing. So, all right. So let me give everybody a Sherry update. I know a lot of you have been like, what's going on? And I wasn't, none of us, first of all of us here who do this show, and it comes with it, no problem. I was talking with young Broderick and his bride-to-be coming up here in less than 2 weeks, and she was talking about, it's an interesting thing when you step into this family, because this family connects you to the Rick and Bubba Show, and now your whole life is before the whole world. And she said, and that takes some getting accustomed to. And Brody said, you should be one of the kids. And so what we try to do, now when they're all little bitty, they don't have a say in it. We're struggling. We're struggling for content, and little children provide tremendous content. Oh, yeah. And, that's why I'm excited about the grandkid years now. Now we can go back and pick up some of those stories again. Because little kids are hilarious, okay? And they'll do and say incredible. I know there's been many TV shows called that. But we also tried to be cognizant of the fact that we really don't have the right to grab our family who are adults and we decide on their behalf what we're going to tell everybody.
Yeah.
I mean, we really don't have that right. And especially when it talks about something as serious as, hey, man, what's going on with this medical situation? And there was no trying to withhold anything. I honestly didn't know what to tell you. And really, to this day, we still don't really know. There's all kinds of theories, and they're still working through some of those theories. But the one that seems to have the most standing is Sherry has always been very sensitive to any sort of medication. If some people they take medications and somebody say, hey, it might make you feel a little dizzy, and you ask them, I don't feel dizzy, right? But then there's people like, wow, I feel very dizzy, or
like I can't stand up.
Yeah, and so and Sherry's not someone to take a lot of medication or anything like that, but she had she was being treated by her doctor for the time of life that she's in as a woman, and we talked about that, and then. Some of the things that were going on there, and then she got COVID for the first time. She never got any of the other COVIDs. And so she immediately said, well, I want to be aggressive about this. I want to get this behind me. And so she went and tried to get some treatment for these antivirals and all this stuff we got going on now. Because, look, we got to come up with how to treat it now, not keep you from getting it, because that just ain't going to happen. Right. And we've made some good advancements, and I'm so thankful, Greg, even our parents just got it in their 80s, that this is not becoming a death sentence. I'm not saying it never happens anymore, But we're getting to the point now where you're pretty much sick. The doctor treats you, and you get back to your life. And it may take longer for some people and shorter for others. But she kind of got back on her feet pretty quick, and was real aggressive. And so, from what they have been able to deduce, is some of the things that was going on that she was being treated for. And this is, I'm not blaming anybody or anything like this. And it may have been something we all need to remember as patients. The communication among everybody and how drugs interact with each other seemed to kind of break down. And so she had some kind of reaction of all the different things that she was being treated, and some of them didn't seem to jive with each other. And so she got really, really sick, and to the point that she was in the hospital for 10 days. So she got out Sunday, which was a great day of celebration, and she is home, and she told me to tell all of you, thank you for all your prayers, and you certainly, and of course you know her. She's been in there. By the time she's got home, she's led 3 people to Jesus. All the doctors have got a copy of her book, and I mean, and so whenever that lady is put in a situation of duress, she's always looking on how you make that count for the kingdom, and she certainly has done that, and will continue to do so. And we were just talking about praying this morning. Anytime you go through difficulty, and this whole show and all of us have been through a lot of it, and we know you have too. None of us are exempt for this. Always look for what God's teaching. He's always teaching. Don't waste it. And we were talking about all the things we learned through this. I mean, there was a lot we learned. It was another difficult situation, and hopefully, and she's recovering and at home, and it looks like she's going to fully recover. So anyway, just thank you guys for that, but continue to pray, because you got to get home and kind of get your legs under you and kind of nurse her back to full health. But at least she's been released from the hospital, so that's good.
I know I speak for everybody in the audience. We're glad that that's been resolved and that y'all can get back on the path to somewhat being normal again.
Well, it was interesting because yesterday became a celebration of joy at the house. So Sherry was like, "I'm back home. I'm good to be home. Here's what I want to do today. I want to build a fire. I want to go out and lay by the pool. I want to let's get some sun. I want to get some sun and all this." And one of the things that we noticed, and Greg, this is not good. This is not good.
When y'all building a fire?
We built a fire. We were supposed to build a fire.
I come over for that if I need to. I love fires.
Yeah, Sherry, the fire didn't need to be built till about 6. She built it at 3:30.
It's still a little warm.
And was wanting to build it at 1:45.
It's a little warm.
I've got a pile of trees about 40 foot high that needs to be burned. We're gonna have a fire.
Yeah. So we sat around the fire pit and did that. But first we were goofing off in the pool, and Brody was there and Cameron was there, and so everybody began to call for me to do the can opener.
Uh-oh.
I mean, everybody called for it. Y'all, what happened? I was not prepared for.
Uh-oh.
So I do the can opener, and I come up out of the water,
famous can opener.
and I'm looking around, and everybody goes, "Wow." I said, "What?" And they said, "You're so light now, it wasn't even a big deal."
What?
They said you've lost your splash. I said, "I've lost my splash." I looked, and usually the pool's a wave pool.
Yeah.
When I go in, no ripple. Sherry was like, "Well, that was barely even a
I
splash."
think you're going to have to go to the preacher's seat.
Yeah, I think so.
Is that what I'm going to have to do?
You're gonna have to do that.
I didn't think about this.
Did you try to do another one?
Now at 2:24, it's like I didn't make much of a splash. And I mean, it became kind of a, wow, Dad's lost his splash.
Did you do like the divers do where they don't make a splash at all when they go in so
Yeah,
splash?
maybe you just had a real good entry.
My can opener, though, but it was the way I always do it.
You would have scored high, but no splash.
But everybody said the lack of girth, it really took away from your splash.
You're going to have to go with the preacher seat.
You think I've got to move to the preacher's
so.
seat?
Quit pointing your toes.
I didn't think about that.
Yeah.
So
Because it doesn't matter your size of the preacher seat.
Right.
You can bring it.
That's what I used to do when I was leaner for that very brief time in my life.
Yeah.
I haven't been lean very much in my life at all. But so I didn't realize how much the girth really helps. But I mean, everybody was kind of like, "Dad, I hate to tell you this, we're very disappointed in that." I may put weight back on just to get my can opener back.
Well, pool season's about to close, Rick. You can wait till spring again.
We'll be back. Bubba goes to homecoming next.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Jolene.
You got the Rick and Bubba show.
Legend Dolly Parton is adding another major honor to her long list of lifetime achievements. The Federal Bureau of Investigation, Rick, the FBI, has recognized her as a distinguished community leader. Okay. The award honors Parton's Dollywood Foundation, which donated over $9 million to victims of the Gatlinburg, Tennessee fires in 2016 through the My People Fund. Now, the thing, and that's great. She did a great job helping raise money for that. There's no doubt about it. But the thing that kind of hit me reading this story was I didn't know that the FBI handed out awards to people.
I didn't either.
I mean, I think
They're supposed to be
FBI.
quiet.
Yeah, I think they're supposed to be out investigating stuff. You know,
Yeah.
it just kind of hit me odd when that was the thing. Not the fact that Dolly did a great job and raised a lot of money for her neighbors up there who needed it, and that is very important. We don't need to miss that. But I was just shocked when I read it that the FBI hands out awards.
No,
to people.
to your point.
And why would the FBI hand out an award for that?
That's what I was going to say.
I get if there's some other
were they
organization
investigating the
Well, I
start
mean,
of it?
I don't know, but I
Well,
understand.
Dolly didn't track down the guy that did it.
It seemed like it should be some organization
over for the
that hands out
firefighters.
awards for big-hearted Americans.
Yeah.
When did
Public
the FBI
safety helping
When
with
did the
public-
FBI start acknowledging people who raised a lot of money for victims of wildfires?
Well, and again, I'm not saying Dolly wasn't deserving of it. This is not anti-Dolly at all. I was just
You better
shocked the
not be.
FBI did that. Look, I love
I didn't
Dolly.
know they
I've
gave
watched
out
her since I was a kid. So, but I was just shocked that they did that. That's
Maybe
what caught me off guard. I mean, you understand the president and the governor and people who are the heads of state give out awards all the time. You don't expect the police chief to be doing it.
Yeah.
The CIA doesn't do it, right? I mean, it just kind of hit
Maybe
me
the
funny.
Department
Maybe
of
it's
Public Safety or somebody like that should have
Right.
given it.
Well,
If
here's
there's
what
such
might
a
have
thing,
happened.
I may have made
Well,
that
see,
up.
that's under the executive branch.
Here's what might have happened. These may have just been the people that were left at the office that weren't trying to overthrow the presidency.
Right.
You know what I mean? And
This is the other guys,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, this is just the guys that said, well, everybody's gone. They're out trying to get some covert thing against President Trump. What should we do? Somebody said, I tell you what I like is that $9 million that Dolly Parton raised.
And look, there's another twist to this, too. Dolly could not attend the award ceremony at the FBI headquarters. This is the J. Edgar Hoover building in D.C., very famous, throughout history. She couldn't go, but sent a video thanking them and all that for receiving the award, which was great. But my goodness, what are you doing that's so busy you can't go to the FBI? But if they're going to give you an award, it's like when the White House calls, you kind of try to clear your schedule to go.
Dolly
right?
Parton is the hardest working woman in showbiz, and it's Dollywood. This is prime time in Dollywood.
Well, she ain't out there greasing the roller coaster.
Yeah, but
though.
she's very hands on.
That's Dolly.
Hey, no Dolly.
All right, let me ask you this. So
Popping
Dolly.
popcorn.
Greg, you know how we are. This is you. This is over in your camp right here. So I know you, and I know this how you would see it. Let's say that we all knew Dolly Parton. Say it was like she was like a friend of ours, friend of our wives.
We've known her forever.
We've known her for a long time. Mm-hmm. It says in the video at the end, she said many thanks and remember, and then she's saying, "I will always love you." Do you think that's her go-to? Do you think if we knew her, be going, how about this? I'll give you 10-1. She's going to sing, "I will always love you" right here. Too.
Yeah, you know what she's going to do.
Yeah, do you think
she
that
does it every gathering we have?
Do you think that's her Moultrie unbelievable? Hey, look, all she pops up, Dolly couldn't go, and you lean over to you. Anybody got any money? We about to hear, "I will always love you."
Yeah, she's going to end.
And remember,
Rick, $10. She ends on.
But Rick,
because I've seen her go to it a lot, by the way, and they said in this video she did it again.
But Rick, not near to that level. I'm going to be perfectly clear.
Oh,
Our
my gosh.
local FBI office invited us to come for a tour. We didn't get an award or anything, but
I actually got an award.
Everybody cleared the schedule. Said, "Well, the FBI called. I'm going." Of course, we did. All up. Hey, has anybody done anything here we need to know about?
Of course, it was just down the street from us. That helped too.
Yeah.
We didn't have to go to Washington,
and we weren't Dolly.
Yeah. That's not quite apples to apples, but I understand what you're saying.
Well, on the scale, I think it is.
Right. Well, it's probably a bigger deal
but
for
what if
us than it is for her.
Yeah,
I would think.
Yeah, but still,
A lot of people want Dolly Parton to come to things.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but the FBI.
Bubba, if they called us today and said, "Hey, we'd like y'all to come up next week to the J. Edgar Hoover building," would we go?
I'd try to figure out a way to go.
I probably would.
It's just like the White House. we
that's
started moving things.
Guys,
hey, we got to go
we
to the
did,
White House calls.
but we also questioned it. We were like,
we almost didn't go to that.
Thank you. That's my point.
Well, no, we didn't feel like we were worthy.
Well, no, that ain't it.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba,
21 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. Thank you for being with us as we work our way back. The gang all here today, recapping the weekends. And Bubba, you headed back to Jacksonville State University on a Be Kind to Mike Succo Day, of course, alumnus of the year, and for homecoming.
It was a great trip back home, Rick. Good to see everybody. Of course, everybody wanted me to tell all of you guys hello. I did speak with President Killingsworth for a minute and the athletic director, Greg Sykes, and he, there's a lot of hype about the women's tennis team. I mean, a lot.
Oh, yes.
A lot of discussion.
Everybody's talking about that.
I got to tell you, they were disappointed Saturday because I kind of promised you might be swinging by, check out practice.
Well,
and it didn't happen, and there was several internationals just disappointed.
Yeah.
Well,
the Spaniard specifically was disappointed.
Sure, he's big with the face.
Greg.
Look, just keep the hope alive. I'm gonna surprise you when you least expect it.
Right.
Okay.
And but it was good. We saw a lot of folks, and Steve Camp was back and visited with him for a minute.
Well, you're not gonna have homecoming without Camp.
That's right. Saw JT,
of course.
I bet Juliet Tango.
Yeah. Now that his son's a coach there, you're gonna see him a lot.
Yeah. He he texted me Friday during the show and asked me if I had an extra 3 or 4 tickets.
3 or 4.
And,
3 or 4.
3 or 4.
I said, JT, I said, what is this? Well, I can't say that what I told him.
Right, okay.
But I said, what is this, the Tyson box now?
Right, yeah,
so,
right.
of course, I'll mess with him.
Yeah.
But he's always fun. We had a great time. I always enjoy catching up with JT because we don't get to see each other as much as we used to. But
now, did he come to the suite anyway?
Oh, yeah, he came. He had some tickets, but I think he wanted to bring the whole crowd with him, which, and it was I wouldn't mind that, but, I mean, they're already spoken for,
It's homecoming.
Yeah, it was a lot of that had been planned out. So, but it's always good to see JT.
Sure.
I didn't see Judy, but she was there, and so he's always got something going on. Of course, we got to visit with the alumni of the year, Mike Succo.
Oh, absolutely.
Phil Boozer came by.
Phil.
Former intern, Bad Mama Jamma.
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you get
Jody
to throw
was there.
hot dogs?
I did not.
Oh.
Excuse me, I'm choked up.
You got a cough button over there now. I just don't know if you know that.
That does
now,
work.
how about that?
It does work.
So, I was invited to do that by the president, but we had so many people and so much going on, and
Just couldn't get away.
and all that. Jason Benefield came by for a minute, got to visit with him, and
Jason.
the military alumnus of the year. And,
wow.
So anyway, we had a good time. It was a lot of fun. Got to see everybody, and it's always good to visit.
Yep.
Always enjoy. And it was a great game, by the way. Jack State did win 21-0, and it was a hard fought game though. Real good. Eastern Michigan.
Okay.
They're a pretty good team. They've had a good history. They've been to a few bowl games. So
Yep.
hopefully
good
Jack
win.
State's headed that way.
Yep.
It was I'd say quality.
Yeah, it
win,
was.
wouldn't you?
It was.
Yeah, it
For
was.
sure. And the way they did it.
Yeah.
I mean,
It was. You were talking about all the different sports and everything, and Helmsy had his. Did you didn't hype him that Bubba was coming? Did you? The face. Did they think that?
Listen, we were warming up. We were going through our dynamic warm up, and I said, "Hey, listen, just so y'all know, just give y'all a heads up. I send them a little video every couple days of y'all, just so they kind of know what I'm doing in the mornings and stuff like that. So they're getting to know y'all. And I just said, listen, y'all don't know this, but he is the face of tennis in this area, part of the world.
Sure.
And he may be coming by this morning. What made me think of it?
What about a good doubles clinic or something?
Yeah.
Well, that would be great. What made me think of it
baseline net to net
was some of the parade left their floats right next in that parking lot right next to the courts, and that's what it hit me. I thought, I bet the face is coming. He's coming.
Well,
I bet he's coming.
I wanted to come to the parade, but it was not going to work with the family, and to try to get them there at that time.
I bet that was a tough vote.
And if I'd have been by myself, I would have probably been at the tennis court.
Yes, but you know when you go to the floor and you say we don't have the vote.
Yeah, I don't have.
Sorry, we don't have.
I can bring this bill up, but we don't have the votes to pass it.
We ain't got the votes.
So,
no. Well, it sounds like your family had the attitude I had when we had one that played college ball, and I made the announcement: if we're going to stay for the entire game, we're not doing all the pre festivities.
Mm-hmm.
Now the only way we do pre festivities is not stay for the game.
See, I'd like to
can't do
go
it all.
early and come home late,
Yeah.
but it just didn't work out. But it was so good. We visited with a lot of folks.
Good
And,
weather.
we even talked about it Sunday morning for a minute. I said, yesterday was a good day. It's one of those fun days.
Yeah. So you were talking about the different sports. So we were rolling on Sunday morning, going to pick up Sherry and bring her home, and so young Broderick and I were riding. So, we're rolling around, and we go by a college campus Sunday morning. I'm talking about time for church.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I looked in soccer teams out there practicing, and I looked at Brody. I said, "You see what I'm telling you?"
Yeah.
I said, "Sunday morning don't mean nothing to them." I said, "Soccer, you think they care about Sunday?"
Fields are full of.
I said, "Look out there,
Sunday
look at them
morning
practicing
activity.
right here on Sunday morning."
Yep.
I said, "That tells you all you need to know."
I think they were actually playing the game when I went by there Sunday afternoon.
Well, Sunday afternoon's a little different.
No, but I said, boys, so they got them out in the morning and had them out.
I saw them stretching out. I'm talking about Sunday morning dew on the ground.
Yeah.
Oh.
Helms, I was thinking, I was
That's
looking
early.
because of the turf and everything. I wish that the girls team could play a little demonstration match out on the field. It'd be like being at Wimbledon, with
every time I'm in Pete Matthews Coliseum, I always think about how fun would it be to put a hard court in there and try to pack everything out. Do our version of what Nebraska volleyball does. But I'm obviously not on the football stadium. But I don't know how the ball may bounce fine out there on that turf.
It would. I've played on turf.
Throw a
before.
net up and let's go.
It slides like it does on grass.
Okay.
And so I think that would be cool.
Oh, it would be.
By the way, did y'all see the funny reels? I'm sure it's been out there a while. The guy says that he's soaking people on pickleball, acting like he's a pickleball coach.
Is it is it the big guy?
I whatever. And he just told. He said I'm making so much money. He said, I got no idea what this is about. He's an expert. He said I tell them all this is how you do it, and he said that who knows? Nobody knows. They think I'm helping them get good at pickleball.
Funny.
And then I saw on something on cable this weekend, some kind of pickleball, like people trying to play it straight up, like it's kind of world championship or something.
No, Rick, there's actually there's like a
professional
PPA, Professional Pickleball Association, and they play world
how we got our
championships,
first
and there's
pickleball
teams and all of that.
Y'all tried to warn me.
I hate to tell you,
whatever.
I don't even want to tell y'all this, but I figure I probably need to get ahead of it. I'm actually having a meeting tomorrow before our practice with some pickleball folks
about
the club team at Jacksonville State.
Y'all tried to prepare me,
and what?
Don't tear up a tennis court for pickleball.
Well, I said I'd never do it, but that's
build your own pickleball.
That is specifically
if it's
what
enough interest.
we're discussing tomorrow.
But y'all didn't prepare me. Y'all tried to, and I give you credit. It's not on y'all. It's on me for not listening. Y'all tried to prepare me of the sound of it.
Yeah. It doesn't sound
It's very hollow.
Well, that's a weird sound.
Yeah.
I'm just like, what?
When we were playing startup tennis with a foam ball and little rackets, to me that was more fun than when I've been.
Are they playing with a wiffle ball?
Yeah, that's essentially what it is. Yeah, it's a little harder.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Phone calls are next. 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll find out what's on your mind today. The real Greg Burgess goes to the phones. All 10 lines are available.
Helms, just say no.
It'll pull you in, Ham.
No, I'm not worried about me playing.
Yeah.
I'm trying to bring a lot of people out.
I got you.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We didn't want to do the hassle.
We didn't want the hassle of trying to get up there and get set
that's
up.
what I'm talking about.
Well, it was difficult with our schedule.
Didn't think y'all were worthy and didn't come into play any because I've been around y'all.
What it was how about this? No matter how big the honor, the hassle gets really over. And Dolly Parton says that's too big a hassle. Here's the video.
How about this? I understand what she's saying.
I do too. How many times have y'all been asked? Or you can just cut a video. Okay.
Oh, you wouldn't believe how many videos I cut for this very reason. Bubba and I got one we need to cut here today, I think. I'm serious. I love to be able you'll take a video? Well, by golly, roll the camera.
It's like a heartfelt text.
And what she said was, because of what Bubba said, because of what Greg, never underestimate the power of an encouraging text.
Oh, yeah.
But listen, what she said was she thought what Bubba was thinking. All right, is this enough? And then somebody said, won't you sing I Will Love You? And somebody said, she said, if I do that.
That'll be enough.
That shows a little extra effort.
Yeah, that's just a little. And remember, So I'm more.
Surely
back to
this event wasn't just for her honor. You know what I'm saying? That was one of the people they were honoring.
But I go
hate
back
for them to do all that and her
Well,
not
there's
show
nobody else in the story. Seemed like they were listed. Also given
That's a great
awards
point.
was J.J. Watts for work on the Great Floods. You know, it's not in there.
I bet it is.
I love that you chose that.
It's a good choice, but I think he won something for it.
But why is the FBI even handing out these kind of awards? How are they tied to this? That's your original question is more intriguing to me. I certainly can understand somebody of Dolly Parton's thing going, I can't get there, can I send a video? Because we also know how a lot of these things work. We do know, and you have to know this going in. Most of these things also are tied to, we're going to honor you, and we'd like for you to fill a table of people that we can ask to donate to something while you're here.
Mm-hmm.
And so she that's how a lot of these things work when they say the most whatever, the 10 whatever. You know, at the end of all these things is a little something called a fundraiser.
Yeah.
And it doesn't mean they're not a great honor.
Right.
But at the end of it, we're here to raise money. Hey, man, thank y'all for this honor. Yeah, we got you a table, and if you could fill it with 10 people that we can ask to donate while you're here.
At this
that'd be
level,
great.
Rick, they don't.
And if you can get some people to buy some tickets, yeah. You don't think the government has a fundraiser running for something?
They didn't ask Dolly to sell tickets to the table.
Do you think they brought Dolly in also though to raise money?
I don't know at the FBI level. Now a lot of these a lot of the other things, absolutely, you're right. But I don't know about
why
that.
is the FBI honoring her for giving money to fire victims?
That goes back to my original
She should be given some props for it. But I don't know why the FBI is giving it.
I mean, the two people who had to organize this, couldn't they be out shaking down drug dealers? You know what I mean? Something we can't do.
So it says here it's the Knoxville's FBI division awarded her and the Dollywood Foundation for Community Leadership Award.
Well, they must have a community leadership award they give out every year.
Right.
But why the FBI's got a community leadership
But I
award?
go back to that.
I know. That should be a different organization.
Shouldn't the Kiwanis handle that?
That's
a lot
funny.
of clubs that have
Rotary. Rotary handle it. Kiwanis. JC, something.
Eagles.
Speaking of some
Elks Club.
Because you know what? Elks Club people can't get out and track down drug dealers.
Right.
FBI can.
That's right.
You know, I
Elks
kind of
Club.
want them to stay in their column.
I'm sure.
I'm with you.
Well,
Yeah. The Bubba racist Donald Trump put the
Speaking
medal,
of awards,
the Medal of Freedom on Tiger Woods.
He knighted him.
That is our version of that, by the way.
That's all. And now we give it to. And this has been going on forever. I mean, Babe Ruth got one, but I'm not. Don't get me started.
Tiger's a national treasure.
It's the
good for him.
It's
That
the
ain't what
nation's.
read the definition of
the nation's highest civilian honor
He's a national treasure
that you can be given.
Helms.
I'm staying out of it.
I'm helping you out. I thought you draft with me on this.
No, I do draft.
They've already argued about it.
We're going to give out our highest honor to somebody who plays golf really well.
The highest civilian in the entire land is this guy that plays golf really well.
Yep. If he hadn't won the Masters, he wouldn't have got this one.
He would have. He just wouldn't get it now.
Maybe not.
Yeah.
But
There would have. I finally
and
got
this isn't
Helms
a
woke
modern
up.
day thing. If you
it's
follow,
true. I mean,
if you go look at all of them, but read the definition of what the Medal of Freedom is.
Mm-hmm.
If you look
I just
at
don't get
What is
it.
the definition?
Yeah, I need to know that.
You got to read it.
Bubba, if you look at the 33 athletes that have been received, I'm not arguing with you, Greg. I'm just pointing this out.
Yeah.
There's 33 athletes that have received this award, and if they've received it, then Tiger should have.
Oh, no
received
doubt.
it.
If precedent's been
So that's
set.
it. Now again, in Greg's point, and we talked about this in the kickoff hour. There's celebrities that we look at
Ellen
and go
got one.
like Ellen DeGeneres, like okay, why? But I guess
Meryl
she's
Streep
made
got
similar
one.
impacts in that industry, and
Tom
the president
Hanks.
at that point, Robert De Niro, was one, I believe.
Roger Staubach.
Did you read the definition yet?
I'm looking on their webpage. I don't.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba.
We're back. 35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba show. All righty, carshield.com/Bubba. Don't take a risk when it comes to driving. Don't be out there in an automobile that's out of warranty and have no protection. If you do, I mean, you can't even, hey, when the car goes down, what is worse than that? I mean, you're in a bind. You're in a bind. So, look, if there's no warranty and hey, you're going to come out of pocket. And then think about things like, what are you going to do about a car while it's being fixed? With carshield.com/Bubba, their protection plans offer 24/7 roadside assistance, coast to coast, courtesy towing, thank you, and a rental car while yours is being fixed. Find out. They start as little as $100 a month, and we can get you 20% off because you're part of the Rick and Bubba family. So go to carshield.com/Bubba. There's the 20% off available for you as you pick your plan. Or when you call them, if that's what you'd rather do. I'm one of those. I have to kind of call and talk to somebody. If you can get somebody on the line, you can here. 1-800-451-7776. Mention Bubba. If you do that, that's our code. And get 20% off the protection plan that you pick. Or you can go to rickandbubba.com right there under the sponsors button, and you can find all the information there as well. All right, to the phones we go. Let's get started. Let's go to Dusty in Sweet Home, Alabama. Dusty, go ahead.
Morning, gentlemen.
Hey, buddy.
All right. Rick, I wanted to call, and I wanted to thank you for bringing up one of my longtime theories, that soccer is, in fact, the devil's sport. I cannot get past – I'm glad to say that I'm 40 years old, and I know nothing about that game.
Yeah. That
I've never sat through an entire game. But here's my three biggest gripes. Number one, people that will argue with you that it's football all over the world. When you learn how to tackle somebody, come back and have the conversation with me. Number two, what is the card system? Throw a flag on the ground. Like, at least, explain to the audience what's going on. And number three, and most important, how are you going to play something for 3 hours and it ends up 0-0? That's not a win. That's not even a game. I just wasted 3 hours of my daggum life watching the devil's sport.
Bubba,
number three may be the most glaring of that.
Well, Bubba and I have offered our services, and honestly, we were rudely turned down. That we could make soccer better. We could market it. We could save soccer. We really could. Now, we've lost a generation to it, but I think the generation after them is learning that was a mistake, and you can see them trying to correct. But we lost one of our generations to it.
If the average score was like 10-12 or 12-15, I think that would help too. Like it's just, it's just a lot of nothing going on.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Let's go to David, Birmingham, Alabama. David, go ahead.
Hey guys, how y'all doing this morning?
We're good, David.
Good, man. I am so glad to hear Sherry's doing so much better.
Thank you.
I've been praying for her.
Thank you.
And that. But the main thing I called for, Rick, is I want to hear what old Dickie's got to say about the beginning. I'm a big Alabama fan. I want to hear what Dickie's got to say about the beginning of the season, and then what he had to say about the game Saturday.
Well, David Rowe, Ty, Dickie Niedermeyer, can I ask you a question? Is this what it feels like to be an Auburn fan? I've never known what it felt like. And is this what it feels like? You can't believe you barely win. Every game you think there's potential to lose it. You ain't got no quarterback. Is this what it feels like to be an Albie? Road Tide?
You're just always ready for next year, Rick.
They tell you have to empathize with people.
Week number 4.
You ever heard that, Speedy? If you really want to know about somebody, you got to empathize with them, and you have to understand, what their feelings are like. It's called empathizing, and I think to myself, I guess I can empathize with Albies. It's just what it feels like. No wonder y'all so sad and so desperate. No wonder you try to get an eagle to distract people and have something to cheer about. Once the game starts, it all goes to hell. Road Tide. Celebrating beating Ole Miss. There's a time we'd have walked over Ole Miss. We'd been looking ahead. We'd got our backups in. It's not good. Road Tide. We might need to be like an Albie and go buy us a QB. I'd take old Bo Nix or whatever Rick called him earlier. Road Tide. Road Tide. I'll take that one too. Yeah.
You gotta go to Mississippi. You gotta go to Mississippi State this
weekend.
Hey,
it may be time for Saban to move on. Road Tide.
Right.
It might be time. You got to know when the time is right.
If Auburn had a bag man back, we never did get that name. But if Auburn had a bag man back when Cam Newton was there, he must have quit right after that because they hadn't had much sense.
Let me ask you something about that because you make a good point, Bill Bubba Bourgeois. Auburn had a better quarterback when you wasn't supposed to pay for him.
No, now you can't.
Now you can pay for him straight up. How can we not have good quarterback? Just go buy one. Road Tide, it's straight up. Y'all can't the Yellowwood guy buy one? Road Tide. You think we'd have a handful of them? Road Tide, we got money rolling.
You think Tim Cook could buy the whole lot?
I tell you who I'm going to talk to about is Rich Wingo. He needs to go get us a QB. Road Tide. To the phones we go. Let's go to Kobe, St. Charles, Missouri. Kobe, go ahead.
Well, Rick, I told him Kansas City, but I'll take St. Charles too.
Okay.
They're both in Missouri. That's
Kansas City. Go ahead, baby. Go Chiefs.
Hey, gentlemen, I've been listening to you guys since I was 11 years old.
Thank you.
You guys came to a Wednesday morning chapel service at Westbrook Christian School in Gadsden, Alabama.
Wow, that's been a long time ago.
It has. I've been with you the whole time.
Thank you.
I wanted to get your take on something. My daughter goes to the high school in Kansas City where the young man just got himself elected homecoming queen.
Excuse me.
And today we got a notification that Westboro Baptist is going to go out there and protest.
Ooh.
Now, I did get to stop and talk to a sheriff's deputy when I dropped her off this morning. He said they're not going to be on site. There's no danger to the children or anything, so that's great news. But I just wanted to get your take on both responding to, you know, that there is truth here and a young man can't become a queen, but also there's a group out there that claims Jesus, but they also spew hate with everything they do.
Yeah, Kobe, I'm about to say,
yeah,
Kobe, I hate to say that this may be the worst scenario ever. You're going to have people wrong on both ends of this. You know, how many times, and it's happened so many times, so let's make a commitment that we won't be those people, okay? How many times have you looked and you saw somebody with an opportunity to glorify God and stand appropriately right through Scripture on God's standard, and all of a sudden it gets handed to some folks like Westboro, and you're like, oh, man. Or you see somebody trying to talk about the faith, and you're like, oh, is this the only spokesperson we got? And no, I don't think they're the answer, and obviously, you know, we know how we feel, and I think this attempt to embrace some of this is borderlines on the absurd, but I hate that those that are going to, you know, stand on God's standard and try to speak to truth, you know, out of from a place of devotion to God and true love for people. I wish that's what we had, and with this bunch, you won't get that.
No, you know, they tried here several years ago to protest a soldier. Remember that was killed, and you know, the whole community turned out and just dwarfed the whole thing, and had so many American flags out, it was a non-issue. So.
Yeah. McCoy in Mississippi. McCoy, go ahead.
Hey, guys, please tell me y'all got to hear Beth Mowins call the Colts and Ravens game, because the way she says Gardner Minshew is absolutely hilarious.
You're talking about Gardner Minshew.
Yes, sir. It was awesome. Y'all got to start blowing the air raid sirens.
I know.
She's going to call NFL games. Y'all got to let everybody know.
NFL fans are mad, and Speedy, you're guiltless.
But
because
would you rather have her in the NFL than college? I think so, because
absolutely.
It's the, you know, I mean, the pros, you just got to deal with it.
And
you're a professional.
It was selfish on my part,
right?
Because I don't watch the NFL hardly ever, so I knew that I wouldn't have to encounter, and I knew the college was more concerned to me, and I was selfish because I knew I was safe. I knew our college friends were safe. And I apologize for not caring about the NFL fans. I did warn she was somewhere. You had the game. I should have been specific.
Yeah, and
my own son ran into it. My son's like, Dad, you let me have Beth Mowins for the Colts?
And that's why I put it on a prep sheet.
You did.
I thought I was thinking of Brody.
You're guiltless.
When I put it down.
Totally
I was
on
like,
me.
I can't believe this.
Totally on me. And I was trying to protect Bubba, too, of the impression. I thought, well, now we don't have to do it this week.
I wish she would be the play-by-play every week for the Vikings.
No, to punish you?
Yeah. Well, I mean, the team is so good.
All right, let me ask you this, Bubba. Let's say that happens, and they go on a remarkable run. Do you start listening and watching?
Helms, I would
You'll
like
take anything
I
right
would
now.
like to answer your hypothetical, but it is so out of the possibilities that I don't even have to worry about it.
Okay.
Gardner Minshew.
Well, unless
Yikes.
aliens land and take over on the team, that's the only way you're going to see a turnaround.
Bubba, you know
I don't
what
know how you can be that bad for so long.
You know what I fell victim to on Friday? You hear people say this? My heart was in the right place. But I should have thought with my head, not my heart. You know it?
I could tell you were about to do it, and then you decided against it.
I just didn't want to. I thought we're free. I was so...
And you know what?
But people weren't free, Rick.
Right. That's the game.
See,
your own son.
I've never seen the Vikings play live, and we have a connection there now. I'd love to go see them play, but I mean, it's just... I don't think my whole the many years I've suffered would let me do it.
No, don't
and I
do
think
that
they
to
play in Atlanta.
Don't do that to yourself. Hadn't you been through enough? 15 minutes to the top of the hour. More stories today. We'll unpack them all. Also, don't forget, check rickandbubba.com, upcoming events, find out what's going on around you, and don't forget, Man Church Conference tickets go on sale this Wednesday.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The only thing I'm most worried about, and y'all will understand this because of the way I have secondhand embarrassment and I get nervous, is when Trump is trying to put this around his neck, he twists the ribbon and he struggles with it just slightly, and Tiger's mom fixes it. But you see how it's twisted right there?
I got you, yeah.
That bothers me.
I'll tell you
I
this.
don't know why. It just bothers me.
I don't remember how long ago it was because time flies, but when we had him up there and he thought he was in another state while he's taking that sobriety test, we didn't envision this.
No, we didn't.
No.
Can I tell you what? That's quite a turnaround.
That's
why that guy.
That's why he's good.
That's what I'm saying. I thought, man, this guy is fixing to go off the deep end.
Yeah, I don't see the definition.
I thought he was already gone.
No, he had a few more steps.
But obviously, but again, it's called the highest civilian honor. Based on what y'all telling me, it should be called the highest celebrity.
Okay, wait a minute. I got it.
We hadn't given it to Joe the fireman, who's done a heck of a job.
It says it recognizes those people who have made an especially meritorious contribution to the security or national interest of the United States, world peace, culture, or other significant public or private endeavor.
Okay.
Culture is where you're getting it.
That's the only place it fits.
It's the only word I can hear in that definition that makes the reason for doing 33 athletes and other celebrities.
Gosh, I hope we gave Billy Graham one.
Ooh, probably not, Rick. That's a great question.
If we didn't give one to Billy Graham, it's got no credibility.
Yeah, Rick, he didn't play golf very good.
Yeah, you're right.
Obama gave one to Biden.
Okay.
Yeah, he did.
Yep.
Well, at least I don't agree with what he did, but he's a politician. I'll give him something. I don't know.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba Show. We are back, and we thank you. to the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. So let's take a little look-see on what's going on this week. Tonight, I am honored to have the opportunity to speak to the Save a Life fundraiser in Tuscaloosa, Alabama tonight. So looking forward to seeing all of you there at that banquet, and I think I get to meet some of you before it starts for a little grip and grin, and honored to be part of that tonight for that great organization. Also, other things that are going on, man churches this week. You've got Northside Baptist Church, Jasper, Alabama on Thursday night. They continue through the strategy. Andy Blank speaking there. Same night, Thursday the 28th, Winfield First Baptist Church in Winfield, Alabama. Tony Cooper speaking there for their next man church. So make plans to be part of those two wherever you are. And then Todd Jones. It's Toddarooski. Todd is speaking at Salem Baptist Church in Lake, Mississippi, as they kick off the men's discipleship strategy on October the 1st. So make a note of that as well. And as I mentioned, that we have two man church conferences coming up next year, one in Birmingham, Alabama, the 16th and 17th of February, and then Starkville, Mississippi, the home of 96.1, coming up on March 8th and 9th. Those tickets go on sale Wednesday. So we'll have that all set up for you on Wednesday. So, Bubba, we have Biden updates, and boy, is there anything worse?
You mean the commander-in-chief, Rick?
You talking about, is there anything worse?
Where to go?
Than Biden trying to be hip to the groove?
Oh,
my goodness.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, my goodness.
Somebody.
Hip to the groove.
Somebody help Daddy out here. Somebody.
So, first of all, I don't know what gets you more when he tries to be hip to the groove and retell stories, or when he tries to live. Well, I think a better way to put it, he tries to pull us into his false reality. We get both today. First, we'll go false reality.
You mean the dumpster fire that we have right now?
Oh, no. Well, Bubba, how dare you? Listen to the president. You have this all wrong. Here's what all he's done right here. Here we go.
So I'm running again, and you may have noticed a lot of people are focused on my age. Well, I get it, believe me. I know better than anyone. But there's something else I know. When I came to office, this nation was flat on its back. I knew what to do. I vaccinated the nation and rebuilt the economy.
Where? Where?
What am I talking about?
You know, when you start
It
looking,
ain't your age, buddy. It's when you open your mouth.
you know
talk.
when you look and you go, here are my examples I'd like to present to those deciding whether the president has control of his cognitive skills.
Yeah.
I would pull this clip. I would go, first of all, he thinks he vaccinated the country, which, by the way, that this vaccination thing has not gone well. Okay, it really hasn't. And then he says that he saved the economy and that the economy was on its back when he came in.
Flat on its back.
Do you remember how good the economy was before he got there? Now, the pandemic was affecting the economy. Yeah, no question.
It. Yeah, sure.
Well, it'll affect the economy when you shut the economy down.
Yeah.
Of course, it should have never happened. And Trump, he bought into that for a little while too, and so he's responsible for some of that. But it was not a good idea. We know now that wasn't. So
well, let me say this: if you think the vaccination effort is what saved America and the world, then you ought to be thanking Donald Trump. Because he's the one that got it done under warp speed.
No, Biden did that.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't.
He vaccinated the nation. I
Biden
didn't know the whole
showed
nation.
up after it was ready to go.
And he rebuilt the economy. Let's hear it again. Can we hear it again?
Rebuilt it?
Yeah. It was flat on his back when he got there.
Now, is it booming now? I'm missing it.
Yeah. Okay.
So I'm running again, and you may have noticed a lot of people are focused on my age.
Yes. Not your age.
Well, I get it, believe me.
Not your age.
I know better than anyone.
What does he
But
mean
there's
by
something
that?
else I know.
He knows how
He
old
left
is.
something out.
When I came to office,
He did.
this nation was flat on its back. I knew what to do. I vaccinated the nation and rebuilt the economy.
Clap.
Sorry.
So we just
Screaming.
He might as well
That's what
said,
I do.
He might as well said, I flapped my wings and I flew around for a little while.
Yeah. You saw me.
Remember when I started flying?
I didn't think I could do it, but I did. I lifted off.
That's why I flapped my arms and I
My
started
feet were
flying.
off the ground. I was
20 feet up.
soaring like a bird.
Y'all remember when I rocked the baby and dunked it? What are we talking about?
Golly. What about all the people that lost their jobs over the vaccine? When all that gets worked out and they all sue everybody, is he going to be responsible for that?
What about the
he vaccinated America.
Nobody lost a job. Nobody.
I didn't
Everybody
fire
worked. Everybody. Don't fly this back. Nothing was shut down. Everything worked. I did 1,100 push-ups. Y'all remember it?
I saw a rabbit and killed a squirrel.
What is he talking about?
That right there may be the most bizarre thing.
No one worked from home. Everybody went to work.
I came in, remember, right out of the game. I won the Daytona 500.
Didn't think I could do it.
Never drove before. NASCAR was flat on its back. What's he talking about? All right, next.
Precious.
Next, unfortunately,
LLJ Cool J.
he's about to try to talk about LL Cool J and his
I
arm
bet he wrecks that.
and his arms and thighs
he
for
does.
some reason.
He does.
He wrecks.
Oh, his
it.
arms.
Here we go.
And two of the great artists of our time representing the groundbreaking legacy of hip-hop in America, LLJ Cool J. By the way, that man's got biceps bigger than my thighs. I think he's been...
Did you see him try to correct
And
calling him
MC
boy?
Light, both of you, thank you.
Trying to say
Because they both have the light off on the mic, you know you're all here to listen to the new edition. Mike Bivens, 40 years producing music that lifts our souls.
He knows who
What
any of these people are.
What's happening?
he was so confused. He went, LLJ Cool J.
He don't know who any of these people are.
Catch him correct boy. He says
Oh,
boy,
yeah.
and then he catches himself and says man.
Yep.
Watch it.
And two of the great artists of our time representing the groundbreaking legacy of hip-hop in America, LLJ Cool J. By the way, that man's got biceps bigger than my thighs. I think he's been...
Oh my goodness!
I don't know what
Y'all,
yeah.
Seriously, America.
Oh, my
If
God.
you do this to us again, I am not going to be sorry for you.
I'm running again.
I am going to let you have it.
I released a hip hop song, went to #1.
Look, Mama said knock you out.
Yeah.
Great song. I don't know if he's one of the greatest artists of our time.
No, he's not.
Well, he's the type of guy.
JJ Cool L JJ.
JJ and Cool.
His
He
song.
must have had Belle Biv DeVoe there.
I love
He
that.
had them in.
I love that song. He said, "Knock the mule out."
So that was new
That
edition.
president is poison.
Was new edition fixing to sing. He went into that.
As a producer, there was a...
New edition. Where'd that come from? Give us some reference point. Are they playing? I mean,
LLJ Cool
LJJ JJ Jennings.
Y'all, can you believe? If that had been another president, do you know how much we would hear about it?
Well,
today?
you said it before. Can we please? I mean, we're back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
For those that make this country great, and she is trying to go and say, look, socialism is the answer. We must do something about this climate change. The world's going to end in 10 to 12 years. And Bubba, she's working class is what she is.
Now, Rick, keep in mind the 29-year-old freshman congresswoman is sitting on the committee that will oversee, she's on the Financial Services Committee that oversees major banking and our Wall Street system, okay?
Say that again.
She oversees Wall Street and our banking system in the Financial Services Committee. Now, in her posh new Washington apartment that she's moved into, I don't know if you've noticed, it seems like every afternoon she starts posting things. And, Rick, she posted yesterday at her discovery of something that I know many Americans are confused about, that is a garbage disposal.
Yeah, we have the video, and so she's acting like that, she's the first person that discovered the wheel. I mean, this is...
Okay, everyone, I need your help because I just moved into this apartment a few months ago, and I flipped this switch, and it made that noise, and it scared the daylights out of me. I am told this is a garbage disposal. I've never seen a garbage disposal. I never had one in any place I've ever
In charge
lived.
of Wall Street.
It is terrifying. I don't know what to use it for or what its purpose is. Like food scraps? Like, is this environmentally sound? I don't know.
Y'all.
And what's she in charge of again?
Rick, she's on the Financial Services Committee that oversees Wall Street and our banking industry here in the United States.
And she can't figure out what a garbage disposal.
She's still going. She's still.
There's more.
Guys, there was a video that surfaced last week. She's evidently behind her house or apartment. She's got this little garden. You know, it's the end thing to do now, do your own vegetables and stuff. And she couldn't believe that something was actually growing. Like, it was unreal. Oh my gosh, I see green. It's growing. It's producing. It's like, what in the world?
Community garden slot,
Here we go.
and I was so nervous because I was in New York for 2 weeks in recess. Look. Oh my God, look at this. Look at the collard greens. They're huge.
Pause,
Look
Speedy.
at the dahlias. Oh.
What did she think was going to happen?
Congresswoman on the Financial Services Committee of the United States Congress in charge of banking and Wall Street.
And also has figured out that
and should be handed a coloring book, it sounds like.
Right, listen, and says put together what she thinks is a deal that we should all quickly go to before we destroy the earth.
Rick, change our entire economy, tear down every building, change everything that this country has accomplished in over
Air
250 years. Ground all airplanes, do away with all cows. This is her.
And she's too blocked by garbage disposal and plants.
Mm-hmm. I have heard more intelligent comments from a 4-year-old that's handed a coloring book at a restaurant.
Mm-hmm.
Roll it.
My God, I don't have to trim all of these back for smoothies. I am shook. Look, like, honestly, gardening, food, that comes out of dirt. Like, it's magic.
No.
This is not real.
It is real, Rick. It's real.
Stop it again, Speedy. Stop it. Stop it. I have to correct her. It's not magic. It was commanded by the Creator for every seed to reproduce until he got back with it. Roll it.
I love how you point. Roll it.
This is so exciting.
Where did she think food came from? Just curious.
I don't.
She said it's magic.
She thinks cows are destroying the atmosphere. What else would you expect? She needs to be handed 3 crayons and a coloring book.
Y'all. She said, "Look, it's growing. This is like magic. It's food coming up out of the ground."
Let's say, Rick, our intent was
did that
to make.
sentence just happen?
Let's say our intent was
sitting congresswoman
to make fun of her, and we said we're going to go make a video and we're going to play it tomorrow. Let's act like it's her and let's make fun of her.
Yeah.
We couldn't do this good.
No, I couldn't.
We couldn't.
We couldn't write anything.
Now, the
like
same
this.
person who finds this so amazing and somewhat, I guess, unpredictable is the same person who is questioning the leaders of our country about what they're doing, why they're doing it, and their ethics in doing it. Keep that in mind.
The only thing I can think about is there's thousands of people that actually voted for this woman.
Yeah. Courtney in Alabama.
You have to be proud.
Courtney, go ahead.
Look, guys, I need y'all to just stop. I mean, ignorance is bliss here. I am about to run my car into a ditch or a field just to stop, just to cut my radio off. I can't know that she's that dumb.
Yeah.
Just please stop.
Yeah.
Just ignorance is bliss.
I want you to know that the sentence was just said. It's like food is coming up out of the ground.
It's magic.
It's
now,
magic.
Rick, she was going to trim that back and make a smoothie out of it. Now, everything that's green that has a leaf on it shouldn't be ground up and put in a smoothie. Okay, that doesn't necessarily make it good for you.
That's how it's done, young Broderick. 6 minutes past. From Sweet Home, Alabama to the world, it is a brand new hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Yeah. Amnesia wide. The gang is all here ready for a brand new hour. What are we, boys? Amnesia wide. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us. All we ask for is 5 hours each and every day. Doesn't seem like too much to me.
Well, I'm bad. All right, did y'all tell Adler what we were just talking about?
Yeah,
Did
we were talking about some of the games this weekend, still some of the oddities of it. And if you missed the Auburn-Texas A&M game, you saw one of the more stranger moments when Jimbo Fisher is caught out on the field in the middle of the play.
He almost makes a tackle. All right, so what happened here? It's a scoop and score?
Yeah, there's a A&M's running.
Again.
Well, here you go.
Flag down. Lost the football. It pops up in the air.
My goodness.
Being chased by Johnson. Asante. Touchdown.
That's their only points of the day.
Yep, there was Auburn.
There was the offensive scoop and score.
But you saw
what was Jimbo's at the hash.
Yeah.
He's way on the field. I mean, he's way out there.
But
he's in the middle of the play.
he's actually behind his line.
Look.
That's funny.
Good.
He is lucky he didn't get run over.
You're
in
right.
that particular spot.
Yeah.
But he thought he didn't see the fumble. He thought the play was over, and he was stepping out trying to see what had happened.
That is.
And here comes an Auburn guy up the sideline.
What if they go breaking down the film, even though A&M won the game, so it might be lighthearted enough to do it? And I would say, Coach, I could have caught it if you hadn't been in the way. You blocked me.
If I was an A&M player, that's what I would say.
Next time, trip him,
Coach, you blocked me. Yeah.
Funny.
So what's going on with 7 since we've opened this store back up again?
Just
and boy, 8. I saw 8, and we have to look at 8. 7? This is the USC game. So I never watch USC unless they get an early game because they play so late at night.
Yeah, the reigning Heisman Trophy winner.
Yeah.
Well, I guess he wasn't ready for this snap, guys. He just, if you can see here, he kind of looks away, and then the snap comes. And unfortunately,
he's trying to stop it. And it hit him right where you don't want to hit with a snap.
Yeah. And then he's down.
That's bad.
You know, you can't hide where that was hit.
Number 13 is down.
Your reaction's just the same.
Yeah,
I wonder.
Away,
all the guys, we don't like showing compound fractures anymore because Theismann, actually caused PTSD in a generation who was watching Monday Night Football.
Yes.
Do you think though, with guys on this, we'll start? Let's not look. We don't need to show that. Don't show that.
It is a strange thing when you see that though. You feel the pain too. You know what I mean? It's immediate.
I can't pronounce this kid's name, but the kid from Florida.
Yeah.
This catch. How big are his hands?
I don't know. Some people are calling it a glove catch, but this catch might be one of the catches of the year here. I cannot believe.
Oh my goodness! I mean, it's all one hand the entire way.
Yeah.
And he catches it like you catch a baseball.
Charlotte.
Oh, watch right here. Look right here. Look.
He got hit right after that.
Yeah, it's all. He just palms it.
Yeah.
And hangs
as it goes by, Rick.
Jimbo Fisher's in the way.
Yeah.
All right, but did you see? He never brings that ball in and gets hit while catching it with one hand.
Yeah, it's that catch. That is amazing.
That's as good a catch as I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Going to the air again. That pass is high.
Whoever makes that glove, I believe they need to sign him to an NIL deal right now.
You never know. These guys are getting so big and their hands are so big. Some of them can just grab the football like we'd be picking up a softball or something. Yeah.
Nicely played.
Those gloves are pretty good, though.
They are.
How sticky they are.
Yeah, I don't. There it is. So, and then we do have a Saban today.
Yes.
So he explains how they blocked Ole Miss's punt. Is he being facetious here? Is he annoyed?
This is a post-game breakdown.
Because I love when he's annoyed.
This is real. This is just him just giving us a post-game breakdown.
Okay.
And it's pretty interesting, and it's there's so much going on in the game of football. It's a battle.
What a chess
time.
match.
Okay. Here he is.
We love it when Coach has got the clicker in his hand and it's presented by CB&S Bank.
Well, we're going to show this on close-up. This is the block punt. So you see there a three-man shield, which means they have to zone, and the whole idea here is to get 4 guys on the 3 guys. Now they're backed up. All right, so we're going to take 22, and he's going to scan over here.
All right.
We didn't think the center could block 34. They'll block down. They'll block these two guys. All right, so 17 is always a threat because of his speed. So we try to use and drop him. We roll the corner. You'll see the corner come off, who gets 15's eyes. And we're going to stem 7 up in this gap right here. And when these guys block these guys, he's going to come right through here. And because we got other guys eating up the shield, you're going to see how we're able to block this punt.
Oh,
the key to it is 7.
Yeah.
He's the guy that we're really trying
Watch
to get
everybody
free. You
just
see,
move out.
20's not even rushing the punt. He's making sure that they can't block down on 7. All right, 28 is eating this guy up. All right, so 22 stemming over, so that uses up a shield guy. This guy at 34 uses up a shield guy. All right, we got the corner roll guy coming, and you see what 15's looking at. So the whole design of this was to get 7 free.
And you did.
And you did.
This
and
is not
you
the
did.
first punt he's blocked. So it's a big play in the game. We get it 1st and 1 at the 1, and we didn't do great with it. But at least we got it at the 1.
Next play, they snapped it over the quarterback's head.
Right.
We didn't do great with it. Kind
They
of
ended
a
up with a field goal.
Kind of a missed opportunity there.
I couldn't believe that snap. I couldn't
man.
believe it.
Oh,
I mean,
my God.
immediately.
Yeah.
Now we're at the 15.
Yeah.
Second and goal.
Yeah. But the Greg, I remember that back in the 80s. We would just do nothing but have guys that all they're trying to do is push people out and let somebody come in.
Yeah.
And
It looks good when you execute it, doesn't it?
Oh, it does. Look like Adler
like a
said.
plan.
We
coming
didn't do
together.
much with it.
Yeah, didn't do much with it.
He does break down patience, and I can't imagine how much he has to have.
Let's move to 6. Let's go to 6. Let's get Deion Sanders in before we go to the break. So let's go to Deion Sanders. This is him after the 42-6
romp.
And it was ugly. UGLY. You ain't got no alibi. You ugly. Hey, you ugly. It was an ugly loss. And here is Deion Sanders and one of the many comments he made after the game. So here we go.
Right. I don't think it's a target on our back. I just think this just teams are trying to beat me. They're not trying to beat our team. They keep forgetting I'm not playing anymore. I had a great career. I'm serious. I got a gold jacket, ain't back. So I'm good. But that's what it really is. I don't think they get any extra satisfaction, It is what it is. And I signed up for it, so let's go.
Yeah, I mean, everything he needs to do to hype up his team and get the merch going and get everybody fired up. That same hype is going to bring most people's best game against him.
Yeah, I would kind of disagree with what he's saying. I think if you like you said, Rick, the hype is a double-edged sword. It's going to get you recruits. It's going to get you transfers. It's going to get your team fired up for some big games. But it's also going to put a target on your back. And if I'm playing some other coach and some other team, and we have rivalry or whatever, but hey, I marked the one with Colorado because I got Coach Prime, and I'm wanting to show Coach Prime what I can do.
Well, and to me, he's doing it a different way. I always loved and got to do it at certain levels to play on a team that everybody you play, you're going to get their best game, because beating your team is a big deal. Now, most people pull that off by winning lots of games all the time and beating everybody for a long period of time. Right. Deion has accomplished that without really accomplishing anything, but he's done it through hype, but it's the same thing. Right. It's just for a different reason. And I did see that somehow Lou Holtz got involved again in this past weekend.
Yeah, he was on the Pat McAfee show.
Yeah,
and they have an impersonator like we do. That interviewed him.
Yes, that's why people are saying, do they listen to the show?
They have a mask and everything, or he does something.
All right, so let me be clear. I know we got a break. We'll break and come back.
Isn't it Pat that does that?
But
no.
But is Ryan Day mad at the impersonator?
No. The real Lou Holtz was on, and some things he had to say about Ohio State.
Right.
Really upset.
All right, so because he looked like he was mad after the game with the real Lou Holtz.
He is for what he said in this interview on the Pat McAfee.
But they
show.
have an impersonator, but they talked to the real Lou Holtz.
Yes, the impersonator actually interviewed Lou, the real Lou.
Got it. Okay,
well, very awkward. So I don't think he minds us doing.
You need a scorecard.
All right, we'll come back and because I saw that Ryan Day after the Ohio State win, he went right after Lou Holtz.
Yeah,
that was like one of the first things he said.
Yeah.
So we'll find out what that's all about when we come back. Stay close.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Okay.
Did you hear her gasping every time she saw a plant?
Roll it again, Speedy, from the top. Give it to me from the top.
Okay.
You want plant or garbage disposal?
Well, we'll start with plant.
My community garden slot, and I was so nervous.
Well,
because
stop again. Stop
I
again.
was
She calls it a community garden spot.
Mm-hmm.
Roll it.
New York for 2 weeks in recess. Look. Oh my God! Look at this. Look at the collard greens. They're huge. Look at the dahlias. Oh my God! I don't have to trim all of these back for smoothies. I am shook.
So are we.
Look, honestly, gardening, food that comes out of dirt, it's magic.
Y'all. Oh my gosh. Now you're talking about secondhand.
Now to the sink.
Oh boy.
Where there's a discovery
of a monster
Need your
living
help
in it.
because I just moved into this apartment a few months ago, and I flipped this switch.
Of course, the water's not on.
Made that noise, and it scared
It's a dry
the
sink.
daylights out of me.
That's how they tear up.
I am told this is a garbage disposal.
I had to be told that.
Yes.
I've never
Somebody
seen
told me
a
that,
garbage
Rick.
Y'all,
disposal.
no one
I've
ever
never
laughed
had
at George
one
H.
in
Bush
any
in the
place I've
scanner
ever
again.
lived.
Nobody.
It is terrifying. I don't know what to use it for.
Don't know what to use a
or
garbage
what its
disposal
purpose
for.
is.
Pretty straightforward
Like
there.
food scraps? Is this environmentally sound?
She's worried it's
don't
not
know.
environmentally sound.
Goodness gracious.
Now, keep in mind, somebody had to tell her it was a garbage disposal. Undoubtedly, no one got to her about food that grows up out of the ground, because I don't think anybody thought they had to tell her about that.
Yeah, right.
But she had to discover that one on her own, and she said it's like magic.
Y'all, there's very few people that I think I'm smarter than they are, because I'm very average. I'm smarter than her, okay? I'm smarter than a sitting congresswoman, no doubt about it.
Rick, Bubba, really bring it home. I'm smarter than her.
Yeah,
Speedy.
Okay.
Everybody in this room looks like Einstein compared to her, okay?
Yeah. I gotta say, I got a dog that's pretty crafty. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So, Trump told us when he was running, if we the American people would elect him, we would grow tired of winning.
Well, let me tell you, when it comes to the economy, Rick, nothing could be more true.
We would grow tired of winning. His new approval rating ticks up to a new high, 46%. In America, that's a big number.
Now, if you break it down into the handling of the economy, it's much higher than that on some of the surveys.
Yep.
I thought it was interesting that some of the candidates running for president now are trying to give Obama the credit for this economy.
Of course.
I think that's hilarious that you would try that. But since none of it took off till Trump was in. But anyway.
Well, you must not know how it works.
Well, Rick, great story out today. There's a guy named Adam Michael. He is a policy guy for the Heritage Foundation. And he was talking about how good the economic numbers are. Okay, new reports out show that in the first quarter of 2019, the U.S. economy grew by 3.2%. Now, this is, we were told we would never be at this point again by the previous administration. Right. And even then, that is almost a full percentage point higher than what was predicted. In the month of April, unemployment fell to a 50-year low of 3.6%. Business continues to add hundreds of thousands of jobs each and every month. Now, the sustained good economic news is in no small part thanks to last year's tax cuts and Donald Trump's work to cut unnecessary regulations that made it too costly to hire new workers or to reinvest in your business.
Oh, yeah, it was getting terrible.
Now, there's the old cliche, the old saying we've heard that a rising tide lifts all boats. And while that is correct, some people will deny that today, but it is correct. But it does miss the full scope of what is going on behind the scenes in our economy. And that is that this economy is doing more for the poorest Americans among us than any other group. Okay, you don't really hear that pushed in our network newscast every day. In April, the unemployment rate for Americans with a high school degree fell to the lowest rate since before the Great Depression. Okay, we're talking historic lows here. Unemployment for workers
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's 21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. Yeah, okay, so I get all the stuff where people are like, all right, this show must listen to y'all show, and you got this going on. So we have a Lou Holtz impersonator, Lance Ingram, who's been around with us for many years. But apparently McAfee's got one, or is this McGee and them?
No, this is Pat McAfee. This is from his Friday show that runs midday.
Okay, because
they had the real Lou Holtz sitting there. Now, you've already got a college game day atmosphere because he goes to wherever college game day is, and that Friday show is live from that same spot. So
Tank top?
Oh, yeah, you got all that. Well, so this is the real Lou Holtz with their Lou Holtz from the show.
Well, let me tell you what my experience was. So I watched the end of the Ohio State Notre Dame game.
Yeah,
okay?
Wow.
Yeah. All right. So can I say this? Notre Dame, y'all played an outstanding game.
Yeah.
Outstanding. Hey, the game is on the line, and you said that we had 10 men on the field on defense. The game on the line.
The last two plays, they had 10 men.
And then they line up, and all they got to do, if they run the ball, they win the game, which they were smart enough to do that. They've got you outnumbered on the left side unbelievably, and they still barely get it in.
I know.
And I had to look at it and review, but I heard Ryan Day at the end really jumping on Lou Holtz.
He wasn't happy,
and I didn't understand why. So now I'll know.
Yeah,
so
you're about to be.
Here's what Lou Holtz said about it. Here we go.
Notre Dame is a better football team than Ohio State.
Love hearing that. Please, Coach.
And let me tell you why. We have the best offensive line in the country. Sam Hartman won't even get his jersey dirty all year. He has time to throw the football. The offensive line, we have great running back. Esteem is averaging about 10 yards a carry. We have great receivers. So offensively, we're set. Defensively, our defensive line's better. And you look at Coach Day, and I coached at Ohio State under Woody Hayes. We won the national championship when I was there.
Not against
I'm
Bama.
proud of that. However, he has lost to Alabama, Georgia, Clemson, Michigan twice, and everybody that beats him does so because they're more physical than Ohio State. And I think Notre Dame will take that same approach. I know that our schedule it hasn't been the best. We're 103rd in strength of schedule. However, that doesn't bother me because every day we get to practice against good. We get to practice covering our good receivers. Won't be much different than covering the great receiver they have at Ohio State. And plus, we're playing at home. It'll be a close football game, but we will win because we believe. Forget who in the hell we're playing. Just tell Ohio State this. You take this message to Ohio State. You tell them they better bring their lunch because it's going to be a full damn day's work.
Wow.
All right, so that's what he said, and then when they won, Day had a reaction.
I understand why Ryan Day said what he said.
Yeah. Well, now Ryan Day's speech makes all the sense in the world.
Yeah.
All right, so here he is after the game. And when Ohio State wins on the last play of the game, no time on the clock, they go in.
Yeah.
Coach, you knew this one wasn't going to be easy, but it came down to the wire. And what can you say about the performance from your quarterback, Kyle McCord, to finish that drive?
Toughness, that's it. Physicality, across the board, finish it off, having guts. You know, I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now. What he said about our team, I cannot believe. This is a tough team right here. We're proud to be from Ohio, and it's always been Ohio against the world, and it'll continue to be Ohio against the world. But I'll tell you what, I love those kids, and we got a tough team.
What did they prove to you tonight in this victory that you'll take away and run with?
Toughness. Everybody's questioning these kids all the time. We had one bad half the last couple years. That's it. Everybody wants to question these guys. These guys are warriors right here to come back and win. This kid right here to come back in the second half and win. I'm emotional about this for a reason. A lot of people question these kids and say a lot of things about them. I love them. When someone attacks your family, to come in and win like this is special. It's a great win for our program and a great win for Ohio State.
Can you take us through the
So there
I'd ask you. I
like it.
I can't believe he didn't tell Lou to eat that sandwich.
I know. By the way, of course, Ohio State coached by Ming the Merciless. And he looks like a villain. He looks so much like a villain. I mean, it's like
The Hunger Games.
But it was a good game.
Yeah,
I watched a good bit of it, and at that time slot, it was the best game that was being played. And I watched that and kept going back to that in Arkansas and LSU, which was a good game too. But anyway, so that's why I didn't know what he was mad about. I didn't know what Lou Holtz had said. But
so is this Lou? Is this just a special thing Lou was doing that day, or is he out and about now?
No, he's not out and about. It's just, I mean, college game day was at Notre Dame, and so I think they announced they're at Duke this weekend. Notre Dame going to Duke.
You are correct.
Yeah, Duke's undefeated.
And there's their 10 players on the
field. Look, Bubba, for the game. And look,
do you know that the coach was asked, why didn't you run somebody else out there? And he said, I didn't want to get a penalty and go half the distance and get them even closer. I felt like we could.
Because they didn't have a timeout.
But look how overloaded they are right where they run the play, and they barely get it in anyway. But, I mean, look, they're set up. The play that Ohio State runs, they're in a terrible position to stop it.
Right.
And it just goes right over the left side, right in.
Yeah, they've only got two guys over there, and they ain't even on the line.
And look at you got a stand up tight end and then the guard and the tackle. I mean, you're in a bind over there.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
somebody help.
So anyway, but it was a good game.
The quarterback almost see that he just take the snap and take off running, forget to play.
Now I've never heard their Lou Holtz impression. Is he better than Lance? I mean, is he as good as Lance?
Well, I don't think he is. But
I mean, who is? When I was listening to Lou right there, I was like, Lance has got him nailed. Yeah. I mean, he sounds just like him.
This is kind of going backwards in time a little bit, but the Oregon head coach Dan Lanning, in his pregame speech, was pretty crazy. Just the difference between his approach, what he says his approach is, and Deion's approach.
Oh, this is the clicks and the ones. Yeah,
that's it.
Here it is. Yeah.
Rooted in substance, not flash. Rooted in substance. Today, we talk with our pads. You talk with your helmet, right? Every moment. The Cinderella story is over, man. Right? They're fighting for clicks, we're fighting for wins. There's a difference, right? There's a difference, right? This game ain't going to be played in Hollywood, it's going to be played on the grass, right? It's going to be played on the grass.
So mad, so very mad, so mad.
Took it out on him, too.
Well, he made his point. And Coach Prime gave him props. He said, when you say that kind of stuff, if you can back it up, he earned the right to say it. Whipped us bad.
Yep.
Yeah. And but then, of course, in true Deion fashion, and there's some truth to this. So if you want to get us now. This is as bad as we're ever going to be.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, but he's got to do that, Greg.
I know. That's his deal.
I know, and I mean that has to be.
Yeah. So we ain't got time to walk around and feel sorry for ourselves. We got USC this week.
You do not. No, you don't. And you'll find out a lot about that team, whether they bounce back or not. Of course, bouncing back against a good team harder than bouncing back against a bad one. Yeah. You really need a directional school right now.
Yeah.
You do. You do. I mean, it's just not available to you.
You need Northern Colorado State.
You need something.
Northeast Central Colorado.
Bottom of the hour. We'll be back. 866 We Be Big. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
With disabilities fell from 8% to 6.3% over the last year, the lowest level since we measured such statistics in 2008.
Mm-hmm. Are you tired of winning yet?
Hispanic unemployment is at the lowest since 1973, also when we started to measure that. Black unemployment remains close to historic lows, climbing slightly since the end of 2008. But one could hardly wish for a better trend. The economy is working for every class of American, but particularly those at the bottom of the rung.
Today, I'm very proud of myself.
Now, why is that? When the economy is strong and unemployment rates are consistently low, two things happen. First, job openings pull workers off the sidelines and into the workforce. That's a good thing. People who have been so discouraged that they said that they'd even stop looking for work start getting jobs again, and that's what we're seeing this time. The New York Times is reporting, Rick, and we know how they love to support conservatives and Trump.
Yes, very conservative piece of paper.
That more than 70% of the people who were hired last month were not actively even looking for a job. but the jobs were so attractive they went back to work anyway. These people didn't even want a job, and they went to work. Second thing that happens, employers raise wages in order to keep good talent and attract new workers to fill job openings. In other words, when the economy starts clicking, a lot of people move up the ladder, so people not wanting to have to go out and hire and retrain people, give people on-the-job raises, and they also have to increase the wages for new jobs because they're competing for so many people who are wanting to hire them also. And that's also what's happening. Until recently, wage growth had lagged behind expectations in our country, but not now. Following the 2017 tax cuts, okay, the growth rate for the average hourly earning has started to tick up over the past year. Average hourly earnings rose 3.2%. That's a raise of roughly $1,400 in take-home pay for the average American. Before 2018, the wage growth had not reached 3% since 2009. The recent wage gains have been the largest for those who need it the most. For the last 6 months, wage growth for production and non-supervisory workers outpaced the average for the entire country. So, again, what you're hearing, the people who are at the bottom, if you will, of the food chain, of the working, if you look at it from a worker standpoint, are actually gaining quicker than those at the top. I would think that's what every good Democrat and every good socialist would want.
Well, it also shows you if the free market is allowed to work and given as much freedom as the government's willing to give it, it will cause everything to start moving. And are you tired of winning?
Rick, I don't get tired of winning. In addition, what does all this mean when everybody's moving up the ladder, demands are higher, people are paying more to keep people are paying more to compete with new jobs opening up? That means consumer confidence skyrockets, and that's what's happening. It surged to an 18-year peak last fall, signaling that Americans are confident in the economy. Retirees are also more confident in their retirement security and the ability to live comfortably on their savings at the highest retirement confidence numbers since the 1990s. Now, why is that? Because the stock market's increasing. Investment in companies are increasing. Because why? They're hiring people. They're making more money. They're turning over more things. Rick, it is a win for everybody, unless you're trying to run a political campaign against the president. In that case, you try to talk it down.
You got to admit.
And, you know, they did that to George Bush.
Yeah.
They created a recession by talking it down.
You have to admit, Obama has done a good job.
Let me tell you what. Whoever has done what we're experiencing right now, I don't care who it is, it's a good thing for all Americans.
How about it's funny?
But the sad part is most of it didn't kick into high gear till after the tax cuts. Can't really give Obama credit for that.
Well, this is how, though, politics work. If I just went out of office and the economy booms with the next person, that's really credited to me. Now, if I'm the new person and the economy tanks, I blame the person before me.
Yeah, that's how it works.
Yeah, and I look, it's just worse than I even imagined.
I couldn't believe the mess I'm in.
Look at them now, and then somebody needs to say if it ever goes, if we ever have an election that goes, if you want to have fun, everybody pay attention. I hope it doesn't happen, but if it does, if we ever go Democrat, Republican, Democrat, if you can stay with it, we will be able to tell the Democrat when he destroys the economy and tries to blame it on the Republican, no, I thought that was Obama that did that. We're back 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, thank you for being with us today. HelixSleep.com/Bubba. You know, the only thing better than sleeping on a mattress that you just picked out randomly is one that's actually customized for you, your own personal mattress. What a great feeling that is. We love personalized. Everybody likes a tailored suit. It fits better than one that an ad hoc off the rack. So how about a tailored mattress, tailored the way that you sleep? Greg, you and Lisa are so fortunate because you guys stepped up quickly when the HelixSleep.com/Bubba relationships first started, when it was just a little budding relationship.
Oh, yeah.
And you and Lisa went in there and followed all their instructions, and they asked how you sleep on your sides, your back, your stomach. They ask, if you like a soft mattress, you like a medium firmness, you like a really firm mattress. They have one for children, they have one for big and tall. So if you'd like to find out more about how you can get a customized mattress sent to your door and you can sleep on it for up to 100 nights to be sure you love it, then go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. That's helixsleep.com/Bubba. Get all the information there. It won't take you long, just a few minutes to fill out the information, and we're going to save you 20%, and they'll ship it right to your door. 20% off right now. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. All right, so, Bubba, I told you about a week ago, that apparently in our fenced-in backyard, there is, I have an update. I actually was wrong on what I thought. I thought a female deer, a doe, a deer, a female deer, had started a routine of dropping fawns or a fawn in our backyard, using the fence to keep the fawn, from wandering off large distances and then jumping over the fence and coming back, nursing the fawn, going to get food for herself, jumping the fence, coming back. And I thought, well, it's pretty ingenious the way she has set this up. Now, I would like to tell our neighbors who keep thinking that we've captured a deer.
You're not harboring one.
We're not harboring a deer. The deer is there of its own free will. We actually had someone call. I know that y'all aren't home, and I don't want any kind of alarm to be set off, but there's a deer in y'all's backyard. I need to set it free. The deer's there on its own. We didn't put it there.
Come in and out on their own.
We didn't put it there. So yesterday I got up. When the sun came up yesterday morning, I took the time to watch it rise. And we know that wonderful feeling, cup of coffee in hand. Another reason why, Bubba, you need to start drinking coffee. You ease out on the deck as the sun, its orange ball is through the trees and it begins to rise. And where we live right now, still getting a little hot middle of the day for us, but the mornings are actually quite nice right now. And I'm out there and I'm just sipping on my coffee and I'm talking to the one and only living God, and it's just a wonderful time and of just solace and peace. And I look down and I go, well, there he is again. There's our little fawn, and he's just easing up and down the fence like he's a dog, inside the backyard. And I'm like, what's up, fella? So then all of a sudden something catches my eye, and I look to the left and I see Mama.
Oh.
And Mama's back there, and she's easing her way through the backyard, and she's looking around. At one point, she starts nursing him, and I'm like, well, how about this? I'm watching a wildlife.
Yeah.
Then all of a sudden, something kind of moves to the right, and I look over. On the other side of the fence comes another doe with twins. And I'm like, wait a minute.
What?
So this doe that's living back here only has one. These other I'm seeing belong to somebody else. So she, with nothing, just went, whoop, jumps right over the fence, where the little fawns are kind of like, what? How do we get in?
Yeah,
and then they see the other one in there, and of course, he or she starts doing that little kicking thing where they get to getting rowdy. And I'm like, I feel like I'm in a tree stand, and I'm watching deer move, and they're in my backyard. They're just kind of easing through and rummaging around a little bit, in the bushes. And I'm like, do they think they can just all be here? And so then
they got it like they like it.
So then the other two fawns, they just start running up and down the fence like dogs. Why can't we get in? And the other fawns looking like, well, I'm in here.
Yeah.
And there's two does in here, and you can see the other does like, how did I get them in here last time? Because I've seen more than one back there before together. I thought they belonged to the one doe, but I guess there's more than one doe. And then
you got a whole nursery school going on.
And then when I thought, well, this can't get any stranger, I look and I see movement again, and a spike comes walking up. What? And he can't believe. It's almost like he looks at me like, "What are you doing?"
Yeah.
And I'm like, "I don't know. They're getting back here on their own." And he starts to make a move like, "I think I'm in." And then the fawns start doing that. They see another deer, so they start running after him, wanting to play. And they're doing that thing where they just start flying, like, and they're just going crazy.
Yeah.
And literally, like a young man, he just looks up and goes, "I'm out." I'm out. He didn't get spooked by me at all. He just was like, I don't want y'all. This is mayhem over here. Want these women bringing their kids everywhere? Can't they get them under control? I mean, he almost had this attitude like, can y'all not parent better than this? And then he just said, this ain't worth it for me. And he said, he's on back in the woods. But at one time, I have 6 deer all
living in your backyard.
Just going in the backyard. Like I thought to myself, if I was hunting right now, I wouldn't see anything.
No, you wouldn't see a thing.
I wouldn't see a thing. And I started thinking, would the deer just get bigger if I just sit here and be quiet? I mean, how many deer am I going to see?
Yeah. There's been some big bucks seen.
Or should you go to the farm and put a fence up?
I thought about this. So then
let them run and jump in.
So then,
Bubba, that's good. That's what.
So
it needs
then,
to do.
we're all hanging out, in the yard later in the day, celebrating, having a good day together. And so, like I told you, Sherry, we want to do a fire in the fire pit. Well, we start walking down there to the fire, and look, here comes a fawn. From here to the golden ticket seats. And I'm like, Sherry goes, are there fawns everywhere in our backyard? And then he kind of looks at us like, what are y'all doing? I'm like, we're going to build a fire.
Yeah, that's actually my yard.
And then he or she started I don't know that I like y'all being right here this close, but I don't know how to get out.
Yeah.
And so then it starts running up and down the fence. And I say, look, don't approach.
Try to feed him lifesavers.
Well, I said, don't spook him or her, because the fawn will panic and then run into the fence and possibly break its neck or whatever. And then Sherry's like, wow, there's a real happy story. I said, I'm just telling you, that's a possibility.
You've seen it.
Yeah, I said, you don't want them to panic them and they run into the fence. I said, they literally will break their own necks. And she goes, well, you took the air out of this beautiful little moment. And I said, no, I'm just warning everybody. That's something we don't need.
You're being thoughtful.
The fawn has nowhere to go. And then I love when people suggest this. Why don't you pick it up and set it over the fence?
What?
Pick it up. I said, do you think I'm just
going
to walk over there and pick up a little deer? There's not going to let me pick them up.
No.
Well, why don't you feed it or
Mama
something?
might not like you picking it up.
Yeah, I started looking around. I said, in a minute, I'm about to take a hoof to the head.
Yeah.
Mom's good with the
I think
baby
she had
being in
jumped
there.
over and went back in the woods, but
Maybe you could throw lifesavers out the gate so she'd walk out the gate.
Can I tell you what's interesting? I know
Put a little trail of them together.
I know we've said this before, how magnificent
Wintergreen.
an adult deer is, how easy they can jump a fence.
Oh, I know.
They jump a fence so easy.
It's like us going up stairs.
And they go over that fence like it's nothing.
I wish I could jump like that.
It's like us stepping over some low rope. I mean, it's like she just looks over and looks down and she goes, whoop, and then hits like without a sound. Just, she got that coming down. And I thought, wow, that's pretty incredible to watch. But so I just want my neighbors to know, Sherry and I have not trapped a bunch of deer. We're not raising deer. Our backyard, for some reason, has become a place where they are hanging out. I'm talking about all the time. And we have multiple fawns that look like we're raising deer, and these are our new pets. They are not. Mm-hmm. And so what I did is for this one, because I just went and opened up a gate, and I said, look, I'd rather it run out than keep running up down the fence till it runs into the fence. So eventually it went up through that way, and I think it got out. So now I'm probably in trouble with the mother. But
because the mom's plan was staying here.
Well,
it's
can't
safe
she bring
here.
it back?
Yeah.
What's
she going to do? Open the gate?
Oh, she birthed it in there.
Yeah.
But I could open the gate up, could leave it open.
Rick, if you don't mind, would you leave the gate open so the deer can get in and out with their little ones?
I feel like what's going to happen? I feel like the deer are like I'm living where they live.
Yeah.
And I keep trying to say, I was here first. I was here. Well, technically we were here first.
Yeah.
Technically we were here first. I was like, well, no. Y'all weren't alive when we built this.
Right. Yeah, see, Greg, that was the mom's plan. You stay in here till you're old enough to jump the fence, and then you're okay.
Yeah.
But
that was the plan.
Rick just let it out.
Yeah. Well, don't y'all think when it started panicking and it was going to break its neck?
It probably was. Well, now you're out there in their yard making a fire.
No, it was like.
What are you doing out here?
Come back up, Rick. You did a good job releasing it right to the coyotes.
Yeah, that's good. It's great.
I'm still confused on how at one time there must be a way they can get in, because at one time I could document there were more than one in the backyard. And then when I was watching Sunday morning, only one was in the backyard and two were on the outside with the other mom. And I'm like, so they've got some way they're getting, you know what I mean? So, but I'm in trouble now for trying to keep the little deer from hurting itself. Of course, I just sent it out into the wild.
Yeah. And maybe the one stuck in there can't jump
where it is.
Can't jump like the
right. You know what? The mother has no idea where it is.
No,
right.
Can't find it. She's going.
Yeah, I'm gonna hear that today. We'll come back. Your phone calls are next. Speedy goes to the phones. 866 We Be Big. We'll chat with you on any topic right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You're blaming your problems on Obama if you go back on y'all's line of thinking.
Right. Well, if you look at the numbers, look at consumer confidence. It did go up at the end of Obama's term, but it went up at the very end after Donald Trump had been elected. That's when it started to move up.
So, A lot of winning in there, Bubba.
Rick, I'm not getting tired of winning yet. I don't know about you. I think I can stomach a few more wins here. I might get tired of it at some point, but right now I'm still good.
That's right. Well,
give me more. Feed. Hey, Rick.
Yeah.
Baby.
Band. Bubba, welcome back to the comfortable confines of the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport.
Glad to be here. What a great day yesterday, though. Weather was wonderful.
Yep.
Great to be outside on the road a little bit. It always brings its certainly its degree of challenges, but I think everything went pretty well. I listened to most of the podcast last night.
Same too.
You know, I will say this, though. I think Speedy deserves special credit because yesterday would not have happened without him on several fronts. But he definitely is.
And one back.
And he definitely is my MVT.
Yes,
most
sir.
valuable taper.
Yeah. I saw friendship. You know, people can claim friendship, but it's always what people do that really shows.
The actions speak louder than words.
Action is truth. Words are not truth anymore. Action is truth. And by golly, that was action.
Because Bubba was trying to get somebody to tape him all morning.
I know.
I couldn't have got through without that.
Bless his heart. He just walked around with a little roll of tape.
I had it ready to go. And
he asked for a trainer one time.
And see what y'all didn't see. Well, they usually have one.
They do. They
usually have
really
one.
do.
But that's for injuries.
Well, they can tape,
Not to tape
too.
somebody's butt.
They do that stuff. You know, we know a lot of them. They use local people.
I thought they
to
had
do
it for the professionals that were there.
That's probably.
Well, they
That's
use
what I
it. They
thought.
have it for the players.
Yeah, normally they have one for anybody that's
Right.
playing.
Well, yeah. I pictured somebody going over to one of the trainers saying, "Hey, we need you something. All right, what's going on?" Bubba needs his top of the crack.
As interesting.
Top of the crack.
And
I
as
tried
funny,
to get a couple of firemen to do it, and they wouldn't even do it.
yeah.
As funny as I'm sure the footage that Adler shot will be.
Gosh.
Because when I looked at Eddie Van Adler's eyes, his eyes were popping as he was trying to video. Yeah. And as funny as that will be, we really don't have footage of the funniest part of it, and that was me trying to put it on myself. See, I tried to tape it myself, and I had it in a giant wad back there. It was, and I just had to rip it off, and then that's when I come to get Speedy.
Yeah, well, if that's it. If you don't fully understand, if you listened to yesterday, you know this KT tape stuff. Bubba needed it for his lower back.
Yeah, I did my knee. I can see it.
Which means somebody.
I'm used to doing it.
Which means you got to have help.
What's that supposed to do?
Yeah, and
what's its purpose?
Well, Greg, here's the thing, and this was brought up yesterday.
Yeah.
There's a lot of athletes use it. I got interested in it a few years ago, back when I was still playing a whole lot more tennis. There's a couple of theories, but I'll tell you how I think it really works. One of the theory is, and they have very extensive directions about how you put it on.
Yeah.
It's a stretchy tape. So you put your joint at a certain angle, and you put on strips, and you pull it and stretch it, 10% or 50% or 70%. And the last 2 inches you don't stretch on the end of the strip of tape. You put it down so it sticks. And there is a theory of operation that, hey, it puts the joint in the right position so it actually works like it's supposed to work, blah, blah, blah. But I really think what it does, because it doesn't help cure the problem. When you take it off, it feels like it did before you put it on. I think it's just the touch of it on your skin. It kind of confuses your nerves a little bit. In other words, if your nerves has been sitting there and they're sending signals, hey, this knee hurts, this knee hurts, this knee hurts, and then you put this tape over the skin, all of a sudden they're going, hey, wait a minute, I got something on me, something's on me, and it kind of takes your brain's mind, so to speak, attention away from the knee joint.
Yeah,
Here we go. It is 10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Lines are available now at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'd love to chat with you and find out what's on your mind, things you need to know. If you're going to the Save a Life fundraiser tonight in Tuscaloosa, Alabama, Lord willing, I'll be there with you guys tonight. Honored to be speaking there. If you don't have a seat, I think it's full, but you can check and find out there at rickandbubba.com under events. Also, coming up Wednesday, tickets to next year's Man Church conferences, the Man Church Conference 2024, 2 locations, February the 16th and 17th in Birmingham at Samford University, Mississippi State University, March 8th and 9th at the theater there. Both locations go on sale Wednesday, so make a note of that, and we'll update you with that coming up as we get nearer to that day after tomorrow, and we'll tell you throughout the show that day. All right, so let's get started. Let's go to let's go to Gary out of Jemison, Alabama. We got a Gary. And hey, Gary, go ahead.
How you doing this morning, Rick and Bubba?
We're good, Gary. Go ahead.
I just had a question since you was living down in Jemison now. My son plays for the hometown Jemison Panthers there. He's right guard, offensive lineman. Just wondering when the last time y'all had an NIL player.
You know, we kind of, the NIL for us, we were, on the forefront of that cutting edge.
Bloody edge.
Cutting edge.
Bleeding edge.
But our deals now have looked so lame compared to what's available to them. It's like we can't compete anymore. But,
we got priced out of the market,
yeah,
Rick.
But I love hearing about your son having his hand in the dirt. That's great. Let's go to Brian in Missouri. Brian, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to speak to the transgender conversation that you guys had, and I'm a big fan of Matt Walsh and his What is a Woman, and I cannot understand how society doesn't understand what he's stating and how nobody can counter him. So I'm not saying he's the end all known, but I think he's got the best point of all. So
no, I agree with you.
Say.
No, Brian, you're right. I watched that documentary, and I mean, we already know what we're talking about is so illogical. But that documentary, you can like, dislike, whatever. But the facts, what he does, talking to anyone who would sit down with him, and when you see what is obviously true, laid out in such a all of it one sit down. You can leave that documentary going, yeah, but I mean, you can and just say, I don't care. I don't care how much y'all tell me. I just want to do what I want to do, and I want to, do this is how I want to live my life, and that's okay. But where you get into trouble is when you force everybody else to adopt something that just isn't true. That's where you have a real problem. Right. And we're taking something that is so serious, and he points this out, Brian, to your point, in his documentary, what we are doing to children who are so easily influenced. Hey, it's one thing for your kid to want to wear a mullet. It's one thing for your kid to want to wear an earring or a piercing or put a tattoo on or wear strange clothing. What we're talking about here is beyond something that should be trendy. We can all look back and go, I don't know what I was thinking with that haircut. Wow, I don't know about that piercing. Ooh, I wish I could rethink that tattoo. Why am I wearing those pants? But it's not going to require much of a change like, oh, I wish I hadn't changed my gender and had surgery.
Yeah, and took hormones.
And took all these different hormones and all this stuff and ruined my body. This is very serious stuff, and we're treating it like it's mod or trendy. Let's go to Tom in Pelham. Tom, go ahead. Listen to ZZK.
Man, didn't really want to follow that call, but I was calling. I listened to the 9 o'clock hour Friday. Greg brought up RG3 and how he goes over the top sometime.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, they didn't talk. He was calling the Auburn game. They didn't talk about it while the play was going on, that Jimbo Fisher's on the field and everything. But when they come back from commercial, and they play the replay and RG3 talks about it, and you need to listen to that if y'all can hear it. What RG3 says right there is gold if y'all listen to it.
Okay. All right. So I bet he went. We'll try to find
He had several things in that game that all I could think about was I would not have heard it like the way I did if it wasn't.
Oh,
for
sure.
Dre.
Y'all, guys.
I thought he did a good job.
I think he's going to get better. I mean, I don't think
You don't
he's,
think that
he's
he
not
overdoes
bad.
it trying
He's
to be,
not
he
bad.
Tries, he does
Greg.
it too much.
You're ruining
he
it.
tries to be zany too much.
I honestly think it's just his personality, and it's just you're seeing what he's the way he acts.
I would be
really
so
think that's
happy
what
I
it is.
didn't have Beth Moe, and I would be
Right. Boy, what if they paired them up?
Oh, my God. Don't laugh.
You spoke it. Oh, no. What was I doing?
Anonymous in Dothan.
I wish we had the audio of the guys talking about it. I really
Well, we
do.
may find it.
All you got to do is listen to like 6 plays, and you'll find a gem in there.
That's a fact.
News Talk 103.9, Dothan, Alabama. Go ahead.
Hey, Bubba, you there?
Yes, I'm here.
I want to thank you for telling us about umbrella insurance policies a few years ago. I'll let you explain what that is later. But my boys are 15 and 16, so I'm going to have 2 teens driving in January. So I decided to add it to my policy. And when I went and saw my insurance lady Friday, now I don't sell insurance. This is just a PSA. My insurance lady told me that in the state of Alabama, your wages can be garnished if you have like somebody get hurt in your pool or whatever, or in a car accident. And with 2 teenage boys driving, that's a very high liability factor. So don't think, oh, I don't have a home, I don't have a business, nobody can get nothing from me. It's worth that few extra dollars a month for me for peace of mind.
No doubt.
There's your PSA today.
No doubt. I got one as soon as the trampoline went in.
Yeah, they're just.
I went and said, how much is an umbrella insurance policy?
Yeah, they're just kind of a catch-all for whatever's happening. And, today's
And they're not real
crazy
expensive.
world, you need one.
They're not real expensive,
right.
but they're worth it, buddy. I'm telling you. We continue. Let's go to Nick in Texas. Nick, go ahead.
Hey guys.
Hey, buddy.
I have a James Canuck impersonation. Probably going to be the best you've ever heard. Not trying to brag. It is.
Okay, go ahead.
Looking for a city where we'll never die.
Oh, yeah.
To the sand billions, never say goodbye.
That's pretty good. That's where you need to get that drink.
I think the singing may be too good.
Let me tell you what, that's pretty good though. I mean,
that was good.
What he did, he definitely was in the city.
Yeah.
He might not have been at the exact address, but he sure was close.
That is still some of the funniest stuff I have
That
ever seen.
speech and everything.
I ain't bragging.
It's one of the best
I put
videos.
it right up there with Trunk Monkey.
It's one of the best videos I think I've ever watched. I mean, I'm with you. It's up there in the top 5.
That's a good
I
one.
watched it the other day on my own for no reason.
Yeah.
For no reason.
If it pops up on my computer when I'm out researching something, I'll stop and look at it.
Not trying to bring attention to myself, but that's just what happened.
That's pretty much what happened.
I've been beating him
Pretty
every
much.
time.
Yeah, and ever since then, every time we're together, I pretty much wore him out.
Pretty much
Unbelievable.
wear him out. What kind of saying is that?
Yeah,
Not
you're right.
trying to brag?
Yeah, you're right, Greg. I made a mistake when you're talking about him. Don't say pretty much. Yeah, I mean, don't leave out pretty much.
Yeah,
if
pretty
you
much
leave
wore
out
him
pretty,
out?
no, I didn't. I pretty much wore him out. You can't. If you leave the pretty out, it really does take away.
Oh, my goodness.
What kind of comment is that? And like we said, where are these big tenor?
Yeah, I didn't know they battled like rappers do.
Is it like a- is it
rapper
a-
battles.
Is it like a close cage type thing? Or
Battle
what?
of the tenors.
What are they doing today?
Top of the hour. If we're ending our time together today, it's kind of a bummer. But if you got more Rick and Bubba, stick around. We'll be back. If you ever cannot access the whole show live, you can always catch the archives available for you every day on the YouTube channel and the Rick and Bubba podcast channel, wherever you get podcasts. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Because it helps it's like an extension of your muscle to where it won't over contract or whatever, and they say it's supposed to just relieve a little bit of that pressure and almost be like an extension of your muscle, like an extra something to help not put the pressure on that area.
Yeah, and
that's what they say.
I have found that it works just to take pain away, basically. So and I know people who've been skeptics. I had some tennis folks that were skeptic of it, and after they had their back taped up one time, they said, "Well, this is like magic."
Well, you see a lot of high performance athletes use this stuff.
They
wouldn't just wear tape to wear tape. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I will tell you this.
Or it's become stylish.
Our family has used it one time. And it was kind of weird. You know how we would always go down to the World Series at the beach every year, and JC's group was there. It's been, maybe 3 years ago, and this is when he was catching. And he took a foul ball off the shoulder when he was catching that it missed the catcher's chest, padding.
Chest protector.
Yeah. And he was in a lot of pain or whatever, and we were like, man, he's the only catcher we got. And it was like 2 days into this World Series. And I'm sitting here, and I'm like, what am I going to do? And I ran, and I was desperate. And I Googled and looked up on YouTube how to apply it to the shoulder to help.
Yeah.
And again, I don't know how the mind works. It could have just been one of those mind things.
Placebo?
Yeah. But I taped it up for shoulder support, and it got him through the whole week. But it helped. It helped. It's almost like it helped support that muscle.
Of course, his shoulder's never been the same, but that,
Luckily, it was his glove side. So
yeah, there you go.
We'll be back.
It's time to hold that mid up.
Speedy, you were the MVP, man.
Thank you, buddy.
Most valuable taper.
Oh, gosh.
Thank you,
and
buddy.
Speedy, just remember, the counseling sessions do no good if you don't attend them.
That's right.
What I saw, y'all.
16 minutes past. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We look back at yesterday's On Location because there's always adventures. As I left after the Bible study yesterday, which, by the way, if you missed that, that's out. All the archives are available. You can watch it on the YouTube channel archive. YouTube channel here in the next day or so, and we'll let you know when it's up. So, so we were reviewing yesterday, from what it seemed, for all practical purposes, and the feedback I'm getting from the audience who was able to listen, and then because of the joy of podcasting, we were able to go back and listen ourselves. Greg looks
right. We've lost Greg there.
Greg caught a bit of a stare there.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening
this
there.
is what concussions look like later in
Exactly.
life.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
That's why we can't remember anything.
Right. But
I don't know what's going on there.
But just want to thank
It's fun to get hung in the stairs.
I get hung in
sometimes.
stairs all the time.
Yeah. By the way, that group text that I saw this when I got ready to come to work today, is that Hallman that's talking about that?
Yes.
For some reason, I don't have that number in a contact anymore or something. And I see this group text going on.
Yeah.
And I didn't know whether to chime in because I didn't know who was talking to
It
me.
is, yes.
Yeah, it was. That
But
was from last night.
it was great to meet all the folks that won the Coca-Cola Red Seats and hang out with those folks.
Yeah,
and
nice people.
those of you that came by, we had a great time. And I thought the staff, as we've said 1,000 times on Team Rick and Bubba, I thought was flawless. A lot of hard work, really great job getting after it. Bubba was talking about that in the office today. The flow of the way it went on location, because it's a different dynamic on location. I thought it went great. I thought the guests this year worked out smoother than ever. Nobody really got stacked on top of each other. They moved in smoothly. All the different elements we had available to us. Bubba playing, Bubba getting ready to play. It really, I don't know. I think as far as the history of these shows, I think that one goes up there in the top 5 of probably the most productive.
Yeah. Far as ease of operation too. I mean, the solar system, everything kind of lined up. Every planet was in its orbit, and it worked out. Speedy did a great job again. I mean, not only on the taping, but the day before we had some technical problems, and got all that worked out. Maybe we can re-engineer some of that to take that out in the future. So. But, Rick, I tell you, I ran into so many people yesterday out on the course, so nice, made a lot of pictures with a lot of folks, and I asked them to send me copies of them. Some of them have already, and I'll put those out on social media today. But it was a great day. The weather was good. It was just a great day to be out there. And as far as my playing, I probably played as good as I can play, especially on the front nine. And, it goes back to something Gary Sheffield said, and anybody who's golfed much knows this, but I tend to want to overhit things, and that just lends to trouble. And yesterday I couldn't. I was just trying to swing the club, make contact, and I hit the ball much, much better than I normally do. So it was a lot of fun, and maybe we need to take that lesson into golfing in other parts and other times of the year. So
yeah,
but it was fun. We had a lot of fun. We laughed. Our pro, and it got changed. At the last minute, they did some shuffling. Darren Clark,
because John Daly dropped out, and that caused the shuffle.
He played sick.
And Darren Clark, Rick, is from Ireland and has the heavy Irish accent, which, according to our poll last week, was like the number 2 accent to have.
I love the Irish people.
And he was one of these big, outgoing Irishmen who loves the fact that he's Irish.
Yeah, man, they love it.
And I think he lives like half the year in the Bahamas, so he has no problems.
Right,
you know
yeah,
what I mean? And he was just out there having fun and loving life yesterday. And his caddy, who apparently they're very good friends, the caddy told me, I forgot, he's from somewhere up north, but he lives in Atlanta and Orlando, around the South now. They got to jabbing each other yesterday. And I'm going to tell you, I laughed. I didn't think many people could be funnier than Bruce Pearl, but Darren yesterday was a hoot.
Yeah.
And he got to telling, he was mad at his caddy because he wouldn't give him the distance.
Let's all sing it together. Here we go. Hey, Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. The gang's all here. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler. We need to say hello to Mr. Bill Bubba Bussey. How you doing, buddy?
Rick, glad to be here. Honored and privileged to be here in chair number 2. And thank all of you for being with us.
Been in there a while, buddy.
Yes, sir.
Just, over there riding gun. Who's got gun? Bubba's got gun.
I got it.
All right, so we've looked around at all the weekends. If you're late to the show, you can catch that on the archives today if you missed all that. But it sounds like that one Eddie Van Adler had quite the active weekend, and I'll tell you what, Bubba, we have always been, let's get all the players on the field. Let's get everybody out there. We're a team. We can cover a lot more ground if everybody will get involved. And we got Eddie Van Adler. He doesn't just want to tell us about his weekend. He had a personal appearance. They had a personal appearance this weekend. Some people wanted to see me. I was gripping and grinning in my sweet
big
van.
old van.
I came to an appearance trying to help an organization.
How did the sweet van perform?
You might know me from the Rick and Bubba show.
It was great, you guys. That was Sunday out at the Reverend for Research event there. And I've actually got a quick little video.
Oh, I love it.
Look, I got long hair.
I'm a Harley. It's Adler hanging out here at
my hair
Heart
down.
of Dixie Harley Davidson for the Breast Cancer Research of Alabama's Reverend for Research charity motorcycle ride.
Lots of
I got some
motorcycles.
koozies.
Man.
I got some WZZK magnets. I got WZZK fans and bottle openers. I'm gonna hand them out to the people. I'm gonna hand out some WZZK swag to the people.
Somebody walk by.
And just get out amongst the motorcycles. These are my people. I'm one of them. They accept me. You got Law Tigers here in the background. I'm out here with my people. They accept me for who I am, unlike some people I know. Some people I talk to daily.
It was a safe space, wasn't it, buddy?
Yeah, it was great. In fact, I worked at a Harley shop in college.
Here we go. I took the trash out.
I told y'all that. I didn't just take the trash out, Greg. I did other things.
Clean the windows.
I cleaned the windows in addition to taking the trash out.
Okay.
But no, it was great being out there. In fact, I gave some tours of the vans of some people. So check
You
this
talking
out.
about not just Indy van?
The sweet van.
The sweet van.
Tours.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Does anybody want to tour the van? Anybody want a tour of the van? No?
Adler, they arrest people that say that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you don't do that.
That's not. No wonder no one would come over there.
All you need to do is hand out some candy. You'd be ready to go.
Yeah,
fit the mold.
Free candy. I did hand out some koozies, though. Check this out.
You want a koozie, little girl? Okay. Don't be drinking beer out of it. Not till you're 16. Here you go.
No, sorry, it's not 16.
I was trying to be a good example.
You're in Alabama. That's 21.
Oh, my bad. I got the number.
You're thinking about getting in movies ready to move.
I got the wrong.
How was it like
there.
having the biggest van there? Because you've never been able to say something like that.
There's a flag.
It was awesome. It really was great.
That is a flag.
Wow, that's a sure enough good.
It really was, y'all. The amount of motorcycles. This video, we can't show the whole thing. It's 5 minutes.
What was that?
It's 5 minutes of motorcycle. Oh, yeah. Check this little thing out.
Three-wheelers?
What is that?
That's cool.
What is that? It's got a
It's
body
like
on it.
This thing is the craziest thing I've ever seen. It's like a trike with a car. It was cool.
So that's the guys in a smart car.
You got trikes, you got motorcycles, you got sport bikes, you had Harleys. It was great.
If that big black van would come in right now.
I love it.
Hey, I will say there were some people that would walk past when I was hanging out at the van. They'd be like, "Hey, sweet van, buddy." I'd be like, "Oh, thanks. You listen to the
Didn't
show."
that feel good?
It was great.
Yeah.
It was
such like, yeah.
It was
That's good,
fantastic.
a beautiful day.
Did anyone engage you the whole time you were there?
You know what? Not very many people, Greg, but
Just wondering.
it's fine. It's fine.
I just look kind of empty every time we see you.
Look, I'm not speedy, okay? Here's me admitting I'm not speedy.
No, me.
So
All
how
right?
many
takes
tours
time.
of the van did you actually get to give?
One, it was the Law Tigers guy, but that's fine.
That's okay.
It's all right. You got to start somewhere.
Yeah.
Well, he had a
yeah,
smaller
you know.
van. He wishes he could move up to yours.
Yeah,
I saw
but
it.
it was good, and I
Good van,
appreciate all the great work there that the Breast Cancer Research Foundation of
You made
Alabama
a difference,
is
Adler.
doing.
That's
yeah.
good.
It's hard to see your impact, but I know it's there.
I did have a couple people say, "Hey, I found out about this because
There
of
you
you."
go.
So that was
that and the
great.
crap run all in 1 month.
What a month.
Come on.
Rick and
What
Bubba
a month.
making
Adler-
a difference.
Yep.
Making a difference.
Yes.
Did I detect
Greg
a little
checked
bit
out.
of gray in that beard now?
Oh, I've got grays coming. Yeah, when you have a 3-year-old and a 7, almost 8-month-old, they come on quick. They're killing me.
Yeah.
I mean, y'all. Okay, so
Then your hair falls out.
I had a birthday party Saturday morning but did you guys
not
know?
those.
Did you guys know that there is a vintage fire truck museum in Birmingham?
No, I had no idea.
It's basically just a big old warehouse filled with antique fire trucks, but it's still pretty
How
cool.
long has it been there?
pretty good.
I don't know.
Okay, so
Yeah.
because I'm gonna tell you something. I remember the little kid years, and like I said, I had more. Even though I know it looks like that Ruby's having a good time, but when you got tons of little boys, 4 boys, 1 girl. When weekends would get here, and you just like, is there anything we could find that would keep them busy, that they would enjoy, that is not all that a big deal to go to, and you run out of, you've done this, and we done that, they're burnt. If this thing existed back when all mine were little, I'm gonna be furious that I didn't know about it.
Oh, it was
because this would have been such a good kill a day deal, and then come back, everybody's tired. And it's
ready to go to bed.
So because every child loves a sweet fire truck.
Yes,
yes.
absolutely.
So
Ruby
did
got up
Daddy,
in
so-
one.
Look at this.
Driving a fire truck?
Hey kids, come on.
Oh, she wants to play with the other kid.
Hey, kids. I love the fire chief hat.
Well, there's the big ass.
Yeah.
There he is.
There's Ezra. Ezra loved it, and I got sweaty, but that's fine.
She's driving it.
Yeah, Ruby's up in the fire truck. So
I'd like
it
to know
was-
how
it was
long
a
this.
great
I've
time.
never seen this.
It was actually almost cooler for me than it was for her.
Yeah,
I'm
I
like,
bet
well,
it
that's
was.
from 1952, Ruby. And she's like, I have no reference for that. I don't know what that
Huh?
even means.
Yeah.
But there was
But
one.
she is fire chief.
What'd you think
She's
she was
loving
gonna,
that hat.
What'd you think she was going to say? That's not long after Elvis first hit.
Right. I actually zoomed in to show y'all Ezra's bald spot. You know when babies
They all
start,
get that, yeah.
Yes, they start rolling around. Ezra's
Why do you
got
keep
this
looking
killer
at me?
bald spot. And
they
I
all
just
get
thought
that.
Speedy would be proud of
Little
him.
Speedy. Oh, did you
Yeah.
get in this thing?
And then check that thing out. It's got
Is
a
that
little,
Bones driving that?
There you go. It was.
I think that was Bones.
Probably was.
Pretty much
What was
Bones.
Ken doing there?
It probably was.
But that guy knew a lot about fire trucks, and the kids got to ride around. in
What
the
if
little
Bones
fire
went
truck
by and
cart.
all the man church speakers were in each car, and he was taking them,
Dropping them off.
he was dropping them off at their man church.
I like those cars. Was
Yeah.
it made out of a 50-gallon drum?
By the way,
Yes,
by the way,
yes.
by the way,
Kids
no
loved
one's
it.
surprised that the guy in the Auburn shirt picked the fire truck museum over the game.
Oh, right,
Yeah.
for
Yeah,
sure.
Right.
So that hurt a little bit, but it was fine. Hey, kids!
Come on.
Bubba, you asked about my gray hairs in my beard, buddy. So I had to play drums in church on Sunday morning. At 4 o'clock in the morning, I had a little girl come in and say, "Hey, I need some help with something in the bathroom." So that's at 4 in the morning. the flushing of the toilet, I guess, woke up the 8-month-old because from 4 until 6 a.m.
6 a.m.
The 4-month-old decided to have a conversation with himself.
Oh.
And it was like the amount of time it takes to fall back asleep, that's how often the responses were coming, because you would hear like every 30 seconds, bah! Ba-ba! And you're like, I can't believe he's on an hour and 45 minutes now. And that was my morning. So, but it was great. Played some drums at church and just had
rocked it.
A wonderful time.
Just what happened.
Yeah, I'm not trying to brag, but this is what happened.
Not trying to bring attention to myself.
I see you over there.
Oh, it was great. It was a great morning.
I see your silhouette.
Can we get a little more light on the drummer?
I mean, come on.
It's not about him, but I mean, I'd like to know who it is. Perfectly. Learning not to overplay, but also let's give it something. There's a reason I'm here. Let me bring a little praise and worship there.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So it's always a pleasure to do that. It's a pleasure being a dad. It was just a great weekend.
Yeah. It was.
It really was.
Did not know about the Fire Truck Museum. If that got by me when I was in little kid years, it's going to hurt.
We should just go.
Yeah.
I like team building.
I see Greg down there with his grandkids.
Oh yeah.
Bring the kids. Let's do it. Absolutely.
Rick and Bubba takeover.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And it was so funny because he'd go, I just want the distance. You know, I can't do a good Irish accent, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah. Stay in it, though. Don't you come out of it.
Yeah.
Keep on trying.
Yeah, please.
And his caddy was trying to tell him where the pin placement was, and he go, I just want the distance, you know.
Yeah.
And they got to jabbing back and forth, and Darren started telling him he was going to put horseshoes in his bag to carry today for every wrong club he gave him. So just listening to them was fun, and we just had a good round. It was all around good. It sounded good. Went back and listened to the podcast. I will tell you the segment when Eddie Van Adler compared my back to hips to that of a cankle.
Yeah.
And Speedy was screaming I couldn't find his spine. I'm glad I wasn't eating when I heard that. I was choked. But we had fun, and I hope everybody listening had a lot of fun.
Yeah. I kept getting obscure videos and text messages from people on the course that either I hadn't talked to in a long time or that I knew was going to be there. This one is from Hobie. I think this was on 10.
Yes.
You hit, I believe.
And I went
so you were
right-
making the turn.
I went right. See the 10 up there to the right. I went right through the window. That thing.
Did he didn't tell me where it went. He didn't tell me where it went. But.
Mysteriously, the ball bounced back out on the.
Oh,
to
that's
the
a good
rough
bounce.
there.
Now,
So-
did you tee off 18 times? Did you ever take a
Oh,
hole?
yeah.
Yeah. We were wondering if you were going to take the hole off.
No, like y'all were analyzing it yesterday, and you were right. There's because of the handicaps and all that. There's a point where if somebody hits a putt, you know, we've already got a birdie or an eagle on a hole, so you pick up. You don't putt out all the way to keep things moving. But yeah, I teed off 18 times. It was the front was a little bit better than the back. I faded a little bit there on the back. I tell you, there's something about number 18 that gets me every year. I actually I lost a ball on 18 in one of those giant bushes on the side.
Oh, really?
I hit a shot and it went right in that bush. I was like, dadgummit.
I'm going after that.
Yeah, she's gone, baby.
You're not supposed to hit it there.
That's good. Yeah, it was. There was a lot of that yesterday.
That was the funniest line when I was in Ireland and I saw the roughs that they had there, and I was like, y'all don't even. Yeah. Well, you're not supposed to hit the ball there. You know, I was like, okay, so I guess that's don't worry about it. Don't hit it over there.
But our team
and they'll play in the driving rain in Ireland. I'm talking about wind blowing sideways. It doesn't affect them at all.
Yeah.
We had a bad stormy day. I look out and the golf course just full.
Yeah.
You know, in that text last night you were talking about, Rick, I asked Gene who won because we had we were 18 under, which was a very decent round for a pro-am. Usually it takes that 20, 21, 22 to win. that, but we had a lot of fun yesterday.
Yeah, he never did reply. Did you know who?
No, I don't know who won yet, but we'll give
what the number was.
Yeah.
Bottom of the hour, 866 We Be Big is our number. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We were talking with Adler in the break as he's putting together the documentary that will air concerning yesterday's Celebrity Pro-Am and the show on the road that always spawns a lot of adventure. The KT tape incident has probably got is one of the more intriguing things of yesterday as Bubba tested the limits of friendship by needing someone to put KT tape on his lower back, upper gluteus, and it started off in the kickoff hour.
Oh boy, that's not a good view.
Now,
my goodness gracious!
Adler has grabbed
Eddie Van Adler.
Oh, Adler has
boy, oh boy,
has taken.
That's the one he picked. That's the picture he picked.
At?
He's taken a screenshot of it there and showed it to us.
Good night.
All right, did you hear what did you laugh when Gary said, "Well, I thought him dropping him down to his ankles was unnecessary"? Did you hear Gary? You had the Gary element yesterday too, dropped in with just
you're gonna have that.
Yeah.
What do you think Nick Saban thought about when Gary was right next to him?
Look, here's more. So Bubba,
that's better.
Look at my face. I'm trying to focus on where I'm putting it.
That's a frown on your face.
Listen, for some reason, Speedy's face says everything. Look at that face. That face says, "I'm having to tape Bubba's lower back." And what I'm saying, and Bubba, I don't know why this is owning me. You didn't even take your sunglasses off. I mean, y'all are back in a dressing room.
He's ready to go.
I didn't have to take my sunglasses off. I wasn't looking at him.
Right. Radio on. Now it's driving. Me and Dale was singing Little Runaway. I was flying. All right, so let's look at a couple of items here. I know on the program, we do a little bit of everything. Political is some of it. And everybody keeps talking about do you think that Donald Trump can come back in and win the Republican nomination and then go on to defeat whoever the Democrats throw out? Now, Joe Biden, they keep pretending he's going to run. None of us believe this to be reality, right?
I just don't see how it can be.
Again, it goes back to sometimes saying things like, we're going to flap our arms and fly, like we said earlier. And people just keep saying that, but you're sitting there going, we all know this isn't true. But when you establish these fake narratives and fake world that we live in, I guess you can say just about anything now with a straight face, and people go, well, it looks like they mean it. But if Biden runs, now we're getting down to forget cognitive skills, which I think do play a role. He doesn't look good in any sort of poll, at all.
Well, ABC has some polling data that come out this weekend, a big research project they've been doing. And the numbers are just bizarro as far as for the president. He's not doing good in any of it. It shows Trump defeating him by double digits. It shows Nikki Haley winning by 5 points. I don't know who else they have in it. But it's no one thinks that they're better off than they were 4 years ago.
No. Trump, like you said, Trump double digits over Biden now. Now remember, that's changed. Like you said, it hasn't always been that.
Well, not all the polls are showing that, but this latest ABC poll shows that. Most of the other ones, if you just look across the board, they had it pretty much at a dead heat. But is this an early curve, or are they just getting an error in their sampling?
Yeah. It does not look good. And then, we have all kinds of stuff. Speaking of polls, Adler, I know in the fours here.
Yeah, just start with 4A, and you got Pete Buttigieg and trying to convince us that we got to wait to see what all these great policies they're doing. No, I tell you, we're already seeing the inflation that your endless printing of money has caused, and it is nowhere close to being under control.
Oh, and look at the number in 4B. We'll get to it in a minute. Here's 4A.
What do you say to the 44% of Americans who say they are worse off now than they were before Biden took office.
Well, look, we all know the economic pressure that Americans have felt when the president took office. The economy was flat on its back. But we're also getting extraordinary results. More than 13 million jobs created. That's more than any presidential term in American history. And yes, it takes a while for people to feel the full benefits of those results, just like it's going to take a while to build all of the infrastructure that we're now underway on with the president's generational infrastructure bill. But he got the bill done after president after president, Congress after Congress couldn't make it happen. He did. We're getting the results on the economy.
What?
It's almost like you're watching some kid telling you about a flying saucer landing, because you just go, what world are you from, dude?
Because everything says it appears to be the opposite of what you're saying.
Right. Yeah. Right. And they play with numbers coming out of COVID and stuff, and where we were, and we've added jobs. You see you playing with us here.
Take the COVID years out and compare the previous administration to where we are now at the same point. It's just, it's no.
Have you noticed we've played two Democrats today, and they both said flat on the back.
That was in the talking memos, no doubt.
Well, here's a big number here. Let's talk about energy prices, because some of the stuff you can try to fake, but everybody can, as we've said over and over again, I can see the cost of things.
Yeah.
So here we go. Here's
nearly as many upset about gas and energy prices after a brutally hot summer. The national average for a gallon of unleaded gasoline this week hitting $3.88 per gallon, according to AAA, the highest level in nearly a year.
We just drove through California yesterday. Gas was $6.39 a gallon.
And that's ridiculous, in my opinion. People can't afford rent.
Yes, bad.
87% of an ABC poll. Negative view of energy prices and gas prices.
87%. Have you seen any poll with 87% of anybody agreeing on anything lately?
Next, here we go. Are you better off now than you were when Biden took over? Here we go.
These numbers are simply staggering for the sitting president. 44% of people in this poll say they are not as well off as they were at the start of the Biden administration 2.5 years ago. Those are the worst numbers that we've seen in our ABC News Washington Post polling. It's a question we've been asking going back to the Reagan administration.
This is
that was 1980.
This is not Fox News. This is not Newsmax.
No. Next,
it has to be bad when ABC realizes we're riding a plane down into the side of the mountain. Yeah. We've got to get on here and disassociate from this.
Another big number: Bidenomics not selling. Here we go.
When you dive into the big questions around the economy, we know President Biden has been out there trying to make the case. Unemployment is low. He's been talking about how inflation has been easing, but people aren't buying it. You covered some of the reasons why: gas prices, food prices, grocery prices, and the like. Right now, on the big picture on the economy, 74% of the country, that's about 3/4 of Americans, who say the economy is either not so good or downright poor.
74%.
And again, let's look at why and what's happening here. Perception can be reality in a lot of cases. Supply and demand dictates prices in a free market, okay? And what have we heard last week? We heard two stories last week that Biden and them had canceled leases drilling in Alaska, and they also had put some acreage, millions of acres in New Mexico under federal protection, so they couldn't be drilled on. So that is limiting the supply, the future supply. So what is that going to do? It's going to make prices go up. It's not that complicated.
It really isn't, and we ran out of time, but I'll tell you what it is. Americans, only 23% approve of the handling of the southern border.
Yeah, and that's the biggest mess ever.
So there he is with the same kind of numbers on that too. So it's ugly, and I think our question has been answered. If this is any indication, are people buying the presentation of the fake world? And I think the answer is a resounding no.
They can't afford it.
And I think the reason why the reason why you're seeing the ABCs now, I think they're like, we can't be serious running Joe Biden. The Democrats can't be serious. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yeah.
It just looks.
Speedy had to put his on.
Oh my gracious!
Now, what were you trying to do, Speedy?
It's just like an unfair at it.
It really is, isn't it?
So
Look at that face on Bubba.
So, Speedy, let me ask you something. Does it seem enlarged or is it normal size?
Please look at Bubba's face. The sunglasses make it.
Okay.
Gosh, I haven't
Look
seen
at serious face.
I hadn't seen
Well, I'm
Bubba with
trying
that
to-
face on since April 15th.
I'm only trying to pull it 50% because if the KT tape is pulled more than that, then it's
Stop talking.
Well, Bubba, isn't that true?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's all about how the
All right.
You were concentrating.
how you
I'll tell
stretch
that.
it out.
Bubba, and
really
now,
is.
now in the kickoff hour, you walked in and gave Speedy exactly a look at the area that needed some help, right?
Yeah, I just was
Boy,
showing
did
where
he
I
ever.
was.
He set it on my shoulder.
Yeah.
I mean, you sat down right on my shoulder.
Right. Now,
Inches from my face.
Did you,
I just turned away. Really, Greg and Helmsy got it the worst because they didn't. They were looking at me. Of course, Greg was smiling.
I cannot find his Spain. But so the
Some good pictures.
There it is, right
gosh,
there.
look,
That's
Something about you with those shades on too.
okay. Look, wait a minute. Hey, we must Speedy. All right, go back. Let's see. See what we can do. See what we can do. Hey.
You could put music to that. That'd be great.
Hello.
Hey, now.
Good morning. Wow.
There's your tape.
Good morning.
Oh, God.
KT tape to you.
Oh my gosh! But well, let me ask you this. All right, so Speedy,
That's awful, but it's fun.
I gotta get inside your head, okay? And I'm gonna ask. So, at one point on this KT tape thing, Bubba had basically been told by what are supposed to be, the guys who stand side by side with him, we're not doing it. Mm-hmm. If you want KT tape in that area, you have come to the wrong place.
Yep.
And so at one point, Bubba's too blocked. He even tried to do it himself. And
Which I can't imagine you trying to do that.
what was it that made you go, I'll do it?
Well, he came and he actually tapped my shoulder. We were live, and he looked at me and he
like
said,
you tapped his shoulder as well. Right. Okay, go ahead.
And he returned the favor.
What now? Go ahead.
"You just something else."
Right.
Little baby brother's chiming in.
Oh, sure. We're running. This is the kind of stuff that we team up on right here. Kidding?
But
Ask everybody for the last 50-something years.
just the look on his face.
So
Yeah,
you
I
said
agree.
he finally give you the look, I need help.
He gave me the look like straight up, I need you.
And Speedy, he's always there to help.
Oh, sure. He's a very
And I knew that if he came back to us after saying I'm gone and I'm leaving y'all, going to the driving range and all that, as hectic as everything was, and teeing off during the show was tough because you're trying to get down there and then slow everything down and whatever, and then he comes back to us 20 minutes later and says, "Hey, I need you." That means he's really exhausted every option
A lot of
possible,
movement, yeah.
and I'm it.
He's tried everything.
And so I was like, "Yeah, here we go. Let's do
Well,
this."
look, it just this show's made up of
The
people who are
glasses set it
gamers.
up.
We got to do what we got to do to get the job
Oh,
done.
there's video.
Bubba,
Okay. I noticed you didn't get down on the business end, Adler, with your video, and I'm glad, by the way.
Bubba, I will go further. I think this left being a gamer and started borderlining on the edge of I'm a daredevil. I think Speedy was an adventurer.
Oh, he was in uncharted territory.
I think this was Lewis and Clark.
Yeah, he didn't know what was happening.
You didn't know what was going to be like, what it was going to look like.
Would he ever make it back?
Would he ever be?
Well, I got an idea what it was going to look like because he had already shown me
Well, now that's
during
a
the
good
kickoff
point.
hour.
That's true.
But there's just no way getting around it. You know when you go to the doctor and you get a steroid shot and they say, okay, we got to give you a shot in the hip, and you're not really sure how to pull your pants
how far
down.
down.
It's like, and then all of a sudden you lose them,
Right.
and then they go way down.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what happened. Because he had
No,
to, he
it
had to,
didn't go down.
he had to give me a little bit.
And then once they went past point of no return,
Yeah,
they weren't.
then I saw it.
Once you got that spine discovered, you was good. Then.
Well, if I could just find it. There it is. Found it. There it is. Yeah. It's almost like when you try to figure out where to hang a picture and you find it and you put your hand on that spot and you're like, all right, that's what I need to put the nail in right there.
All right, here's the stud. Here's your stud.
I needed a stud finder for his spine.
Let's see, it's on here. So, no,
There it
sheetrock.
Oh, there it is. There it is. All right, put a little pinhole right there. There it is.
Sure. Like what I didn't find it on that vent that fell on my head. But
Yeah, that's right.
yeah. So look, we got it done, Bubba. I mean, you know this is
Got it done. Made it around. All's good. All's
did you-
well that ends well. Huh?
Yeah,
Was Betty proud of us for getting it done?
Well, I haven't talked to Betty a whole lot other than just the check-ins. And
Right.
I'm sure she will review more of that.
Yeah, I know that Betty has shown some pictures and stuff or whatever that thing is there on Instagram where you. 35 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Much to do today, and we have really unpacked it. We'll get to some more of your phone calls before we're done. CBDistillery.com. Go there right now. Anybody out there saying, look, just y'all talking about the state of the economy. I got a chill. Well, how about better focus or concentration? Well, 81% of CBD users say it helps them with stress and anxiety. Big number. Also looking to sleep better. 90% of CBD users say they enjoy improved sleep, and this is all natural. And if you'd like to find out more, go to CBDistillery.com. Full range of carefully formulated CBD and other plant-based solutions. And you get 20% off right now. So a little way to get started. Go there to CBDistillery.com. Enter the code Bubba. No prescription required. Just go check out all the oils and the topicals and the powders that they have there. There's a full line, and you can find them also by going to rickandbubba.com right now under the sponsors button, CBDistillery.com, the code Bubba for 20% off. All right, so Bubba, a couple of things we still haven't done. One thing you got to always do is to fact check things, and Matt Getz, is that how you say his name?
Yeah.
Getz.
Getz.
He was being interviewed by CNN's Abby Phillip, and had to correct her in the interview on some things she didn't have right that she was asking about. So here's this, courtesy of CNN.
Should note that you did vote against the defense appropriations bill this week.
No, I didn't.
The rule.
Abby, this is going to be a very embarrassing moment when the internet corrects you on this. I voted for the defense rule both times.
Well, I stand corrected. Congressman, appreciate you joining us tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
What was I thinking?
I was ready to grill you. But I don't have my facts right, so now I don't know what to do. Thanks for being with us.
Yeah, have a good night. Maybe next time.
So now, what was that, Ricochet Rabbit?
Yeah.
Now AOC, Bubba,
AOC enjoying her little Tesla there. It's not union.
I do not have a union electric car, and I tell the unions that I'm here for them to help all the bad people on the right get them. So here she goes, and this answer is bizarre, but here we go.
You were quoted back in July saying you look forward to buying a union-made electric vehicle, but you currently have a non-union-made Tesla. UAW already makes some electric vehicles.
Yes.
So why wasn't that? Is it a problem with the quality? Is it a problem with the style? Is the market just not there?
No, our car was purchased during the pandemic when before a vaccine had come out. So travel between New York and Washington, the safest way that we had determined was an EV, but that was prior to some of the new models coming out on the market that had the range available. But we're actually looking into trading in our car now. So we're looking into it, and hopefully we will soon.
Hopefully we will soon. Hey, I'll wait on that one. Does anybody think that she thought she was going to get busted on that?
No. What's stopping her? Ma'am, you can do that today. There's nobody stopping you.
Hey, what did the vaccine have to do with any of that?
Right.
Why did we even have to bring that up?
But you're probably an anti-vaxxer for questioning my EV purchase during the pandemic before there was a vaccine.
She could have just said, I bought an EV before all of the mainstream, Detroit places that are unionized came online, and we're going to get one when we get a chance.
Yeah, but she threw the vaccine in there in the pandemic. What does that got to do with anything?
Well, nothing,
We
Rick.
had to we don't know how we're going to travel.
That means I'm delaying and coming up with things while I'm trying to figure out what I'm going to say.
What I would have done is try to pull a Matty
Try the
Getz.
truth.
I would have tried to pull a Matty Getz. Well, that was before they were available. I've traded that in. I've got one now. You need to get your facts right. So I don't. Our car was purchased during the pandemic when travel before a vaccine had come out. So travel between New York and Washington, the safest way was an EV. There's no need to add the first part.
No.
Just say I bought an EV before the others were out, and I'm gonna trade this one in and get a union one.
And
because I love unions.
And if you're going to drive, somewhere. It doesn't matter if it's EV or gas to protect you from COVID. That didn't make any sense.
I don't even understand that at all.
Well, neither does she.
No, she really doesn't. Bubba, I got to give you something good. We'll go to Cy here.
Okay.
I know you.
This is awesome.
I know you want
Bubba.
something good. Now explain to everybody who this is.
Well, this is the world-renowned Cy Rick of Gangnam Style fame and fortune, and this is his entrance into a concert. He's got a few folks there too.
Yeah, is this current?
I don't know when it was, but
we're gonna say it is. Let's go with it.
It's been going around on the internet.
Yeah.
I saw it on the internet. I'm like, this is the coolest thing I've ever seen.
It really is.
I
Pretty
mean,
cool.
I didn't know if it's been a while since he's had
I
a
thought
hit.
Morgan.
I didn't know.
Listen, I thought Morgan Wallen's entrance was
always
great
goes
up until
back
this.
to Morgan.
Yeah, but this is the coolest thing I've seen a chubby Asian man do ever. I mean, this is amazing.
He gets some air too.
He really does.
So he's under the stage and he's about to get rocketed up through the stage. And he is jacked up.
Good night.
And they're going nuts.
Yeah.
He's going
Watch
nuts.
him give the sign.
Yeah, when he does his hand up, Rick, watch it. He's
I
gonna
mean,
say
this is
go up.
just cool. I got to admit, this is cool.
Yeah.
I mean, he gets rocketed up like he got shot out of a cannon.
You know, the first person I ever saw do that was John Bon Jovi, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they were doing that all the way back, and they wanted Dead or Alive and all that.
Is everybody in South Korea at that concert? Every single
My
one.
goodness.
Bubba, I wish you had that under where you sit, and when Bubba introed you, you just jumped up.
yeah.
That'd be so cool.
That'd
yeah.
be awesome.
Picture it.
If we could do a 30-year tour and shoot Bubba up like that and catch him in a net.
Yeah.
I mean, he is up in
Yeah,
there. He got
he
some
is.
sky.
Yeah, he did.
He did a double kick.
He did.
And his
Yeah,
energy.
he double kicked. Yeah.
Love
And then
his
this
energy.
fist pump is probably one of the best fist
It
pumps
really
I've
is.
ever seen.
I like his tassels, don't you?
Oh, yeah, that looks good.
I mean, tassels are rocking.
That's
This
great.
guy knows how to do it.
Do we want to fool with this smooth move in the Major League Baseball?
Yeah, this is pretty cool because the mic'd up thing, the way they're interviewing people
Oh,
now,
yeah,
they just get more and more
yeah.
Personal to the way you're doing things. And
Yeah.
Get ready for this one to hate it.
and
Yeah, for
the
some
shortstop is on the field talking to him,
No, I
Rick.
just
and
think, I mean, you
he
don't
has
need
to
be
take a pause to make a play.
People.
Here we go.
And I've been using his bats and his gets here, and I don't think it's been a surprise that as soon as I start. Sorry guys, need to make this play real quick.
I love that. I do love that. That's fantastic. Yeah.
Greg even smiled. That's good.
Greg even
boy,
smiled.
Greg
I
is
think Greg liked it, Bubba. Just almost.
I mean, I'd like us to be paying attention, but
Hey, it looked like he was.
Looks like he can do both.
You're
I'm
playing
saying.
shortstop
I like
for the Los Angeles Dodgers. You're live on the air doing an interview, and a guy hits the ground ball to you kind of up the middle, and you just go make the play and say, guys, I got to stand by. I'm going to make the play.
now,
Guns
let me
him
ask
out.
you this: what do you say if he made an error then?
Well, yeah, we get it.
But
But
what's he doing getting an interview?
well, as a baseball fan, I'm actually going. This made me watch the game.
That's true.
Yeah.
I mean, I can even
I
pick
don't think it's been
No, it was
a
good.
surprise that as soon as I start. Sorry guys, need to make this play real quick.
You got to make it real quick.
I got to make this play. real quick.
So smooth.
so good.
I bet I love that, and I love that a lot.
I don't know who's cooler, Cy or Rojas.
It's a toss-up.
Yeah,
it really is.
way cooler than me. That's for sure.
Well, no, you had that van at that event.
Hey, you don't be mad at yourself, there, sweet man.
The number of koozies you went through is nothing to be joked about.
Hey, and your
guys.
cool dad numbers right now are huge.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
We'll come back. Phone calls to wrap up the hour. Helmsy moves in there. We'll chat with you at 866 We Be Big and look in each story we might have missed. When the show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
There's something up top. I've never fully understood it. This little thing up top.
I know
where people
your
throw-
story.
Yeah, whatever that is. Based on what
I'm like you too. I don't know why we got a regular feed and then the story.
Doesn't seem to make sense.
Yeah.
But looking at that, I don't think Betty was overly concerned about it.
No.
Yeah, I think that when I see
Much
the thing,
more worried about the beach umbrella being in the right place.
when I see the views that she's seeing, in the view that Speedy saw, she clearly had the better deal. She did.
Rick, I think a lot of
really
would have been better than that.
Right. Let's see the turquoise waters of the Gulf Coast. Bubba's rear end. Bubba's wrong. And love handles, gluteus maximus.
It's they're both views.
Yeah.
And they're both memorable.
Yep.
We'll be back. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We'll get a check for the charity from last charity charge, and then we'll tell you about the next one that's coming up Monday.
You could have a steam train.
All right, so I want to go back and talk about the interview process yesterday, and I will say this, and I'm only talking about me personally. Over the years, and you hear all this stuff, I think no matter how long you've been doing something, the worst mistake any of us can make is ever thinking, well, I've arrived. I mean, that's a bad problem spiritually, and even in your craft to think, well. And I noticed over the years, and I'm speaking for myself only, I was not a very good interviewer, and I just wasn't very good at it. And because a lot of times our show was just us doing stuff, and really tried to work on that. Even got feedback from people who listened saying, hey, I wish you wouldn't do this and that, and the stuff that was just reasonable, and tried to do a better job. And I feel like interview wise that definitely it has gotten better. But I will tell you, there's so many things yesterday with the interviews, because that's not our main card that we play. Every day we have a bunch of interviews and stuff like that. And so this show lends itself to a lot of interviews, and I think it's a different pitch and it's a different, different type of show, but it still has all the elements you like too. We always like that on-location feeling. But so one of the things that took away yesterday in the interviews, I felt like they all were smoother than ever. It didn't get as hectic. Everybody came through pretty smooth. I thought the interviews themselves were interesting and at times funny and entertaining, but there's always those behind-the-scenes things that nobody notices. First of all, we were all yesterday completely shocked that Tommy Tuberville, after he gave his speech about running for Senate, how many Alabama fans, because I basically said, and a lot of you, Bo Jackson said it best when ESPN did Roll Tide, War Eagle. And he says, this is just the tip of the iceberg, what ESPN showed you about Auburn, Alabama fans, and it's a really big iceberg. And
Rick, seriously, I mean, I know people who were headed to get married, were in a serious relationship, and at some point decided their allegiance to other teams they couldn't overcome. Right. And they just broke up and went different ways.
Let me tell you.
Rick, and you know, wherever you are in the country, you can plug in your rivalry. Now, everybody thinks their rivalry is, more vicious than the next one over. And there's a bunch of good ones. I'm not saying there's not, but it's especially it's a special here. I think one reason it's so bad is we don't have in our state another professional team that people can get behind. So this is their pro team. This is their college team. This is their high school. I mean, it's everything rolled into one.
Well, and with that being said, I mean, we can document true stories of parents that did not attend their daughter's wedding.
Oh, yeah.
Because she got married during an Alabama game. That actually is real.
And now that was a good decision.
Wedding plans are definitely made around the season. Yeah. There's no doubt.
We've had people that will have left churches over what team the pastor pulls for.
Yep.
No, that's 100% actual fact.
Yep. You're right. All
right, we have had with this show with our audience. My oldest son, and of course this was something everybody left out. What Auburn and then it was Clemson and then some other smaller schools. What they offered my son, Alabama did not offer him.
Right.
My son probably, if the Alabama had offered him the same invited walk-on that Auburn invited him in the setup they gave him, if they had done the same thing, he probably would have gone to Alabama. Okay, yeah. But so that offer was not made, and an invited walk-on is a much easier road than just the cattle call walk-on, and Alabama didn't offer him that. So, and I know there were some coaches there that were making a case to Saban, and I'm certainly not saying Saban was wrong because my son was a good center, but I mean, in all of that, but he was, he's 240 pounds, and Alabama does it at that, when their program's rolling, they don't really have to develop players. I understand the concept of the business side of it, so there's no ill will there at all. But I remember when he decided that he was going to. Here we go, 10 minutes to the top of the hour. We got America ready to go. We got Coach Helms right there, got his headset on. He got it just like he likes it. He's laid back like Willie Ralph. So fire us up at 866 We Be Big. 30 seconds a pop. At the end of 30 seconds, the buzzer sounds. Your time on the program is over. We move to a new caller, unless you get a timeout from Bubba or from Greg. But keep in mind, they've only got one apiece. So no meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs, just bringing in information, questions, and comments. Let's start with Jennifer out of Talladega, Alabama, home of the Talladega Super Speedway. Jennifer, you got 30 seconds and go.
Good morning, y'all. I was just thinking how funny it would be if Greg would do like a Joan Rivers type bit, because he's always talking about how somebody stings or somebody's big butt or whatever. I think that'd be hilarious.
Doesn't he do that, Jennifer? I mean, you're asking for something to be done.
They have like a whole theme song and everything.
Did she say something about people stinking?
Yeah, stinking. Yeah,
Well,
Greg, you're an expert on stinking.
Look, I'm not big on it. I'm not big on people bumping.
You're the one.
Don't care for BO. Huh?
You know, you always.
BO gotta
we're
go.
grown. You can always pull back a layer that I didn't know was there. And I've never forgotten it. And it was so profound when you said sometimes you ever been around somebody and they stink so bad it makes you mad.
Oh, yeah.
And I thought, man, you know what? It does.
I'm
it does
physically
make me
angry
it
because
does
you
make
stink.
me mad.
There's no reason.
As long
for
as there's rivers running through here, there ain't no excuse.
That's
for
it.
that.
No. Let's go to Tommy, Pensacola, Florida. Tommy, 30 seconds. Go.
Damn it, Jimbo, get out of the way. Oh, sorry, Jimbo. There. Hey, so real quick on these meetings that Hunter had, and he would call President Biden. If this has been answered, then forgive me, Helmsy, please don't chew me up. But did the other people of the meeting get to call their dad? And if so, what did they talk about?
That's a good one. Yeah.
That is a great point.
Because it's really not fair.
No. Let's go to, what do you think this name is right here on 6?
Well, Rick, I can't see.
Seal, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hello.
Hey,
Seal.
I want to make the point, the continued hypocrisy of the ladies on The View. The old biddies have no problem with the migrants coming across the border, illegal. They have found tuberculosis this past week, which is much more deadly, much more contagious than COVID, yet they mask up and take every shot known to man and have nothing to say about the...
Yeah. Let me tell you.
I have to agree with Seal.
I got to agree with Seal.
Seal's dead on.
You COVID terrified people that you just live in just constant fear of COVID, waiting on the next shot that somebody can give you. But you're also for open borders.
Makes no sense.
You're really in a battle with yourself. I mean,
if you're wearing a mask today, we ought to be hearing you say through that muffly voice behind the mask that you want that border shut down.
We need to shut the border. I mean, we gotta get it down. We gotta shut that border.
But the. Hey, so how do you feel about the border?
I believe people should have a right to new life. So we decide.
And I'm like, aren't you terrified of disease? I mean,
I'm terrified of them. If you have another shot you can give me?
And I'm like, no, I don't do shots.
We're out of shots.
What about over at the oil change place? They got a shot for me?
I mean, and I'm just like, shouldn't you be concerned about people just coming in from anywhere? They just brought TB back in. I don't understand it. I really don't.
It is one of the great just bizarros of our modern history, I think, that we just will not enforce our border.
Panama City, Florida. Brady standing by. Brady, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Good morning, Biggins.
Hey, buddy.
I got to experience my first my wife holding her first party this weekend, and everything was going great until the morning of. I helped set up and thought I was going to get out of there. Nope. Got voluntold I was having to stay to cook.
I love voluntold. I love voluntold.
That's good.
I've never had that phrase. I didn't realize. I've lived under
add that. We're going to start using that. Is that okay, sir?
Yeah, I've been voluntold for 28 years. I mean, it's
I didn't know I had a word though for it.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, because you ever feel like
a good one.
Yeah, I don't recall being.
Everything hadn't been invented yet. There's still things to invent out there.
How many times in your married life and your grown up man life, you looked around and going, I don't even know how I ended up here. How am I coaching this team? I didn't want to coach this team. Why? How did I end up here? Yeah. I mean, it's like, what am I doing in this booth at the fair? Right. What is this? Sorry, Greg. All right, to the phones we go. Bill, Birmingham, Alabama, listening to ZZK. Billy, go ahead.
I'm the event coordinator for the Southern Vintage Fire Apparatus Association in Avondale, and I was the host for Carter's 3-year-old birthday party that Adler attended Saturday.
Wow.
Yeah, what's up, man? You did a great job with those kids.
How long y'all been around, Bill?
Oh, thank you. We've been in Birmingham since 2007, and we've been in that location since 2012.
Yeah. That was I was pretty. I needed you earlier than that. Yeah,
I needed you, buddy.
I mean, I really did. Man, that's great. That's incredible.
But it really is cool. They have like antique everything that you could think about that has to do with firefighting, like the old school sprinklers, old hydrants.
Cool,
it's,
man.
it's really neat.
Tim, Knoxville, Tennessee. Timmy, go ahead. Rocky Top.
Yes, sir. I've been. I was watching your show a few months ago, and you talked about AI, and then you also talked about that Jack Lake preacher down in southern Alabama somewhere that plays his guitar and has his wife on stage with it.
Yes, we got it.
And after that show was off, I promise you, he popped up on my YouTube channel. I'll watch you on YouTube.
Oh, yeah.
Ran out of breath.
Struggling.
Do I?
Yeah, so go ahead.
No, it's, Speedy was saying you sound like you ran out of breath there, but I think your phone dropped out.
Yeah, I've got COPD and.
Okay.
You happy, Speedy?
Well, that explains it. He did.
Yep. Yeah, you did.
And the gift.
Well, I want to ask Speedy if he bowls in a league because he wears the same shirt every Monday.
He got you back. What if I did bowl in the league?
By the way, I like the new caller, Tim from Rocky Top.
I like
it. So, Tim, thanks for the call. That's the way this stuff works.
That's good.
If you
get all of us on that.
If you mention a product or mention anything,
not me,
suddenly they start asking you. You want to look at this?
Talking about that Jack Leg preacher.
Hey, y'all talking about that Jack Leg preacher? He plays the guitar, lets his wife up there. As soon as y'all done, he jumped up on my screen. There you go. Let's continue. Sean at the beach. Sean, go ahead.
Hey, so I'm watching on YouTube, and at the end of the last segment, Greg made this like beep noise in the microphone and looked around to see if anybody noticed. And nobody even acknowledged that he made it. I just thought that was kind of.
I did. I looked at him because I was like, what was that noise? And it's actually something you moved over there.
No, it was me. I faked it. I just wanted to see how y'all reacted. We do that every now and then. Let's go to Marcus. Marcus, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. I'm over here at Muscle Shoals, and we've got a band that's in the 80s and 90s, Shenandoah, and they've currently got a #1 hit with Luke Combs. They redid 2 Dozen Roses. I don't know if you guys got to listen to it, or pretty good guys, but yeah, they're local.
We've had Marty Rabin on here, and he said the band Shenandoah. Gosh, you get Greg talking about Marty Rabin.
He'll go on for hours.
Remember he signed the guitar. Got Greg. There he goes. We flipped the Marty Rabin switch.
Buddy.
Yep.
Gosh.
But they're not a new band. They've been around forever.
Oh, Luke, he'll remake one and send it to the top, won't he?
He will.
I mean,
he will. Yep.
Maybe he may do Stormy Weather.
I was about to say. I heard he's coming out with something off the Mr. Lucky catalog.
That's so good.
Luke, tell us about this. What was a divisive song among the band, Mr. Lucky? I thought I would put some salve on it by doing my version of Stormy. Pork Chop, you're on. Go ahead, buddy.
Hey, fellas, I was going to say if you had a 30th anniversary tour and you shot Bubba up out of the stage, just make sure you don't hit his head on an antique chandelier.
And there it is.
That's a good one.
But y'all people don't forget. Y'all won't forget anything. You made one mistake.
If you shoot me up, don't be in the landing zone.
No.
We got it incoming.
Brace yourself.
In the future, after that, you would hear a break, and we'd be missing one. Say, well, we used to be a team of 6 until the incident of the 30-year tour.
Yeah.
Speedy looking around, not paying attention, didn't know we had launched Bubba, and didn't look down. He was standing on the X. Boy, you wouldn't forget that.
No.
I'll be like dropping a boulder on you.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba.
There he comes. There's Bubba.
Boy, I want Bubba to kick his legs. I do too. That double kick.
That got him a little time.
He had a little hang time.
Yeah. Greg, not only do you wish Bubba would do that, so does Bubba. Hey, thanks for being with us. If you leave us, have a great day. Lord willing, more Rick and Bubba coming up tomorrow or next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and